There are reports of an epidemic, a plague if you will, concerning populace deep in the bayou. I'll refer to this as a flagrant speculation. The people affected by this are no doubt of a low creed. Claiming such a thing as an epidemic is therefore not but a misinterpretation of their natural state. This being the case, calls to close the New Orleans port will go unheard. Good, God-fearing folk have my assurance that there is nothing to fear. Signed, Governor Murphy J. Foster.
Speculations on what happened in the countryside bayous of Louisiana back in the end of the 19th century are many, varied, and conflicting to say the least. Rumors upon rumors spread throughout the state, where outlandish reports suggested that collective madness drove the population insane. As the rumors began to spread like wildfire, pressure on the local politicians to intervene began to mount. But instead of intervention, the situation was downplayed, suggesting that it was nothing but lies and misinformation from the poor. However, as eyewitness reports and personal testimonies began surfacing from within the bayous, it immediately became apparent that something much more sinister was occurring within the swamps. Something even the worst of nightmares couldn't have prepared anyone for. When unexplainable deaths suddenly began occurring within the bayous of Louisiana, what started out as fear for the return of a deadly disease, the so-called yellow fever, a disease that had been absent in New Orleans for almost 20 years and was alleged to have claimed the lives of over 100 within the span of a few months. It only seemed that a logical conclusion could be drawn to the current state of affairs. But as the number of casualties continued climbing, it didn't take long before the population feared that it wasn't the yellow fever at all, but rather the outbreak of a new plague, the start of a new epidemic. Governor Murphy J. Foster, the residing governor at the time, dismissed these fears and speculations with a cold ruthlessness, stating that the deaths and diseases were nothing but the natural state of the poor and uneducated population residing within the bayous. And because of this, the notion to close the New Orleans harbor was dismissed, and international access to Louisiana remained a possibility. As people continued to perish within the bayous, the disease that was silently killing off the population would soon become the lesser evil, as the body of the deceased would no longer remain dead, but would instead rise from their graves as simple-minded, raging fiends with nothing but the desire to consume the living. These walking abominations would be referred to as grunts, and seemed to define mankind's understanding of natural science and biology. How they could move with torn limbs and severed muscle fibers, let alone function with their internal organs rotting, seemed incomprehensible to the local doctors and researchers who began to study them. Within these grunts, flowing through their entire bodies, a black substance, almost as thick as tar, was found, and was initially suspected to be the driving force behind the grunts. It was slowly becoming abundantly clear that this wasn't a regular epidemic. It was something far more wicked. But the question on everyone's mind, where it had come from and how, was still shrouded in mystery. But the grunts were only the beginning. No person could have predicted just how grim of a turn the situation was about to take. Within weeks of the initial rise of the dead, virgin pregnancies began occurring among the local female population, the youngest documented pregnancy being as early as 13 years of age. And while doctors would reject the notion of this being humanly possible, the medical professionals within Louisiana would soon realize that they weren't dealing with anything human anymore. As the fetus of a young girl was removed from her surgically, the girl herself, upon seeing the fetus, described it as being a hard and dead piece of chewed up wood, and definitely not something human. Luckily for this particular female, the procedure had, unbeknownst to herself and everyone else, saved her from a fate far worse than death. This point in the Louisiana timeline would mark the inception of the so-called Hives, and the end of hope for any woman within the bayous. spawned through virgin pregnancy, which every woman within the infected region of Louisiana could be subject to. These ungodly abominations would gestate within their hosts, forming hard, wooden-like beehives, before emerging from within, bursting through the victim's ribcage, tearing apart its host in the process. The disfigurement would reveal a bee-like hive residing within the victim. The hive would emerge with a force so powerful that it would break the victim's spine in half, leaving the upper body hanging down the host's side, forcing its victim to persist in a mangled state of ceaseless agony. These hives and the bees, flies, moths, and other insects contained within it would all serve as the carriers for the corruption, spreading it from victim to victim, increasing the number of infected within the population. These infected, who would eventually die from the exposure to the corruption, would then inevitably turn into grunts, further adding to the horrors of this atrocious nightmare that was now unfolding. Panic and chaos ignited like wildfire. People fled their homes trying to escape this evil that had befallen them. The ones that either couldn't or didn't make it out confined themselves to their homes, barricading their shelters and houses to the best of their ability, hoping to ward off these monstrous atrocities ravaging through the swamps. These attempts at survival would prove futile, as even the slightest bite, scratch, or contact with another person infected with the corruption would lead to one's demise. One by one, the surviving population crumbled from within, as friends became enemies and family members turned on each other, either because of the spread of the infection or simply because of the fear of potential infection. Slowly, the bayous turned into an occult cesspool of the dead, the soon-to-be dead, and the ever-increasing presence of demonic abominations, each more terrifying than the other. While these events were kept secret from the rest of the world, and the deaths within the bayous were publicly explained as the regular state of the poor, researchers who ventured into the bayous would manage to bring out reports and sightings of the horror within the area. This caught the attention of a single man, Dr. Philip Huff Jones, who upon seeing these reports seemed to have an understanding of what was happening. As the director of the American Hunters Association, the AHA, an organization of bounty hunters who for hundreds of years had been hunting the wicked and occult for the greater good of mankind, he was certain this was the doing of a so-called Sculptor, an otherworldly entity who had somehow managed to transcend to our world from another plane and unleashed its horror upon mankind. The terminology documented and used by Dr. Jones alone suggests that this wasn't the first time that the AHA had been involved in an event similar to what happened in Louisiana, but when and where these other events might have taken place is purely left to speculation. In an attempt to contain the spread of corruption, Dr. Jones established the so-called hunting grounds, opening up the area of Louisiana to any member of the AHA, in the hopes that the prospect of hunting both monsters and humans alike, the hunters of the AHA would rid or at least contain the source of infection to the bayous until Dr. Jones himself could figure out a plan to remove the Sculptor from the realm. That was the plan, at least. However, while Dr. Jones' original intentions were to remove the Sculptor from Louisiana, this idea didn't sit well with everyone. A lot of people, both within and outside of the AHA, had come to enjoy the rewards they could reap within the bayous, the fame that came with being a triumphant hunter, as well as the rush of adrenaline that came from hunting these wicked creatures and the other hunters within. Taking this into account, Dr. Jones' lack of better judgment led him to divide his attention between managing the AHA and overseeing his own experiments in his asylum, putting other less suited people in charge of the bureaucratic decisions within the AHA. This led to corruption and internal power struggles in the organization, which quickly rippled out negatively among the hunters. The decline of the AHA would essentially lead to a disgruntled member of the organization killing Dr. Jones, in the hopes that this would crumble the AHA entirely from within. With the death of Dr. Jones, the structured organization of bounty hunting within the Louisiana collapsed. Smaller splinter organizations formed, and this led to a situation where smaller factions and independent hunters opposed each other in endless expeditions within the hunting grounds of Louisiana, completing contracts for monetary gains by collecting bounties for wealthier people who hoped to catch a glimpse of the horrors contained within the bayous, where the alleged presence of the Sculptor had corrupted the area to such a degree that no living thing could survive for more than 60 minutes without succumbing to the evil within. This being said, While theories, speculations, and hypotheses about what the actual cause of the Louisiana events are, if the Sculptor even exists, if it's a physical manifestation of hell on Earth, or something completely different, the dead ends and unsolved mysteries leaves us with nothing but questions. Questions we might never get answers to. Hey there, Hazmat here. Thank you for watching the video. If you enjoy this type of content and would like to see more, please let me know in the comments below. Big shout out to Evil Roy, Tip, Clara Leon, and Mass, as well as Hyde. Thank you guys for your contributions. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Ever since the dawn of mankind, we as a species have been inclined to hunting. In the early days of our history, we did it out of necessity, purely to sustain ourselves, a simple cog in the machinery of natural survival. But as history progressed and the quality of our living conditions increased, we eventually began hunting animals as a sport, hunting them for trophies, not out of necessity, but for the thrill of the chase, the thrill of the kill. And now we've gone beyond that. Now the chase is no longer for animals. Now we hunt each other, what hides in the shadows, and evil lurks within the darkness. The Hunters of Louisiana were a collective of rather eccentric individuals attracted to the prospect of hunting the most extreme of prey, both demons and humans alike. This led them to the bayous of Louisiana, where demonic entities had overwhelmed the native population and left endless opportunity for the thrill of hunting. For within the hunting grounds, fame, fortune, and glory were all found in abundance, if you had the guts to enter, and the prowess to make it out alive. These hunters of all genders, ages, nationalities, and occupations would flock to Louisiana from all over the world. And while their motivations and aspirations might have been vastly different from one another, they were all united under the same desire: to hunt for one or several of the lucrative contracts within the bayous. A challenge that until the winter of 1894 was restricted to only the most naturally gifted of mankind, hunters born with the ability to resist the effects of darkness and channel the world of shadows. However, this would all change with the creation of the serum and the initiation of the blood ritual. The creation of this serum, a dangerous concoction with more side effects than benefits, was a complex procedure of barbarous slaughter, human sacrifice, and ceremonial conjuration, carried out by a particularly ruthless hunter by the name of Lynch. She was known by other hunters to be untrustworthy, to say the least, and would eventually end up killing Dr. Huff Jones, the director of the American Hunters Association, due to their disagreements. But that is a completely different story for another time. The ritual for the serum would require a live human body. The subject would of course have to be incapacitated with blunt force, and then pacified with a powerful sedative, as no human in their right state of mind would ever agree to what would follow next. With their tongue removed to ensure they couldn't call for help should they wake up in the process of the ritual, the victim was nailed to the ground through hands and feet with large railroad spikes. The conjurer would then gouge out one of the victim's eyes, which along with the tongue would be used for the summoning itself. The victim's entire body, except for their face, would then be flayed with surgical tools, leaving nothing behind but the exposed muscle tissue beneath. The skin and flesh would be stripped and dried in the sun and braided into a sacrificial rope, which would come into use later. On the remains of the tongue inside the victim's mouth, a message with the conjurer's name would be sewn into place, a so-called calling card to the other side, if you will. A pentacle of salt would be laid out on the ground, with the victim placed on the border of the circle, functioning as both bait and as a bridge to enter the pentacle. Inside and outside of the circle, demonic symbols would be painted with ash, completing what would function as both a summon as well as a trap. And with the bait in place, the trap was ready, and there was nothing left but to wait. It wouldn't take long before all of a sudden something otherworldly would appear. Something too other to be described in words. A creature, entity, or demon. Words that all seem a little too human to describe the physical appearance of this faceless abomination that would be drawn to this sacrifice. Like a shark smelling blood in the water, it would approach the victim with its large purple tongue, licking greedily at the exposed muscles of the victim. Then, with the demon atop of the victim, the conjurer would spring into action, pushing the demon into the pinnacle before lassoing and binding it with the sacrificial rope made out of the victim's skin, permanently trapping it under its spell. The conjurer would then kill and distill the demon through a week-long process that would eventually turn the demon's corpse into a liquid that could be filled into syringes, the so-called serum. This serum gave anyone who dared inject it into their bloodstream a strong, though not permanent, resistance towards the influence of evil found within the bayous. It also protected female hunters from the unspeakable fate of becoming hives, as well as the potential of them giving birth to so-called meatheads, which were the result of natural pregnancy within the bayous. And most importantly, it gifted them with the ability of sight. The hunters would use the sight to channel shadows and darkness, putting them in the middle of what they described to be a drifting storm of leaves of ashes, momentarily making them able to track otherworldly energy that poured into our realm through so-called rifts. These rifts were used by demons to travel between our world and their own, and the hunters would perceive these rifts as a strong, blue glowing energy that would be impossible to unsee, even when they closed their eyes. And like a moth into the flame, they were drawn to it, unable to refrain from giving into its intoxicating pull. A faint static or howling accompanied the glow in the rift's immediate surroundings, as if the rift itself were calling out to the hunters. Upon finding one of the rifts, the hunter would consume it. The hunter's soul would be engulfed in fire as they would spiritually be dragged into hell, experiencing countless deaths over and over again. Fingers broke, lacerations and deep cuts tore through their skin, joints were bent out of their sockets, fingernails pulled from their roots, all while hundreds of teeth bit into their flesh, jaws crushed their bones, necks were torn and twisted, and skin was boiled and charred. Time went by in an instant and stood still for an eternity at the same time. As they returned to their own world, the hunter would have narrowed down the location of the contract, taking them one step closer to the lair, making them able to proceed in their mission. And while the pain of the interaction with the rift was ungodly, the thing the hunters seemed to remember the most was the smell of their own burned flesh and the stench of sulfur that reeked from the remains of the rift. Yet despite all of this, most hunters would long for the warmth that came with consuming the rift, as they would grow cold and weary without them. A dangerous game of diminishing return, like a heroin addict slowly building tolerance against his addiction. The rift would provide the hunters with momentary warmth and satisfaction, but would, unbeknownst to them, take a fragment of their humanity with every interaction as well. Eventually, when 3 rifts had been closed, the hunter would know the location of the contract they were hunting, allowing them to approach and kill this otherworldly entity before banishing it back to hell. Upon the completion of the banishing, the hunter would remove the bounty from the remains of the demon, granting him a temporary ability to detect other hunters through darkside. What these bounties actually were, still unclear, even to this day. But it's no secret that wealthy people outside of the bayous paid a lot of money for them, making the hunting grounds a lucrative business opportunity for people who had very little or absolutely nothing to lose in life. With every safe extraction from the hunting grounds, the hunter would not only become more experienced, adapting to events and their surroundings, becoming a more ferocious predator, they would also grow closer to the other side, intertwining with darkness ever so slowly to gain supernatural abilities, far beyond what our own world would allow any regular human. Some hunters were rumored to have thickened their skin, giving them the ability to survive violent blunt trauma, sustain heavy internal bleedings, and gain a natural resistance towards fire and toxins. Some hunters were even rumored to have been able to raise fallen comrades from the dead and close rifts from afar purely by the use of their minds. Some could resist the darkness within the hunting grounds better than others, being able to operate as hunters within the bios for decades without seeming affected by the influence of evil. Others would lose themselves to darkness almost immediately, crumbling under the fear, stress, and anxiety, letting madness take a hold of them before finally succumbing to the will of the demons, becoming yet another part of the mindless horde of atrocities wandering the swamp of Louisiana. Whatever their motivations might have been, if it was the thrill of the hunt, the hope of finding fame, building a reputation for themselves, even the simplest of desires, such as providing a steady rate of income, there is no arguing that the occupation as a Louisiana hunter was a high-risk, low-reward job in a fierce and hostile environment where expectations were shattered immediately, lives were extinguished in an instant, and souls were bound to the eternal horrors of damnation and torture forever. Hey there, Hazmat here. I just want to give a big thanks to Rexley. He is basically a human encyclopedia of Hunt Showdown knowledge, and has helped me a lot in putting this video together. If you enjoy this type of content and would like to support the channel, don't forget to like the video and hit the subscribe button, it all goes a long way. I have also set up a Patreon account where you can support me and the creation of further content for a single $1 a month. Link is in the description below. Thank you for watching, now I'll see you in the next one. Humans have always used their social bonds as a strength in overcoming adversities, whether it would be to fight off ferocious predators in nature, defending their village against outsiders, going on the offensive in the hunt for prey, or to exterminate enemies of their particular way of life. The strength that comes with numbers has always been undeniable, but like a double-edged sword, great numbers come with a price, for within great numbers, differences in opinion would become inevitable. Segmentation and tribalism would divide the group's purpose, and in the social commotion of faltering alliances, individual opportunists would often see possibilities for violent exploitation. The hunting grounds of Louisiana were home to several different factions during the late period of the 19th century. These factions were ultimately opposed to one another, not just in their respective stance on their purpose in the bayous, but also their moral compass, religious inclination, and potential destiny in the afterlife. These factions all left their individual mark on the cataclysmic event that unfolded in Louisiana in one way or another. Some united to fight against evil, some united to become part of the evil, and others just took part in the atrocities for their own greedy benefits. And within this first chapter of Hunters, you will find all three aforementioned subjects. An old saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and nowhere is that as true as with the American Hunters Association. Also known as the AHA, instated in Louisiana by Dr. Huff Jones, the director of the organization, preceded by his father before him. The American Hunters Association was a well-established community of naturally gifted hunters who had been engaged in the hunt for paranormal activities and demonic entities for hundreds of years prior to the Louisiana event. The intentions of the AHA's presence in Louisiana was to contain and rid the spread of the corruption, as they had done with several other incidents throughout history. But as time would show, that was far easier said than done. The organization was by far the largest operating faction within Louisiana, mainly due to it opening up the trade of hunting through the distribution of serum known as the inoculum, which enabled anyone who wasn't a naturally gifted hunter to venture into the bayous without immediately succumbing to evil. And while this accessibility to the common person gave a surge in members of the AHA, the director, Dr. Huff Jones, diverted his attention to personal matters, conducting atrocious experiments on live human subjects within his asylum, instead of tending to the ever-growing cesspool of greedy and power-hungry degenerates who would flock to Louisiana in the hopes of living out their wildest dreams of killing and plundering. At the same time, the AHA had plenty of researchers active within the bayous, tending to the understanding of the evil they were facing, finding and cataloging behavioral patterns, methods of attack, and weaknesses of each monster roaming the swamps. But this knowledge, however thoroughly cataloged, was inefficiently passed down to the active members within the organization, resulting in poorly trained, uninformed, and inexperienced hunters venturing into the bayous, unaware of how to overcome any of the deadly foes they would face within the swamps, having to resort to a trial-and-error style approach where only the strongest managed to survive. And while other factions had camaraderie, trust, and integrity, sticking together within the hunting grounds as allies, it wasn't uncommon for AHA members to openly stab each other in the back for their own personal gain. A physical manifestation of the expression, every man for himself. In the end, the internal power struggle would see conflicts of interest clashing, as numerous people within the organization felt the corruption within Louisiana was to be put to an end, essentially saving mankind from the torment of evil influence, while others wanted to keep the bayous at a status quo, letting the demonic entity stay active so they could continue to partake in the endless opportunities of hunting and slaying of both demons and mankind, in what can only be described as a sick and twisted funhouse for only the most greedy and deranged humanity had to offer. The indecisiveness of Dr. Huff Jones in terms of a judgment call would ultimately lead to his demise, as he was killed by one of his own subordinates, a woman by the name of Lynch, who deemed that the organization was rotten to its core. The death of Dr. Jones led to the organization crumbling from within. Huff's partner, Finch, would step in and take over the remains of the failing organization, leading a group of loyalists still devoted to the cause of the AHA, which at this point was clouded like murky waters. Finch would break off into his own faction, which in turn led to more and more independent splinter cells forming in the power vacuum that followed. One of those cells was the Night of the Hunter, a blood cult founded by the Nightseer. Known by other hunters as a so-called Doomsday Cult, they eagerly awaited the death and destruction of our world, and these hunters thrived on the demonic presence and welcomed it with open arms. Known associates of the Night of the Hunter included the Night Acolyte, among others. They were a group of radical fanatics obsessed with the blood of the demons they hunted. They considered the demons themselves and the blood within them a holy artifact, a source of otherworldly salvation that would save them from the death in this world, when the ringing bells of the apocalypse would begin to toll. They used the blood of the demons for both cosmetic decorations, as well as powerful incantations, written onto their skin and clothes, rumored to have granted them both powerful abilities, as well as shielding them from the effects of darkness. On the opposite side of the Night of the Hunter was the Devoted, founded by Isham Gerd, the creator of the Healing Waters Church, who also went by the simple name of the Reverend. This chapter of fanatical Christians preceded the AHA, having been present in Louisiana for more than 20 years prior to the demonic event, and was devoted to cleansing the swarms of evil by the righteous force of God, smiting the hellish fiend in their divine crusade for the greater good. Driven by an unyielding desire to gain the appeasement of God, Isham, who was once a joyful preacher, would slowly turn paranoid, fanatical, and angry, leading him to motivate his subjects through fear, horror, and intimidation, preaching of nothing but the ruthless, eternal torture that awaited them in the afterlife, should they fail to find redemption in this life. However, the Devoted grew too fanatical and lost most of its influence within the bayous. Only Isham and his most devoted followers remained. Isham and the Devoted have been credited with predicting the arrival of the Sculptor in Louisiana, almost as if they sensed this diabolical energy converging on them, or as if they had been given a sign from a higher power. The fate of Isham himself, however, was believed to have been the result of a curse from a widow that drove him mad, letting his own anger consume him in a raging hellfire of unstoppable fury. Similar to the Devoted in terms of religious faith, but with a completely different purpose in life, there were the Sinners. While very little is known about them, they were believed to be primarily Muslim of religious faith. Simeon the gun poet and John Hayward Hunter were both believed to have been members of the Sinners, a chapter of hunters who believed themselves damned for their actions of becoming hunters. These particular individuals had nothing to lose in this life or the next one, making them extremely dangerous adversaries who had little to no disregard for their own life or safety. And in the middle of all the chaos within Louisiana, there was also the law. This is where it becomes difficult, if not completely impossible, to define the officers of the law as a direct faction within the Louisiana hunting grounds, mainly because the moral compass of the individuals within the law of New Orleans varied like night and day. On one hand, you had Marshall Brewer, a selfless woman who went above and beyond the call of duty to infiltrate the AHA in order to figure out just exactly the organization was hiding within the bayous of Louisiana and why they hadn't been successful in the original mission they set out to do. Her mission was selfless and strictly devoted to the salvation of the people within the swamps. On the other hand, you had Sheriff Hardin, where Marshall Brewer would venture headfirst into the swamps, potentially sacrificing herself in the fight for the greater good. Sheriff Hardin had a much more cynical and sinister approach to the removal of the demonic entities within the bayous. Convinced that the end always justified the means, Hardin's approach to ridding the world of evil was to fight fire with fire. Recruiting convicts and orphans to his cause, Hardin would send armed adults and children alike to their dooms within the swamps, hoping to starve out the demonic presence by overwhelming it with sheer numbers. And while his methods of sacrificing both men and children might have seemed cruel, sadistic, and downright inhumane, he served an important role in halting the spread of the corruption within Louisiana. However, the convicts and orphans he recruited proved unreliable, and because of this, he ended up contributing to the chaos that followed both before and after the collapse of the AHA. In the middle of all this death and destruction, a particular community stood out among the others, namely the Voodoo community. While lacking an official name, this chapter of Hunter devoted to Dr. John, also known as the Bone Doctor, was certainly not unknown within the hunting grounds. The roots of voodoo are deeply tied within Louisiana, and associates of this particular chapter were well known to be adept in the arts of dark magic, and while the Bone Doctor himself was an omen, dreaded to be even mentioned among other hunters, due to the rumors and urban legends circulating around him. Other members, such as Felice, were slowly gaining notoriety as well, with rumors suggesting that she was able to shapeshift at will, taking on the form of dark feline creatures. Other associates includes the Weird Sister, though not a lot is known about her. This particular chapter of hunters were rumored to be accomplices of the devil, fighting for the corruption and not against it, having gained untold amounts of dark power through their connection with the other side. Allegedly, the Bone Doctor possessed an inhuman ability to heal and recover from wounds, so obscene that it was rumored he might have been the sole cause of the very plague everyone was fighting within the bayous. However, people spreading these rumors didn't live for long, as Dr. John, who might have been the most misunderstood individual of the demonic Louisiana period, retaliated against people who had persecuted him for his religious beliefs. It was suspected he had been the victim of Christian propaganda from hunters who feared the practice of voodoo, subjugating him to lies and misinformation about his actual intentions within the bayous, which by most accounts suggests that he and the rest of the voodoo community was actually fighting against the Sculptor, but as several sources seem conflicting on the issue, it will remain clouded in mystery until more information surfaces. Besides all of the chapters and factions within Louisiana, there were of course also a lot of individual agents and independent hunters, and while most hunters will agree that it was always wise to have someone else watching your back, some hunters favored not having the off chance of getting stabbed in the back by the hunter who was supposed to be looking out for them. Some hunters would refer to the principle of having strength in numbers. However, when the integrity of a given chapter's members is suddenly drawn into question, and several violent sociopaths are looking to fill several positions of power, numbers won't matter for long when former colleagues start tearing each other apart. Hey there, Hazmat here. If you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel. It all helps a lot more than you think. A big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on future content, and which you can join for $1 a month. As always, I want to give a big thanks to Rexley. His knowledge of Hunt Showdown is simply immense, and he has contributed a lot to making this video. I also want to give a big shout out to Tip for providing creative feedback and constructive criticism. A big thanks to both of you guys. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. In the brief span of the Homo sapiens' evolutionary existence on this planet, it has in but a speck of Earth's history managed to reproduce, migrate and spread its presence to almost every corner of the world, gradually surpassing every other species on the planet to take its place as the world's dominant apex predator, uncontested and unrivaled by anything else. However, humanity's pro-social capabilities that served us so well in terms of security through strength in numbers would ultimately prove to be our greatest weakness as well, as within the dense social structure of villages, towns and cities, any highly contagious virus would have all the suitable vectors it would ever need, and should a solution to an outbreak within a densely populated area prove futile, the results could be rampant, devastating, and ultimately have the potential to be the cause of our race's very demise. While it's still unclear when and where the first case of the corruption occurred, it didn't take long for it to spread among the smaller populated areas within the bayous of Louisiana. And while diseases and bacterial infections wasn't an uncommon occurrence in the damp and bug-infested area that the infection had chosen for its initial breeding ground, people were quickly noticing just how fast this disease was spreading, and how unusual its effects were, should you be unfortunate enough to contract it. Speculations on the transmission of the disease itself remain uncertain and inconclusive to this day, as no one seems to quite understand exactly how the disease managed to spread itself so quickly, whether through direct contact, droplets, if it was carried by air or vectors, or maybe all of the above. It certainly didn't help that the poor and unaware population of the bayous failed to take any methods of precaution in terms of containing the initial stages of the outbreak, if that would even have been possible. And while the transmission of the infection seemed fast and exposure to a lot of people happened within a small time frame, the symptoms that followed initial exposure were slow and agonizing. The initial onset of effects would mirror that of a simple flu, with fevers, tremors, and physical weakness within the victim. However, the second stage of the infection would manifest itself within the victim's brain, causing anxiety, paranoia, nightmares, and vivid hallucinations, making the victim question their own reality as the inevitability of insanity would slowly encroach on them. In this second stage, the victim would be prone to extreme anger, violent outbursts, and have an inclination to maim and cripple others through severely sadistic methods of abuse and torture, making them an immediate danger to anyone in their vicinity. Whether or not the victim was contagious in this stage is unknown, but allegedly, victims would describe an unyielding desire for the taste of raw meat, constantly feeling hungry and unsatiated, no matter how much they ate. In the third and final stage, the infection would take a hold of the victim in its entirety. Blackouts would occur where the victim would go on murderous rampages, awakening in a pool of someone else's blood deep within the swamps, without any recollection of the events. However, one thing was always the same after the blackout: the taste of blood in their mouth. The blood of someone else. Not long after the onset of the third stage of infection, the victim would ultimately meet its demise, dying to what would seem like natural causes to anyone that hadn't experienced a violent change in personality. These symptoms and their severity seemed to differ depending on the location of its victims. While the outskirts of the bayous were initially untouched or barely affected, its victims dealt with long periods, sometimes months of suffering, before finally succumbing to the infection. The deeper parts of the swamp, however, were affected much quicker, seeming to perish within days, if not hours, once the infection had taken a hold of them. It almost seemed like there was a source for the corruption, nestled deep within the bayous, whose immediate presence, not unlike a source of strong radioactivity, emitted a corrupting force that became more and more deadly the closer one came to ground zero. However, it wouldn't take long before the fear of the virus itself was replaced by something far worse. For the dead, both the recently deceased and the ones that had already been mourned and buried, would suddenly come back to life, once again walking the earth as mere husks of their former selves. These abominations that would later be labeled as grunts were confined to the most basic desire of any organism: the need to feed. The lack of documentation for when and where the first grunt occurred, the so-called patient zero, leaves much room for uncertainty and speculation of how the events exactly unfolded. But what is certain is that when the grunts rose from the dead and started roaming the swamps, the situation has suddenly become much more volatile. For while the source of the corruption, residing somewhere deep within the bayous, would slowly eat away at the inhabitants in the surrounding areas, any physical contact with these grunts would drastically accelerate the process of the infection. Any scratch, bite, or simple break of the skin caused by these monsters were a certain death sentence, and as the grunts continued to rise from their graves, the rate of casualties rose as well. Within months, the infection had killed off hundreds within the bayous and infected even more. Initially suspected by outside parties to be the yellow fever, the people surrounded by the infection, still unaware of the supernatural phenomenon occurring within their population, was certain it was something else. They just weren't sure what. Rumors of plagues, rabies, mass insanity, and collective madness ran rampant, and the people called for immediate aid from the local politicians, begging them to intervene and help. These calls, however, would go unheard. Left to fend for themselves, stuck in the middle of this unfolding chaos with the dead walking among them, the population within the bayous realized there was no outbreak of insanity, and even worse, no one was coming to help them. Having to make do with what little tools and resources they had at their disposal, their wooden sheds, shacks, and shanties were barricaded, and spiritual walls with holy incantations were positioned around the constructions in a desperate last attempt to gain help from any higher entity that might still have been watching over them. With hopes dwindling as the population slowly fell to the corruption, desperate measures were taken in trying to understand and hopefully fight the corruption. Autopsies done by survivors within the barricaded shelters would reveal several shocking revelations, revealing the very cause of the illnesses and strange effects that had plagued the population and its victims. This discovery would be labeled by the medical practitioners as the corruption itself. This phenomena existed within the bodies of all the victims, where it took form as a fixed substance with the same color and consistency as tar. This substance would gradually replace every ounce of blood within the victim, and would upon death continue to pulse through the body. The substance would seem to originate from the heart, which also seemed to be the only organ directly affected by the corruption. The heart would grow deformed and spherical, while its color would turn dark and black, before its surface and texture would become venerated, like the wings of a horsefly. This corruption that was pumped out into the body's veins would feed huge amounts of larvae, now living in every vein of the body. These larvae would later become moths, flies, and other sorts of insects, hatching within the victim. What the purpose and function of these insects might have been is still unclear to this day. Speculations were made by certain medical practitioners that this substance, the corruption, was the driving force behind the grunts, almost as if some higher entity was controlling their bodies against their will, and that the victim was still alive somewhere within. This invisible force was puppeteering these lost souls trapped within their horrific cage of otherworldly torture. Similar observations were also made by local individuals with deep ties to voodooism, labeling these grunts as zombies, which in Haitian folktales is an individual being controlled against their will by dark magic. So once again, the question would arise, was there a source for this corruption? And was it this source of corruption that was controlling the grunts? While the local population would remain completely clueless as to how to identify, avoid, or even deal with this rampaging nightmare, stuck as merciless victims in a deteriorating environment where even the terminal aspect of death seemed an uncertainty, an outsider, completely unrelated to the situation, had through his contacts heard of the outbreak and had immediately identified the sole problem and the source of the corruption. This outsider decided that it was his duty to intervene where no one else would, so with the intent of saving the population, he would set course towards Louisiana to find an end to the evil that had befallen us all. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was only part 1 of the story of the corruption, so stay tuned for more. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on future content and which you can join for $1 a month. Link is in the description below. A big thanks goes out to Tip and Rexley from the Hunt Showdown Discord, who as always proved to be human encyclopedias of lore and knowledge. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you on the next one. While initially it might have seemed like the situation in the bayous of Louisiana couldn't get any worse, as the corruption had infected and killed off a majority of the local population, before bringing the dead back from their graves to prey upon whoever still drew breath within the swamps, things were about to take a turn for the worse. The outsider, a man by the name of Dr. Huff Jones, was the director of the American Hunters Association, an organization that for hundreds of years had hunted the demonic, the otherworldly, and other paranormal activities on the American continent, arrived in Louisiana through the New Orleans harbor and immediately set up his base of operations, where he would conjure up a plan to deal with the corruption. Having identified the source behind the corruption as a so-called Sculptor, an entity from another realm or universe that had transcended the barriers between our world and its own, and which had the capacity to manipulate and create occult and wicked abominations by harvesting and assimilating organic material. Huff's organization were familiar with the phenomenon, having dealt with such an entity in the past, and knew that the rampant effects of the corruption could prove problematic if left unchecked. As he surveyed the situation, Huff saw that the effects of the corruption were about to spill over from the bayous and potentially move towards larger cities, which undoubtedly would have caused a chain reaction, as the corruption would have gained access to an almost unlimited supply of vector carriers and potential infected, an outcome that could threaten the very existence of mankind, and a situation that required immediate containment. Because of this, Huff opened up the so-called hunting grounds and allowed his associates of the organization to enter the bayous with the purpose of killing the monsters lurking in the swamps, hoping to contain the spread of the corruption and ultimately find and destroy the source of the problem. The demon hunters, also referred to as hunters, some naturally immune to the effects of the corruption, others inoculated with a simple herbal concoction that protected them from the effects of the corruption, took to the bayous, striking down the grunts as tenaciously as their weapons and will allowed them, But it would seem that Huff had underestimated the ferocity of the corruption, as by now, thousands of grunts were roaming the swamps, and the hunters had very little success in making a dent in the overwhelming forces they met, as any number of grunts that were killed were easily replaced by the corruption. With no end to the forces on the other side, it was obvious that if they were to contain the corruption, they would have to approach the problem from another angle. Huff then turned his attention to the rifts, as he saw these portals as the direct influence of the Sculptor's corruption, from where its destructive effects oozed into our realm, spreading and contaminating anything in its immediate area. Huff hypothesized that by closing off the Sculptor's source of influence, he could potentially rob it of its power and effects within our world. Huff offered hefty sums of money to any hunter brave enough to approach these portals with the intentions of closing them off for good. Initially, the plan seemed to work. One by one, the rifts were closed off by the hunters of the organization, and it seemed to have an immediate effect on the corruption's influence within the bayous. And with the Sculptor's presence deteriorating, it didn't take long before Huff felt confident that the organization would be able to contain the spread of the infection. But then, something odd happened. Fewer and fewer hunters seemed to come back from their expeditions to close off the rifts, and the ones that did bore horrible tales of new evil now lurking within the swamps. The mutilated corpses of women, torn apart by protruding beehives, were now roaming the bayous. These atrocious walking nightmares marked the end of any naturally living women within the swamps, as they were spawned within the womb of any female that lacked protection against the effects of the corruption within the hunting grounds. These hives carried thousands of ferocious bees and hornets within them, each with a venom so potent that any natural resistance or protective serum against the corruption was rendered ineffective immediately, allowing these swarms to kill off any hunter within seconds should they be careless enough to get too close. However, as if the journey through the hunting grounds hadn't become dangerous enough already, the hunters that actually managed to reach their destination at the rifts were now faced with another challenge before they could close them off. Guarding these rifts were a new variation of the grunt, heavy, armored, and far more vicious in terms of ferocity than any regular grunt. Cocooned from within the corruption itself, molded in several layers of what visually resembled the same material as a beehive, but with structural behavior of wood, these armored were protected by a thick chitinous casing, and these sentinels would now safeguard the rifts from any approaching hunter, chasing them down with relentless speed while being almost completely invulnerable to regular firearms, catching the hunters off guard before striking them down. Huff contemplated the situation. The hunters had shown up in the bayous, resistant to the effects of the corruption itself, and immune to the spread of the infection for the grunts. In the light of this, a new threat had emerged, coincidentally with the ability to infect and kill the immune hunters, while at the same time, the rifts that they had been targeting specifically and closing off were suddenly safeguarded by a ferocious monster with the capability to withstand gunfire. It was all too odd of an occurrence to be coincidence. It would seem that the corruption, contrary to any other rampant disease, wasn't just driven by a chaotic desire for pure consumption. No, it was aware of the AHA's presence. It had adapted to their response, and it had taken measures against them to preserve itself. Huff was speechless. This Sculptor was unlike anything his organization had encountered before. However, the escalation of force that followed after these initial encounters with the Hives and the Armored would make everything prior pale in comparison. Having resided in a defensive posture, forming a protective barrier around itself with the Hives warding off the hunters and the heavy armor protecting the rifts, The corruption now went on the offensive. The first wave of direct attacks came through packs of giant rabid dogs. These humongous canines would move in packs of 2 to 4 and were specifically meant to track and target hunters active within the bayous, stalking their prey relentlessly before chasing them down and mauling them. Rumored among some to be rural mastiffs mutilated and changed by the corruption itself, others would argue that they might have been something dragged out from the pits of hell itself. However, if there was any personification of hell within the bayous, it would be in the shape of the Immolator. In bodies of roaring fire and raging fury, the Immolators were walking powder cakes of relentless anger, forcing the hunters to exercise extreme caution within the bayous, as any piercing of these monsters' skin would cause a fiery explosion and trigger an unyielding rampage of attacks, igniting any surface or hunter caught in its path. While the armored were susceptible to piercings and stabbings, any piercing attack on an Immolator would spell disaster for its adversary, making it possible that the idea behind the Immolator was to overburden the hunters with complication in terms of a viable weapon choice. The new threats, however, weren't just contained to the fields and plains of the bayous, for within the murky waters of the swamps emerged another source of evil, known as the Water Devils, consisting of thousands of small worms initially created within the stomach of a hunter who had consumed rotten food. These murderous entities consumed their host from within before spilling out into the waters of the Louisiana bayous. Here they existed in large colonies that violently ravaged ecosystems, causing the extinction of any aquatic animal or organism found within the hunting grounds. And while contained to the waters, the Water Devil posed from a trauma standpoint the greatest danger of any monster within the bayous, being able to kill off anything that ventured into its territory within seconds. But the biggest change to the corruption, the Meatheads, came through a direct attack on the female hunters within the bayous. Not to anyone's surprise, some hunters were engaged in relationship with other hunters. These relationships led to intimacy, and intimacy led to childbearing. However, these children now growing inside the female hunter were not inoculated, and the vast majority of them would not develop a natural resistance to the corruption, and because of this, the Sculptor saw a perfect opportunity. Corrupting the fetus within a powerful female hunter led to the birth of this spawn of the devil that tore itself from the womb of the mother, towering far above the tallest man alive. This behemoth of an abomination, both blind and deaf, was basically impervious to damage and used leeches as external sensory organs to both see and hear threats around it, which, when detected, would be chased down with relentless and immensely powerful attacks. These massive creatures would now guard the dozens of compounds within the bayous, which would serve as the most important part of the corruption's influence, the lairs of the Sculptor's emissaries. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was only part 2 of a 3-part story, so stay tuned for episode 3. A big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on future content and which you can join for a $1 a month. Link is in the description below. As always, a big thanks to Rexley and Tip from the Showdown Discord for always being there to add knowledge, critique, and guide my approach to these videos. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. The amount of questions left unanswered when it comes to the Sculptor's presence, reason, and purpose within the bayous of Louisiana are so insurmountable that even more than 100 years of history and research still leaves us wondering what actually transpired in those swamps at the end of the 19th century. But what little knowledge we have compiled over the years tells a horrific and gruesome tale of how what lies beyond the realm of the dead conspired to harvest and assimilate the living into unspeakable amalgamations from only the darkest of nightmares. While the Sculptor's influence had been enough to corrupt, infect, and eventually kill off the local population of the bayous, it would seem that the desolate swamps weren't the actual target or reason behind the Sculptor's arrival in our world, but rather an intermediate staging area for something of far greater magnitude. It would seem that the Sculptor itself was more than capable of utilizing its corrupting touch and influence to manifest itself within people, slowly suffocating the life out of them with this disease, before turning their dead bodies into undead servants. However, in terms of recognizing threats, assimilating flesh and equipment, protecting its own environment, and actively furthering its own agenda, the Sculptor required the assistance of several emissaries, each with their own individual task and purpose in the corruptions campaign within our realm. While not immediately obvious to any of the parties involved in the incident of Louisiana, when dissected in hindsight, a pattern emerges that reveals simple military strategy in the methods of approach used by the corruption. And the first step within any aggressive or invasive method of attack is to figure out your enemy's capabilities. The first of the Sculptor's emissaries was cloaked by shadows and darkness. The bloody trail left by the blade of the assassin is one of the earliest testimonies to the existence of the Sculptor's emissaries within Louisiana. Initially spotted in 1890, 5 years prior to the massive outbreak, but suspected to have been active in the area for much longer, it is believed that the assassin functioned as the eyes and ears of the Sculptor within our realm, doing reconnaissance, trying to establish the most effective locations for the initial stages of the infection. The assassin would survey and map the area. At the same time, as stealth and discretion were vital aspects to the success of the Sculptor's early plans, the assassin would function as a surgical tool, removing any immediate threat to the plans of the Sculptor by identifying, stalking, and eliminating hunters or anyone who might have gotten too close to the truth about the corruption's presence and intentions within the bayous of Louisiana. The second of the Sculptor's emissaries, more bird than man, its body, once a paraplegic soldier of the Civil War, had now, through the implementation of improvised prosthetics and grotesque surgeries, turned this former human into a dark silhouette considered by many hunters to be death itself. With its piercing screams of pain and agony announcing its presence throughout the bayous, Scrapbeak would function as a gatherer for the Sculptor, like a magpie, greedily hoarding tools, equipment, weapons, and anything else it could get its hands on, allegedly providing the Sculptor with the necessary materials to create, modify, and alter the other corrupted beings and entities found within the Dead Zone. The third of the Sculptor's emissaries would be known as the Butcher. The Butcher was by far the largest creature within the Dead Zone, towering far above any other human, with the decapitated head of a pig as its crown, and the warped body of a meathead. This behemoth of fire and rage would consume the living with both physical trauma and relentless hellfire. Nigh invincible, immune to pain, and with unstoppable ferocity, the Butcher would serve as the Sculptor's vanguard, suspected to lead attacks against prevalent problems within the Dead Zone. To use an analogy to differentiate between two of the active emissaries, if the assassin was the Sculptor's scalpel, surgically and carefully removing problems one at a time, then the Butcher was its hammer, instated into situations where brute force took precedence over sly cunning. The fourth of the emissaries was the arachnid terror simply known as the Spider. a description that was given to it by hunters and researchers who had only seen the entity from afar. For once observed up close, the striking horror would become immediately apparent to anyone that this horrific amalgamation wasn't just an overgrown arachnid, but rather the culmination of something so macabre and unspeakable that even the most deranged of psychotic minds couldn't have dreamt of its origin. As a walking mass grave, the spider would function as the worker of the sculptor, creating areas of hibernation where the cocooning of armors would take place. However, the spider would also seem to have a more natural purpose. As the sculptor's spread of infection and corruption is well known and documented to have been dispersed through insects, it is speculated that the spider, an arachnid driven by a primal instinct to hunt insects, would roam and protect the outer perimeters of the dead zone, immobilizing, dispatching, and destroying any rogue entities that would have fallen out of the sculptor's influence and wandered too far on the outside of the corruption's area of effect. The spider would essentially be the guardian of the sculptor's secrets. While active within the bios, each of the emissaries performed their specific tasks. However, the emissaries would suddenly find themselves targeted by the American Hunters Association. Having been singled out and recognized as being essential to the sculptor's campaign, the organization of hunters began offering lucrative contracts for the destruction of these agents of darkness. Finding themselves outmatched in the open fields of Louisiana, where the speed and agility of the hunters, combined with the power and range of their projectile-based weapons, would prove a huge disadvantage, the emissaries would retreat to their base of operations, the layers within the dozens of compounds, and instead of facing these new threats head-on, would let the hunters come to them, hoping to take them out in an ambush, where they would face these ferocious hunters in fierce battles. It is rumored that the slain corpses of these emissaries would grant the victorious hunter immense and untold powers, beyond anything within the human realm. However, it should be noted that among the hunters, the researchers, and the affected civilians within the bios, the stories, tales, and exaggerated claims surrounding the infection and the emissaries themselves are almost endless. Hunter after hunter has told the fable of them slaying one of these agents of darkness. However, as no physical proof exists of anyone ever killing any of these emissaries, it makes the potential of these claims being valid highly unlikely. Which then begs the question, what happened to the emissaries? What happened to the corruption? And what actually happened within the bios of Louisiana? Ultimately, what the initial, mid-stage, and eventually end goals for the sculptor might have been, we will most likely never know. But we do know of some accounts that tell tales of the corruption spreading as far as New York before being eradicated. On top of that, hunters from as far as the Middle East, Scandinavian countries, and Far Asia, who were all familiar with the effects of the corruption, leads us to a vague conclusion that the spread of the infection was indeed a worldwide phenomena. However, as most of the documentation from this period seems to have been lost, destroyed, or hidden, what actually happened, how it happened, and how it ended will most likely remain a mystery for all eternity. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was my final video about the corruption itself, and I hope you've enjoyed it. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on future content and which you can join for $1 a month. Link is in the description below. I also want to thank Tip and especially Rexley from the Hunt Showdown Discord, whose interpretations of the lore has helped immensely shaping this final video. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Our destiny, the afterlife, and what lies beyond the earthly realm is a question that has occupied mankind ever since our ability to contemplate our own mortality. But while the prospect of walking the righteous path, surrendering one's soul to otherworldly entities for eternal bliss and salvation might seem like divine tranquility, our greedy desire for power and exploitation could easily lead us astray and damn us forever to a realm where the pain is endless and the suffering incomprehensible. Experimentation, direct contact, and even close proximity to the corrupted area within the Louisiana bayous would prove to have negative consequences that reach far beyond what anyone could have ever predicted. While the source is uncertain, the outcome is well known, and the direct consequences of overexposure to the paranormal would be labeled as damnation by those closest to it. While initially without symptoms, an inexperienced hunter might find themselves oblivious to the consequences of interacting with the other side. However, any seasoned veteran of the bayous will tell you that every action has a consequence, and meddling with powers beyond our realm and understanding will not only cost you a part of your soul, it will engulf you in eternal darkness and swallow you whole, if you let it. The initial side effects of damnation might not have been physically or mentally visible until the affected had reached an active state of rotting decay, where both the mind and body would slowly crumble. However, visible symptoms would become immediately apparent through bodily deformation, as cancer-like tumors would form underneath the skin. The victim would turn pale, and the smell of decay would saturate them as they would lose human emotion and mannerism, while their soul was slowly consumed by darkness. While it remains unclear how long a hunter could resist the corruption and stagnate damnation, it seems to have been affected by many factors such as physical strength, mental resolve, fortitude and perseverance, and even something as simple as one's determination. It also remains uncertain exactly what causes damnation in hunters, whether it is the very presence of the Sculptor itself, the corrupting touch of the infected within the bayous, the merging of hunter and the other side through interaction with the active fissures, the consumption of the contaminated serums, occurs by a higher power, or perhaps something different entirely. But no matter what, while the destiny of a damned hunter's soul is unknown, the end result of damnation in our world would always be the same. Dr. Huff Jones, the director of the AHA, as well as many of his subordinates, believed that the damnation was a sign that God had abandoned them and left them to fight the demons by themselves. But it would seem that in times of dire need, salvation would appear in the strangest of places, for within the Sculptor's own world of corruption and decay, a single spark of hope would reveal itself to the hunters. In a letter to his association, Dr. Huff Jones told the story of a hunter whose name had been lost decades ago, who had found a source of salvation within the Sculptor's own world. Dr. Huff Jones urged any hunter that showed or felt symptoms of impending damnation to venture into the bayous and find this source, not only to cure themselves of the corruption's rotting grasp on their soul, but also for the potential of bringing back this rejuvenating energy to be used in research and utilized by the organization itself. This newly discovered source was labeled as rifts. The rifts, unlike the fissures or clues that the active bounty hunters within the bayous were chasing, were also tears in the fabric between our world and the Sculptor's, where dark energy from the other side would leak into our realm. However, contrary to the clues, which radiated with immense negative and dark energy, eating away at the hunter's soul, corrupting their very essence with every interaction, the rifts were booming with positive energy. Essentially, the rifts and the clues were polar opposites of one another. Each rift contained the potential to remedy some of the damage caused by the curse or corruption that had eaten away at the affected hunter. making the rifts an irresistible possibility for any individual looking to find the closest thing a human would get to actual salvation in our world. However, one rift by itself wouldn't be enough to save a hunter from damnation. Instead, a pool of energy from 4 rifts would have to be accumulated and merged to activate what was known as the Wellspring, a finite well of exceptionally pure energy which could be used to cure any soul of the corrupting effects of darkness. Once activated, the hunter would slowly siphon the energy from the pool of the Wellspring. However, the AHA weren't the only chapter familiar with the benefits of the Wellspring, meaning that this initiation would call upon every other cursed hunter within the area, who would converge on the initiator with murderous intentions, hoping to save their own soul, as the pool of the Wellspring contained only enough energy for a single hunter. It would seem that this energy could easily be stolen by simply killing the initiator. This ironically led to the rejuvenating Wellsprings becoming bloody killing grounds where the damned hunters would fight for the right to wield this otherworldly energy. And while the energy released was immensely pure and remedial, the Wellspring itself was highly volatile, its integrity slowly being compromised with every second it remained open. As the final drop of energy left the Wellspring, a portal would open, giving the wielder just enough time to escape before the portal would collapse and trigger a cataclysmic event that would kill anything else in the area, leaving nothing behind but the sole survivor. Wielding the very essence of the Wellspring, the hunter would now have the ability to rid themselves entirely of the corruption, and through this, save themselves from damnation. Having been on the edge of being consumed by a terminal illness, the hunter was now given a second chance at life, free to do whatever they wanted. However, as history shows, most of these hunters, addicted to the thrill of the chase, the urge for occult power, and the appetite for destruction, didn't abandon darkness or leave the bayous. On the contrary, the Wellspring itself now seemed to provide them with a possibility to continue their ways within the hunting grounds, leaving them stuck in a perpetual cycle of killing, corruption, and restoration, where they would spend the rest of their lives until meeting their inevitable demise. Hey there, Hazmat here. If you're new to the channel, I have a ton of other videos related to the lore about Hunt Showdown. They're all available in a playlist right here. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on future content and which you can join for $1 a month. Link is in the description below. A big thanks to Tip and Rexley from the Hunt Showdown Discord for always helping me with the story behind the video. And thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. In the wake of the suffocating corruption that slowly strangled the life out of the state of Louisiana, the dead had risen among the living, families crumbled, friendships shattered, and factions and alliances fell apart. What remained at the end of the rope, as humanity hung on to the few remaining threads of its existence, were shattered groups of radically different beliefs, each of them desperately clinging on to their own point of view as the fate of our world slowly inched towards annihilation. The Death Pact. Chosen by death itself, driven by the desire to set the world straight by eradicating the twisted creatures of the Sculptor and those who should choose to follow in its shadow, the members of the Death Pact seek to shed light on the darkest of mysteries within the bayous. Why is death in disarray? How did people return from the land of the dead? And what will it take to rid the world of this imbalance? Determined to restore the natural order of the world, The Death Pact has vowed to destroy the corruption, rid the realm of the Sculptor, and once and for all, close the door to the land of the dead. The demented, rotten to the core, believing themselves to be the manifestation of the Sculptor's true power on Earth. The demented perceive the Sculptor as a god and embrace the corruption, hoping to take their rightful place on the other side in the aftermath of the merging of the realms. They perceive the entities created by the Sculptor as impure abominations, and that by purging them, they hope to claim the right as the corruption's purest avatars. The Drowned Pact. Bloated, decay, returned. The members of the Drowned Pact are part of what has skewed and offset the balance of nature and caused the disturbance between the forces of life and death. Brought back from the land of the dead by the demon Lynch, they're cursed by the entity's lingering shadow, now forced to do her bidding. Granted another chance at returning to life, the Drowned Pact roams the bayous, desperately clinging to the last hope and redemption while trying to free themselves of the curse that haunts them. The Grounded. Hoping for a better future, in search of the source of desolation, the Grounded Pact fights to preserve nature and prevent the bayous being devoured by the corruption. Led by the desire to cleanse our realm of otherworldly influence, they seek to establish and maintain a balance of the order that holds our very world together. The Infernal Pact. Through flames and fire, their rage knows no limit. Bound to embrace the chaos in the bayous, the Infernal Pact seeks to fight fire with fire. Following the path of the AHA, led by Mr. Chary, the Infernal Pact seeks to gain an understanding of the Sculptor and its otherworldly power, hoping to use the demonic source of knowledge to burn out the festering corruption that is taking a stranglehold of our realm. The Lunar Pact. In the light of the moon, the Lunar Pact has vowed to follow its prophet and champion, Kevin Linus, whose only goal is to rid the world of the twisted experiments of Mr. Chary, who has caused the poisoning of the moon and corrupted it with disease. In order to save their guardian and stem the tides of the corruption, the Lunar Pact are willing to sacrifice both life and soul to ensure that order and balance is restored within our world. The Primal Pact. The Primals cherishes more than anything the sweet rush of adrenaline from the thrill of the hunt. Among the marked targets of the Sculptor, the Primal Pact finds a special place for themselves within the tainted lands of the corruption, believing these entities not to be otherworldly relics, but rather prized possessions that should be hunted as trophies. Yet when they discovered a new source of raw, ferocious energy, instead of hunters, they became its guardians, now watching over this magnificent otherworldly entity. The Smuggler's Pact. Feverishly greedy, the members of the Smuggler's Pact seek to reap the rewards of the crashed and stranded ship known as the Delphine that somehow managed to return from the land of the dead. The untold riches hidden within the depths of its cargo hold brings about only the most self-centered and greedy of individuals. Bold, brash, and reckless, they are ready to risk their lives for the simple promise of profit. Hey there, Hazmat here. That concludes the current state of the Pacts within Hunt Showdown, but I'm certain with the current direction of the game and its events, More packs will follow soon, leaving potential room for a part 2 somewhere down the line. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Get Your Boy, the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the VIPs, Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminal Bob, Corey Peterson, Michael Fornhill, Mordef Menace, Hein, Slip, Stas Piestek, Sunrise Phoenix, DJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, all the regulars. If you want to support me and the channel, consider signing up for the Hunters Lounge either here on YouTube or on Patreon. Link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. The definition of uncommon is described as something or someone unusual, something out of the ordinary. And while the people who ventured into the bayous of Louisiana at the end of the 19th century to partake in the killing of demons, humans, and other creatures alike could definitely be classified as uncommon due to their predisposition for violence, greed, and cruelty, it would take a rather unique individual to stand out among such people, to be uncommon among the uncommon. However, among all the dark and jaded souls found within the bayous, a single individual would stand out among the rest. A dark and wicked soul with an inhuman and unyielding determination, whose actions would cause a ripple effect of violence across the bayous, as she, determined beyond life and death, would become one with evil and wage a personal vendetta against darkness itself. One fateful morning, several years before the demonic incident in Louisiana, a young girl would emerge from within the forest, unnaturally white-haired and with eyes as black as coal, who by the looks of her had been left to fend for herself in the wild for quite some time. Her innocent, youthful face was covered in dirt and filth. Her hair was tangled and messy, her clothes saturated with mud and ripped and torn apart in most places. The young girl was discovered by a group of warm-hearted people living nearby who took her into their village. Seeming unable to speak and severely detached from reality, the girl would for a moment become the center of attention in the village as the inhabitants tried to figure out where she came from. While the villagers discussed her situation, noting that they had never seen a child as dirty as this one before, the young girl was left to herself, sitting on the ground in front of them, shuffling a deck of tarot cards, which were all mixed and matched, seeming to be compiled from several different decks of cards, and which seemed to be her single and only possession. From the deck of cards, the girl would draw the Arrow Queen before placing it on the ground in front of her. The Arrow Queen is meant to represent a protective and self-sacrificing woman who would be a formidable enemy to anyone who would cross her or her loved ones. Then, the Six of Arrows, interpreted to be a sign of victory. She then drew the Red King for herself, a card that represents the ability to manifest energy of the unseen world, with the intention of bringing it into our own, for the purpose of utilizing it for great power. The cards that followed after was the 4, 5, 6, and 7 of Swords in rapid succession, respectively representing pain and trauma, conflict and potential defeat, a rite of passage, and greedy or thoughtless behavior. Without speculating or the need for a deeper interpretation, the young girl immediately understood what the cards were telling her. They never lied to her. And as if prompted by something else, the girl gave an acknowledging nod, swept up the deck of cards, and grabbed a machete hidden beneath the dirt next to her. She calmly approached the villagers, who all immediately went silent, before she brought the machete down on them. Steel met skin with a sickening clash. Flesh tore, bones broke, and the tranquil sound of birds was suddenly drowned out by tormented screams of agony. But the girl remained silent and emotionless as she cut them all down. They would find no more reason to speak in this world. What happened to the villagers from this point on is purely left to speculation. It is, however, important to note that Lynch was a gifted individual, far beyond that of other hunters in terms of the dark arts, born with an exceptional intuition and fortitude, as well as a natural understanding of the paranormal, the Kabbalistic, clairvoyance, and the darkness that lurked within the void. Some believe that Lynch sacrificed the bodies to a higher entity through an occult ritual in order to gain powers far beyond that of any other person in the human realm. The events that followed between her discovery in the forest as a young child, as well as her early adult life, are cloudy and uncertain at best, but her presence within the hunting grounds became apparent quickly, as she would rise to infamy in Louisiana, known as a vicious and downright sadistic killer who had some sort of unknown connection to the other side. And while at this point her motivations were unknown, it became abundantly clear to people within the Louisiana bayous that she was on a mission against darkness itself. She cared about nothing but destroying the source of corruption within the hunting grounds. And through visions and consulting of her deck of tarot cards, she saw that in order to combat this evil and its army, she would have to get an army of her own. Wherever hunters had the ability to tap into this otherworldly energy found within the corrupted area, it's believed that Lynch had a much deeper understanding of the demonic energy. Her knowledge of the other side seemed far greater than anyone else's, and through this natural affiliation she would use her instincts to concoct a serum using the boiled and distilled blood of captured demons, which when injected would grant the ungifted a resistance towards the corruption, the gift of sight, and the ability to tap into the arts of dark magic. It is suspected these abilities were derived from a fragment of the hunter's soul transcending into another realm upon the injection of the demonic blood, allowing them to partially become one with the other side. However, the price that came with using this serum far outweighed its benefits, as the injected demonic blood would slowly eat away at the hunter from the inside, like a raging cancer consuming its host. Skin would pale, lesions would slowly occur, the hunter's demeanor and personality would drastically change, loss of sanity could occur, and in worst cases, the serum would outright kill the hunter or even rob them of their souls, damning them to an eternal fate far worse than death itself. But the process of creating the serum required a live human subject every time, which made very little difference to Lynch. Life didn't matter to her, certainly not the lives of others. And with the slow-growing population of demon hunters venturing into the bayous, all she had to do was wait before an unsuspecting victim would show up. But should she fail to find a hunter to prey on within the bayous, she would then turn to one of the cottages, one of the families trapped within the swamp. Fathers, mothers, children, it didn't matter to her. They were all dead anyway. They might as well make themselves useful for one last time, and she nailed them to the ground all the same, before gouging out their eyes, sacrificing them to the other side. With this new serum at her disposal, all she was missing was subjects. This is where the man of the law, Sheriff Hardin, came into the picture. Hardin was still green and inexperienced, a newcomer to the hunting grounds, but he, just like Lynch herself, saw the bigger picture in terms of fighting the corruption and wasn't afraid of spilling the blood of so-called innocent to fight off this evil that had infested the bayous. Lynch saw opportunities in the well-connected Hardin and took him under her wing, showing him the ropes, training him in the arts of dark magic, rituals, and most importantly, how to create the serum. Hardin, a man who had strong ties with the politicians of New Orleans, was able to conscript both convicts and children to fight for the greater good, under the promise that they would gain their freedom if they worked for him. And unsurprisingly, these lost individuals confined to the lives of correctional facilities all agreed to work for him. However, had they been told what they were about to venture into, it's unlikely that any of them would have complied at all. The recruitment process was simple. After the completion of a ritual, most likely orchestrated by Lynch, that required the prisoners to walk around a pentagram of demonic symbols, all while chanting an oath over and over, Hardin only needed to know one thing. Can you kill? The prisoners would then be forced to kill another prisoner in what Hardin considered to be a sign of loyalty. For some of them, the taking of another person's life seemed almost impossible. For others, it was almost too easy, and the sole reason why they were in prison to begin with. But no matter what, if they completed the task, they were rewarded with the inoculation of the serum. The ones that survived the intense agony following the exposure to the demonic concoction would ultimately be sent on suicide missions within the bayous without any explanation, guidance, or supervision as to what they might expect or how to overcome it. Stacked against all odds, plunged into this horrific realm of violence, mutilation, and death, the prisoners and orphans, unsurprisingly, didn't fare too well. Not only that, but the lucky ones that made it back alive, actually managing to claw and scrape by, surviving this hellish nightmare within the swamps, would on their return be killed off by Hardin himself, as a careful precaution, seeing that he feared the potential retaliation of the few remaining survivors when they realized that he was the one who had exposed them to it all, a solution that Lynch commended. Lynch and Hardin would together make quite an impact on the infection in its early stages, forcing back the ever-growing population of grunts with what they considered to be nothing but disposable sacks of meat. However, both convicts and children alike proved to be unreliable foot soldiers, suffering catastrophic casualties on even the simplest of missions due to their lack of experience. Lynch and Hardin realized they had to turn somewhere else if they were to stand a chance against the darkness. Hardin then suggested another approach. For his contacts within the politicians of Louisiana, Hardin introduced Lynch to Dr. Huff Jones, the director of the American Hunters Association, which was a large organization of hunters active within the bayous, who seemed to have the same goal as both Lynch and Hardin. Dr. Huff was a man of science, with an inclination towards experimenting with the occult, had already employed a serum among his subordinates, but its effects were unpredictable and inefficient to say the least, having resulted in some rather horrific outcomes, especially for the female part of the organization. Lynch proposed to provide the AHA with a better serum that would grant a stronger resistance towards the corruptive effects of darkness, which would in turn give women the ability to become hunters as well. But she would of course have to be paid for her efforts. For Lynch, this was a win-win situation. Strengthening the AHA would mean greater forces fighting against the corruption, and earning money on the side would allow her to expand her own cell of hunters, and she would be able to supply them with proper weapons and equipment as well. Huff agreed to the terms, and it didn't take long before the AHA's numbers and presence would increase drastically throughout the Louisiana bayous, and Lynch's campaign against the corruption grew even stronger. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was only part 1 of Lynch's story, so stay tuned for the conclusion. Big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on new content, and which you can join for $1 a month. As always, a big thanks to both Rexley and Tip from the Hunt Showdown Discord, who both contribute immensely to the creation of these videos. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. With the AHA at her back and the eagerness of dozens upon dozens of new, inexperienced bounty hunters joining the fray within the hunting grounds, Lynch couldn't help but marvel at the progress she had made. They were all so greedy, so rash, impatient, willing to throw themselves at the corruption for the prospect of earning a poor man's labor. Never before had she seen so many people eager to die for so little. It was almost beautiful. Lynch's visions would also become more and more frequent. In them, she saw herself triumph over darkness with 2 silhouettes at her side, and the cards, which she consulted on the regular, agreed, foreshadowing her as the victor in this paranormal struggle, should she find the right help. And as if prompted by the cards themselves, whispers from the corners of the bayous reached Lynch's ears. Durant the Blackcoat, A ruthless murderer and infamous hunter had been killed. Not a strange thing, considering he was a vicious man who had made dozens and dozens of enemies throughout the bayous. However, what was strange was the people who had finally managed to kill him. Two young girls, twins actually, by the name of Jose and Fina, who at the young age of 16 had managed to kill one of the most notorious independent hunters of the bayous, all by themselves. But that wasn't all. There was a touch of irony to the story, so sweet that Lynch, a woman who didn't believe in coincidences, was certain these girls were the silhouettes she had seen in her visions of triumph, and she was eager to meet them. Accompanied by her faction members, Lynch tracked down the girls and found them within a small cottage in the swamp, and when she laid eyes upon them for the first time, she wasn't disappointed. Strong for their age, having been raised by a smith, they had worked the forge and anvil from childhood, and were exceptional in the creation of weapons, tools, and equipment. The girls remained silent, eyeing up this strange woman now standing in their home, inquiring about them killing Durant. They nodded. Durant had killed their father, so they had killed him, and burned the bodies afterwards. Curious as to how two young girls had managed to kill such a ferocious hunter like the Black Coat himself, whether it had been luck, a stroke of fate, or something else. Lynch inquired whether the girls actually knew how to use any of their weapons and equipment. Before she finished her sentence, a bolt from a crossbow whistled through the air, striking the man standing behind Lynch in the chest, sending him crumbling to the floor in a painful groan. A subtle smile ran across Lynch's lips. She was impressed, but Lynch knew something the twins didn't, the whole reason she was there to begin with, and revealed that the blacksmith who had raised and fostered them all of their lives wasn't their father at all. The man who had come to reclaim them, William Durant, the Black Coat, the man the twins had killed, was actually their father, and now dead by their own hand. Lynch told them that he had killed their mother 16 years before disappearing, and probably came back now to finish the job. The twins reacted with indifference. They were cold and laconic by nature, not unlike Lynch herself at that age. Now almost twice as old as them, Lynch saw possibilities in the two girls and offered training if they would help her fight against the corruption, suggesting that they might get answers about their past life and family should they choose to follow her. The twins didn't need to consider their answer. They would. Lynch took to the role of training the twins, weapons, shooting, and tactics. The twins were naturally gifted killers, just like Lynch suspected, and they learned quickly, embracing the art of hunting, stalking, tracking, and killing, carving out the hearts of many other hunters, gaining notoriety within the bayous as the prospects of Lynch. Feeling the balance of power shifting in her favor, Lynch's confidence was growing, and the cards told her that the twins were almost ready. With the presence of the AHA and the twins behind her, Lynch began a violent campaign that left a trail of blood and bodies across the bayous. Wielding her infamous machete, a blade that had cut down more innocent people than both hunters and monsters altogether, and was covered in demonic engravings, pentagrams, and other infernal symbols. She also carried an automatic shotgun nicknamed the Black Widow. It was obvious Lynch's choice of weapons reflected her personality. She was up close, personal, and deadly. Demons, monsters, men, it didn't matter. She would annihilate anything that got in her way. Her reputation for extreme violence, extortion, manipulation, and human sacrifice preceded her. But what stood out most among the stories about her was her ability to sustain ungodly amounts of injuries. Stabbings, shrapnel from explosions, gunshots, whatever people would throw at her, she remained relentless, pushing through mortal wounds that would have killed a regular man, determined to destroy anything in front of her. Lynch carried herself with such disregard for her own life that people began to speculate that she might not have been human at all, and what started out as rumors that she might have been cursed by the corruption itself slowly turned into an urban legend of her being something out of this world, something else, something immortal. And in the middle of all this commotion, Lynch seemed to finally have attracted the attention of something from the other side. Something that knew what Lynch was planning, and that something would try to interfere. A deity from the other side saw the lethal allies the twins had become to Lynch, and in the darkness of night, it made contact with them. The deity comatose the two twins by injecting them with venom through snake bites.
Do not toward your allegiance so easily. You do not belong to her.
Possessed and incapacitated, the deity tried to harvest their souls, wanting to use them on the other side.
Your second initiation begins today and ends when you find me again.
But in the nick of time, Lynch got in its way as she found the twins collapsed on the floor of the smith, immediately recognizing the bite marks of the other deity. The cards and her visions had foretold that if the twins weren't properly prepared, they would either die or join the other side in the fight against her. They had to live. Failing to save the twins with natural medicine and medical procedures, she resorted to dark magic, laying down chalk symbols on the floor, and performed a ritual, hoping it would revive them, or at the very least, prevent their souls from passing over to the other side. Luckily, the ritual was a success, and the twins both came to, and while the process of recovering from the effects of the snake deity would be long, Lynch had averted immediate catastrophe. However, the voice of the snake was etched into the minds of the twins.
Lynch cannot be trusted.
In the wake of Lynch's crusade against darkness, Dr. Huff Jones had benefited greatly, and while he may not have trusted Lynch, the AHA had become a powerhouse of influence within the bayous, where Huff now ruled with an iron fist, no longer looking for the eradication of the corruption, but rather maintaining the current situation, as there are so many benefits in engaging with the dark arts from the other side. Conducting various experiments on the living, the dead, and the corrupted, Huff was chasing the dream of somehow concocting a scheme for immortality, hoping to become something more than a mere human. This didn't sit well with Lynch, however, who was hell-bent on destroying the corruption, no matter the cost. And the lack of progress from Huff and his goons, who were more interested in killing other faction members and each other for their own greedy personal glory than they were eradicating the corruption, had her worried and angry. Lynch requested a personal meeting with Dr. Huff and did what she always had done. She consulted her deck of cards, fanned it out in front of Huff, and made a simple request.
Pick a card.
I don't abide parlor tricks.
Neither do I. Pick one, Huff, and hope it's not the last thing you ever do.
The Two of Arrows. She wasn't surprised. The card suggested that nature's balance had been skewed by erroneous judgment, based on either incorrect information or greed. She knew the cards never lied. Huff was in her way. He had become too concerned with reaping the rewards of this plague that was ravaging the bayous to be an actual ally. He could no longer be trusted. But Lynch still had one more mission for him. The mission was the sole purpose behind the twins' training, the retrieval of a weapon Lynch had seen in her visions. But not just any weapon. A weapon in a realm beyond the human world. A weapon with the power to destroy gods. The weapon was contained within a realm outside of Lynch's reach, as her affiliation with the other side prevented her from ever entering. The twins, however, were more than able to enter. Huff wasn't pleased. He knew about the legend of the weapon and considered the mission to be suicide, chasing nothing but a myth. He had sent enough men to their graves already, but Lynch didn't care. The twins were expendable, just like everything else. Nothing was more important than her revenge, and Huff reluctantly agreed, sensing that his life might end abruptly should he refuse her request. Huff provided the twins with enough details to get to the land of the dead, and how to get back from there once they had completed their mission. Huff then sent the twins on their way, and Lynch left them in his office. This complete disregard for others' well-being, as well as her own body and life, was immediately apparent to anyone around Lynch. Her experimentation with explosives, toying with rituals of sacrifice, and her attempt to weaponize anything she saw lethal potential in made her a reckless and dangerous individual to both herself and everyone else around her. Rumored to have invented several contraptions used by other hunters, such as the Hive Bomb and the Flash Bomb. Her reckless nature would finally get the better of her, as one of the explosive devices she was tinkering with went off prematurely, blowing her to pieces in her own camp. Even though she was hard to kill, immortal as some would say, laying on the ground there, all of her clothes torn off by the explosion, bleeding from dozens of gashes and wounds, she knew she had to do something drastic to stay alive. Something that would keep her going for long enough to get her vengeance. In a sea of crimson red blood pouring from her body, she managed to jam a vitalizing syringe into her arm, giving her just enough strength to gouge out her own eye. She was no stranger to pain. In some sense she welcomed it, and considering her situation, what other alternative did she have? Her body had served its purpose. The least it could do was to get her to the other side, and with her eye as a sacrifice, she recited an incantation and pledged a sinister oath before she vanished into shadows and darkness.
Your initiation will be completed today.
At the same time, somewhere inside the dead zone, the twins emerged from within the land of the dead. They had gone through an endless maze of tight and narrow caverns, scraping by in knee-deep filth for what must have been hours before finally reaching their destination. With ember stones they had brought for a ritual, they had completed the initiation and transcended to another realm, where they stood before the Lord of the Dead. Having surpassed him in a challenge, he granted them the weapon they sought and let them out, but the twins had both heard the whispers of the snake deity within the cave, and it echoed within their heads. Lynch was not to be trusted. While the twins traveled back from the dead zone, Lynch met with Huff once again. The corruption was spreading, and Huff wasn't doing what he was supposed to. Lynch felt they were losing the fight against darkness, and she needed his help for one more task. Her visions indicated she was at a crossroad. Something had to be done, but Huff was busy consulting a female patient by the name of Nellie, who was clearly deranged, rattling on about angels in her heart and snakes in her stomach, both of which talked to her inside of her head. Lynch, who didn't believe in coincidences, saw the crossroad right in front of her and immediately sprung into action. Before Huff could even react, Lynch had a jagged knife against his throat and asked Nellie what the voices thought of that. Nellie replied that the angels were pleased, but the snake wasn't happy about it at all. Lynch didn't hesitate. The knife sliced through skin and sinew, and Huff fell to the floor, clutching his throat. Lynch took Nellie with her and left Huff convulsing behind his desk, where he choked and drowned in his own blood. She didn't need him anymore. What she needed was the twins and the weapon. As the three met again within the dead zone, Lynch immediately noticed something different about the twins. Voices and whispers. Voices that spoke through the twins. Voices that hadn't been there before. Voices of a snake. The cards had foretold the truth. They had consorted with her enemy. They would try to steal her chance for revenge. The twins were hesitant. They both felt something had changed. Lynch was not the same anymore. She had been to the other side. Her body was that of a human, but the power emanating from behind her facade of flesh and bone was that of a demon. The twins understood now. The snake had been telling the truth. Lynch wasn't a regular human. She was something else, and she had been using them all along, hoping to sacrifice them to gain the upper hand in a personal grudge against one of the other deities. They were expendable to her, just like everyone else, and she would kill them without a moment's hesitation. Touching the soil beneath her feet, Lynch's arm began to change. Sharp claws of a raptor emerging at the tips of her fingers as she dug into the ground beneath her. From the dirt she pulled out a small man, no larger than a doll, seemingly dead at first. But her whispers and mumbling brought the man back to life in a cacophony of painful screams. As his body turned from human to bird of prey in an instant, the bird immediately rose to the dark skies above, before descending towards the twins, claws extended and with lethal intentions. In the moment before the raptor struck the twins, the ground beneath them ruptured, and a large snake shot out from beneath them, darting towards the bird as the two clashed and tangled up in a ball of blood and death. Seemingly even matched in the beginning, the venom of the snake eventually overpowered and killed the bird, leaving Lynch by herself, now facing 3 strong adversaries.
We could have stopped this together!
Together? You mean that you would have mutilated us and sacrificed our lives to satisfy your own grudge?
Lynch was desperate. Her plan had backfired, and the twins would kill her. The snake had corrupted them both, and Lynch had gone from predator to prey in mere moments. If only she hadn't been bound to this pathetic sack of flesh. In the other realm, she wielded so much power. She was unstoppable. But in this world, she was confined to the body of a mere human. Useless. She was out of time, and the twins moved forward to attack.
Time for you to go home, Lynch.
I am not your enemy!
She shut her eyes, the blue energy emerging from a nearby rift immediately apparent to her. It was her only option. She would have to gather her strength and return stronger. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. As she ran, the twins didn't follow, and as she vanished into the rift, it was by all accounts the last time she was ever seen.
Huff is dead. I know. No one left to run the organization now, is there? Not a soul. Then I guess it's time we found Finch.
The stories of Lynch and her vendetta across the bayous are still to this day shrouded and uncertain. Her cold, calculative demeanor, along with her tendencies to exploit anyone for manipulation, deception, and blackmail, accompanied by her brutal tendencies for murderous rage, as well as her lack of concern for the well-being of herself, her soul, or anyone opposed to her, makes it abundantly clear why she might have been one of the most feared individuals to ever walk the soil of Louisiana. But what Lynch actually was, whether a demon, deity, or something else entirely, where she came from and how, what her motivations might have been for her violent vendetta, or if she's still out there, planning her next step, waiting for her chance to strike, we might never know. Hey there, Hazmat here. That concludes the story of Lynch, and I hope you all enjoyed it. As usual, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on future content and which you can join for $1 a month. A big thanks goes out to the voice actors of Lynch, the twins, the Snake Deity, and Dr. Huff. It has been a great pleasure working with all of you. And of course, thanks to Rexley and Tip from the Hunt Showdown Discord, whose vast knowledge of the lore contributes immensely to the creation of these videos. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. November 23rd, 1894, Jackson Asylum, close to New Orleans, Louisiana. A 32-year-old man by the name of William Salter was checked into the institution by his grandfather. Certain that his grandson had completely lost his mind, his mental health collapsed due to a sudden and severe case of insanity. Agitated and violent, William was tearing off his own clothes and showed little to no signs of intelligence. Having temporarily lost the ability to speak, he rather barked and growled at anyone who came near him, almost like a wild animal. Because of his grandson's erratic behavior, the grandfather had considered him a lost cause, a shadow of his former self. Wishing no longer to maintain a relationship with his grandson, the grandfather decided to leave William in the custody of the mental health professionals at the Jackson Asylum. Overseen by Dr. Lemonnier, and under both heavy sedation and fixation, the asylum kept William under observation for the foreseen future. Proving to be quite a problem, William was a danger to anyone who came near him. Constantly growling, he relentlessly attempted to harm the medical staff when they approached. Even when fixated, he would attempt to bite and chew off the restraints on both chairs and beds. Further inspection would reveal his pupils to be fully dilated at all times, though no substance or ailment had been administered, nor was any detected within his body. However, it would seem that during his stay at the facility, this man who was thought to have been lost to insanity and primal behavior would somehow make a miraculous recovery. Over the first 2 months, William regained the ability to speak. His mannerisms would change, revealing that beneath the aggression and violent insanity existed a well-mannered and eloquent man who spoke with clear joy in his voice. Docile, polite, and intelligent, the following month would show significant improvement to such an extent that the man was deemed fully rehabilitated, a complete 180 and full recovery, which resulted in the patient being discharged in the month of February. The successful treatment was confirmed by both Dr. Lemonnier as well as the superintendent of the facility, Dr. Huff Jones. William returned to his home and was reunited with his family within the bayous, though this happy reunion wouldn't last for long. On the 7th of May, only 3 months after being discharged from the Jackson Asylum, William Salter would once again return to the facility, this time accompanied by the police. In a mad rage of insanity, William had attacked a woman in the streets of New Orleans. Like a rabid dog, he had bit the woman across the neck and shoulder numerous times, leaving deep wounds on her body. William was once again taken into the care of Dr. Lemonnier, who assessed that he might be suffering from a relapsing mental condition with small periods of respite. William was once again put under observation, but it would seem that his condition had worsened since his last treatment. He would now experience more frequent violent outbursts, but was also prone to blackouts, as well as conditions that would mimic that of sleepwalking, even though he was still awake, on top of a frequent loss of the ability to speak and overall aggressive behavior. Over the following days, William's condition would further deteriorate, though this time not only mentally. The medical staff of the facility discovered boils and festering sores across his entire body, the largest being the size of an apple. He would maintain a hostile and aggressive persona, lashing out at anyone who came near him, barking and growling in outbursts of anger that the nurses described as disgust rather than fear. When observed alone, William would blankly stare at the wall for hours, almost as if he was stuck in some sort of hopeless trance. But then, from one day to another, William would suddenly recover, regaining both speech, composure, manners, and intelligence. William once again gave the staff hopes of a potential recovery. His improvement showed such progress that he was scheduled for a follow-up interview with Dr. Huff. However, William would never make it to the interview. During a routine examination, William tore himself loose from his restraints and attacked Dr. Lemonnier. With tooth and nails, he bit and scratched the doctor before stabbing him in the neck, arm, and thigh with a pencil. The pencil embedded itself within the neck of the doctor before he collapsed to the ground in a pool of his own blood. Dr. Lemonnier was hospitalized in the infirmary of the asylum, where the tip of the pencil had to be surgically removed from his neck. Upon closer inspection of his wounds, a rather odd saliva of yellow hue and thick consistency was found, but that was not the most troubling part. Severe infection in both the bites and scratches caused by William had already set in, this despite the fact that it only had been mere hours since their infliction. At the same time, Lemonnier was running a high fever in response to the physical trauma. In the chaos following the attack on Dr. Lemonnier, William broke out of the cell and stumbled through the asylum. By chance, he found himself at the office of Dr. Huff Jones, the superintendent of the Jackson Asylum. Finding it empty, he decided to enter and grab what he could, taking with him as many folders and journals as he could carry before he ran out, leaving the asylum behind, once again returning to his roots in the bayous. Back in his cabin, the swarms around William cried out in the night. However, this night, the creature had returned. It wandered the swamp around the cabin, the heavy footsteps coming closer and closer and closer. William didn't dare to contemplate what it could be. Certainly not a human. Lately, the swarms had been full of screams and terrors, and if the papers he had stolen from Huff were to be believed, it could be anything out of hell itself. What had unleashed itself upon the bayous, upon Louisiana, it was death itself, corrupting the very soil around him. He shuddered at the thought. Fortunately, this creature had made an attempt to enter the cabin. Yet William wasn't sure of the date. Cooped up in the cabin, he had spent days, weeks, maybe even months. He wasn't sure if he was feeling better or worse. Better to be free from the asylum for certain, though something about the swarm seemed to burden him ever so terribly, as if the air was saturated with grief and misery. His mind was racing. Head had been pounding for days, and now the fever had set in again. In this state of delirium, his visions came back, dreams and nightmares that plagued him throughout both night and day. He struggled to differentiate between reality and imagination. Between the blackouts, he grasped for the same recurring thought that returned to him every night, the visions always taking him back to that same place. The anguish, the screams, the iron bars. But no matter how hard he tried to remember, each fragment of shattered conscience always seemed to slip through his fingers like sand. That dark place always eluding recognition, remaining but a stranger in his distant thoughts. All he knew was that it happened before Huff, before the asylum. It was something else, something in the cell, something far more sinister. The only thing that seemed to clear his mind was walks and his work. He had read his own file from Huff's cabinet. Dysphoric mood, aggression, grandiose behavior, so many lies. How dared they? As if they had the slightest idea of who he was. They even pretended to know his family. Pretentious bastards. Huff didn't know, but while trapped in the asylum, William had orchestrated plans of his own. He knew the truth about Huff, about the bayous and its monsters, about everything. He was gonna defeat this army of the dead. He would conquer darkness. All he had to do was perfect his work. He just had to practice. He had begun on small animals, making careful incisions, surgically removing appendages, limbs and heads. He was no doctor, not like his father, but he had determination. He just had to keep practicing. His daily walks were now not only leisure, but also a breather from work, a much-needed relief as the confinement to his cabin was slowly driving him mad. However, the pleasure he had found in walking the swamps deteriorated with each passing day. It wasn't just the fever and the sickness weighing him down. He found that the warm summer air was slowly changing around him. The swamps had started to reek, not of brackish water, but of rot. The putrid smell of decaying flesh saturated the air. As if William walked among corpses, the smell seemed to follow him everywhere. The end of our world was nearing. He was sure of it. Darkness was creeping ever so close. William grew more and more maniacal by the day. Disassociation took over as his anxiety escalated. Whatever he had once been was slowly leaving him. Fever dreams took over both night and day. He stopped leaving the cabin, not even daring to get near the door nor the windows. The nights had become... What was that? Impossible. No one knew he was out here. William cowered behind his bed, certain that whatever was out there was bound to kill him. Droplets of fever sweat ran down his forehead and into his eyes. His gun in the cupboard. He had to get his gun. He got down on the floor, making sure to stay out of sight from the windows. Slowly he crawled across the wooden floor, trying his best to stay quiet, not attracting any unwanted attention. Inching his way across the floorboards, he finally reached the cupboard. However, the second he grabbed the handle of the revolver, the knocking stopped. William listened carefully. Not a sound, no footsteps, just the subtle cries of the swamp around him. William mustered up the courage to go outside, looking for whoever might have come to his cabin. Yet, he found no evidence of anyone ever being near it. No footprints in the mud, and no dirt on the porch either. William suddenly found himself questioning his own sanity. Had the doctors been right about him all along? His mind was racing. His head was about to explode. Exhaustion took over. He had to try and get some sleep. William suddenly came to his senses in the middle of the night. He looked around, confused, perplexed. It had happened again, but this time the blackout had been worse, much worse. He didn't recognize where he was, but he was certain it was deep in the swamps. As he licked his lips, he suddenly realized his mouth was full of blood, but not his own. Disgusted, he spat out a big chunk of bloody fur. It made him feel sick. The smell of iron hung in the air. Sickened, he looked down himself. His hands, shirt, and pants were stained with blood. Dazed and confused, he staggered to his feet and began stumbling in the direction he thought to be back home. Through the mud and swamp water, he trotted to the cries of the bugs around him, barely clinging on to consciousness. Requiring every bit of strength he had left in his body, it would take him until dawn before he finally reached the cabin. Worn out, exhausted, he threw himself onto his bed, collapsing in debilitating fatigue, finally receiving some much-needed rest. However, this brief moment of bliss would also be short-lived. William came to atop of a man. With a knife, he stabbed and stabbed and stabbed. Unable to control himself, the knife plunged itself into the soft tissue, tearing apart skin, flesh, and organs. William wept with every stab, tears running down his face as he was overcome with guilt and fear. The shame was unbearable, yet the sensation of power, the thrill of taking another man's life, coaxed him to keep on stabbing. Though the man was already dead, William continued to plunge the knife into his corpse. The ribcage cracked and shattered under the pressure, skin tearing apart as William mutilated the deceased over and over and over again. What was once a man, William had turned into a damp pile of flesh strips, nothing but a wet heap of crimson red matter. The smell was sickening. William looked at the consequences of his actions, certain that he was gonna go to hell. But what did it matter? He was already there. A few days later, in the light of the moon, as William was sitting in his cabin, tending to his work, he heard the sound of subtle steps on his porch. To his surprise, a visitor had shown up, an elderly woman by the name of Mary. What was she doing all the way out here? How did she find him? She seemed disoriented, nervous. William thought he knew her from somewhere, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Pretending to be cordial and hospitable, William invited the old woman in for a cup of tea, though all he had was filthy swamp grass. As the woman sat in his living room and sipped the dark and vile liquid, it suddenly dawned on William that the woman was demented. She couldn't fight, meaning he couldn't use her as an ally in the fight against darkness, but he could learn so much from her. William quickly grabbed a rope and tied up the woman. Now was the time to work. First he had to test his knife. He had sharpened and polished it. It should be ready. And it was. The knife effortlessly cut through the woman's skin, exposing the bone beneath. William was surprised. The knife was much sharper than he had anticipated, and the woman bled profusely. He would have to consult his medical books. He couldn't let her die just yet. He still had work to do, and things he wanted to test. The bayonet dug into the joint. William wasn't sure what bled the most, the gunshot in her shin or the amputation of the leg. Mary had long since gone unconscious from the pain, yet she still moaned. William didn't have a bone saw, just a bayonet, and he had to hammer it at the flesh to amputate the leg. As the knee finally shattered and William could pull off the leg, tearing apart skin and tendons, Mary awoke in a deafening scream of agony. After he finished cauterizing the amputation, William took a break on his porch, proud of what he had achieved. He was a surgeon now, just like his father. As he looked down, he noticed the amputated leg of Mary still in his hand. Then he suddenly realized he hadn't eaten in quite a while, and what a shame it would be to waste such tender and delicious meat. Nourished and saturated, William turned his attention back to Mary. She had been unconscious for a full day now. William regretted amputating her leg. Black lines were running from the festering stump. Blood poisoning was a certainty. William himself was covered in sores as well. He was a mess. The headaches and fevers were driving him insane. Mary could have been an ally in the fight against darkness. Now she was a motionless pile of flesh on his wooden floor, moaning herself into a slow death. That very same day, William saw a man way out in the woods, sprinting through the swamps at full pace. Why? What was he doing all the way out here? And where was he going? William took to following the man, tracking him for the better part of a day. As he finally reached the banks of the bayous, the man was nowhere to be found. Upon further inspection, William found tracks from a swamp boat in the sand, and next to them were the man's boots, his jacket, and a long rifle. It was a Sparks, and attached to it was a high-powered scope, expensive, well-kept, and powerful. A beautiful weapon, a welcome gift in his fight against darkness. The Sparks kicked into William's shoulder with the force of a donkey, its heavy roar echoing out into the swamps around him. A hit, once again. Despite his sickness, he was getting sharp with his aim. The practice was paying off. The bullet had torn through Mary's brittle flesh, blowing out another large chunk of her abdomen. He had tied her to the tree not far from the cabin, and nailed her hands to the trunk as well. There wasn't much left of her anymore. The Sparks could take down an elephant after all, and with the amount of shots he had put into Mary, William estimated he could have killed at least 20 elephants by now. However, William's violent fever came back once again. He could barely stand. He had to rest. He awoke to the racket of heavy stomps and splintering of wooden timber. The creature from many nights ago had returned, now breaking its way into his living room. Headless, bloated, a true walking nightmare. However, the creature was not alone. In his living room stood two young women, or rather, girls. Weapons raised, guns, explosives, and tools strapped across the entirety of their bodies. These girls were prepared for war. The first of the girls lit a small explosive device before she tossed it out of the window. As it went off and the creature got distracted, the second girl stepped forward, wielding a sledgehammer. With inhuman force, she swung the hammer into the bloated flesh of the creature, sending the large behemoth crumpling to the ground. As it squirmed and writhed in pain, the girl stood over it, raising her hammer once again, before bringing it down with a tremendous wet thud. Terrified, gasping in panic, William couldn't believe his eyes. Quietly, almost indifferent, the girls turned from the dead creature to William, their empty stares drilling their way into his skull. His look darted from one to the other. In their endless gaze, William saw nothing but death. And finally, death spoke. "Who's the woman on the tree?" one of the girls asked, her demeanor obvious. William's heart sank. Shame, regret, fear. He began to weep. The tears washed away the mud and blood that covered his face. The girls gave each other a nod before one of them pulled out a pistol, putting it to the temple of William before she finally put an end to his miserable existence. The tale of William Salter and his maddening descent into insanity is a curious subject that leaves us with more questions than actual answers. What kind of trauma did he experience within the prison in the South? What kind of treatment did he undergo under the supervision of Dr. Huff Jones at the Jackson Asylum? And even more puzzling, how exactly did he manage to stay alive within the area of corruption for so many months? It would seem that once again, the answers elude us, leaving us once more with an inexplicable mystery, which might never be solved. Hey there, Hazmat here. That was the story of William Salter. If you're curious about the story yourself, I have left all of the lore entries that I've used to create the video in the description below. Have at it. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusives, Gitchy Boy and Johnny Sevens, the VIPs, Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doug Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminel Bob, Corey Peterson, Pine, Slip, Stas Biestek, Sunrise Phoenix, TJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Cobber. And of course, all the regulars. The Hunters Lounge supports me directly as a content creator, so if you enjoy what I do, consider becoming a member here on YouTube or subscribe to my Patreon for as little as $1 a month. A link is in the description below. And as always, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Nightmarish fever dream. Though this or any description would seem inadequate, it is the closest we get to a spoken definition of the hell that once ran rampant within the state of Louisiana. A time and place where a quick death by mauling, stabbing, or a self-inflicted gunshot to the head was the best possible outcome for any living soul standing in the wake of the Sculptor's relentless corruption. For those unfortunate enough to remain among the living, still present in the state of Louisiana, Eternal damnation awaited, as these poor souls would inevitably be forced into servitude of this malignant entity that had brought with it its corruption and the deepest parts of hell itself. The rapture had finally descended upon humanity. As the dead rose to consume the living, creatures and monsters vile enough to drive fear into the heart of the bravest of men turned our heroes to cowards, and humanity was slowly engulfed in darkness. Yet in the wake of mankind's darkest hour, one man remained resolute, a man who was certain that if this infection wasn't stifled in its infancy, its grasp around the throat of our realm would strangle the life out of humanity. Calculative, cold-hearted, and relentless, he was a man who understood that to save mankind, we wouldn't need to do the right thing. We would have to do whatever it would take. William Hardin, sheriff, enforcer, lawman of the city of New Orleans. Though his past remains shrouded, a mystery to most, bits and pieces can be discovered throughout history, unveiling brief and fleeting moments of his life. Though it is uncertain who approached who, Hardin was taken into the American Hunters Association, the AHA, under the supervision of the superintendent, Dr. Huff Jones. The secretive organization that existed in the shadows of society had for hundreds of years protected mankind by fighting off the unknown, the paranormal, and the otherworldly. Why it was Hardin who was recruited by the organization and not the more experienced and influential Marshal, Phoebe Brewer, is unknown, but one can't help but speculate if the reason might lie within the rumors of Hardin framing a man for the murder of the former sheriff only to take his place. It could be speculated that on the basis of this rumor, Huff deemed that Hardin might have a more suitable moral compass. It is said that in the early days of the corruption's outbreak, Hardin was recruited by a woman who went by the name of Lynch. Motivated to destroy this corruption, she had already acquired a reputation in Louisiana as a person who had a formidable understanding of the other side. She would take Hardin under her wing and teach him the basics, what the other side was, the dangers it brought with it, why to burn the bodies of those they encountered and killed within the dead zone, but most importantly, the creation of the inoculum, a potion which when ingested would protect the body and mind from the corrupting effects of the other side. The two would together roam the bayous, closing rift after rift, hunting the now walking dead, doing their best to grind this infection to a halt, both seemingly sharing the same interest in ridding the world of this disease. Yet their efforts seemed to be in vain, for what began as the dead coming back to life, this infection, just like a cancer, was growing, spreading, changing. And it seemed that with every passing day, the evil that came from the pits of hell itself would bring with it new unspeakable horrors to the swamps of Louisiana. The testimony of a young girl, the account of a new abomination spreading terror and plague among the poor population within the swamps, reached Lynch and Hardin. Upon tracking down this entity, they came upon the broken and shattered body of a woman stumbling through the tall grass, stuck in ceaseless agony, her screams never fading, not even for a second, Her spine had been broken, and her ribcage exploded, shattered from within by a protruding hive structure, which contained an endless swarm of ferocious and infectious insects. The creature immediately turned on them, as it, with a spine-chilling scream, unleashed its massive venomous swarms that relentlessly pursued the both of them. The two fled as fast as they could, seeking shelter within an abandoned bunkhouse. The endless armies of bees, hornets, and flies hammered themselves against the ceiling, boards, and windows. Hardin sealed off the weak points of the building as best as he could, yet the swarm had engulfed the entire property, leaving no chance of escape. Lynch ventured further into the house, and that was by all accounts the last time that Hardin saw her. Assuming Lynch to be dead, Hardin would spend a week alone in the bunkhouse, trapped by the relentless swarm, before he could finally make his escape. As he returned to the AHA, he would become an integral part of organizing expeditions into the bayous with the sole purpose of eradicating the corruption. He was then approached by a man who went by the name Jack Marwick, as well as a woman, one Candice Ree. The two were determined to help Hardin in his investigation and fight against the corruption, yet the reputation that followed Jack Marwick was not one Hardin could confide in, and he kept the two private investigators well at arm's reach, certain that he didn't need their help. Instead, the teachings of Lynch would serve him well, as he not only had a direct understanding of how the other side operated, but also on how to safeguard oneself from its effect and how to combat it. Unfortunately, while Hardin possessed the knowledge, the know-how, and the will, the AHA sorely lacked capable hands to commit to the task. But Hardin then thought of an alternative solution. With the many prisons of the Louisiana state packed to the brim with useless, low-life degenerates, Hardin saw no reason why these people couldn't contribute to the cause. An almost endless pile of disposable lesser humans. He would show them the ropes, and they would lay down their lives for humanity if necessary. At least then, their worthless lives would have contributed something to mankind. Hardin began doing rounds to the different prisons. He would impose simple physical screenings, testing the prisoners' capabilities of running and lifting, as well as making sure that they were in decent enough health to embark on expeditions. If deemed fit for service, he would present the prisoners with an offer: their freedom under his employment, no questions asked. The smart ones turned him down. However, many of them would accept his offer. Taken away from the regular prisoners, the ones who had accepted Hardin's offer were moved into the yard, where they were met by chalked ritualistic markings in strange and concentric fashion on the ground. One by one, they were forced to walk in circles around the markings, over and over, reciting an oath given to them by Hardin. At the end of the ritual, they were given a brackish red liquid and forced to swallow it, a taste of what would describe to be like nails. Then, only one more task remained. Hardin needed to know, were they obedient, and were they capable of murder? In front of each of them, an unknown prisoner would be put on their knees. They were then given a gun and told to execute the person in front of them. Once again, no questions asked. If they complied, they gained their freedom and became his deputies. If not, well, Hardin could always find more prisoners. These new recruits would then be forced onto expeditions within the bayous. Nothing could prepare these men for the horrors they were about to meet. However, despite the prisoners' disposition against the corruption, Hardin remained optimistic, hoping that his new deputies could help stifle the spread of this disease before it reached New Orleans. Yet, it turned out that many of these prisoners had other ideas. Of the ones that weren't killed by the creatures of darkness, others turned violent, criminal, disregarding their given tasks, only to murder others for money. Some ran, others disappeared. Either way, despite having recruited several men he knew he could trust, having to repeatedly hunt down his own deputies to either kill or arrest them for insubordination quickly proved to be too much of a hassle. Hardin needed another solution, something more manageable. Children, orphans, scared, clueless, obedient. The perfect solution. Now, instead of prisons, Hardin would make his rounds around the orphanages of Louisiana, treating these abandoned children the same way he did the prisoners. Physical screenings, completion of the ritual, and through this, Hardin would manage to amass an incomprehensible number of children, certain that he was about to send them to their death, yet determined to do what was necessary to fight this otherworldly infection. And then, just like the prisoners, the children went into the bayous, never knowing what nightmares they were about to encounter. Hardin promised rewards for those who brought back trophies, proof of kills, yet armed with rifles they had never before fired in their lives. The children never stood a chance as they faced the jaws and claws of the creatures from the other side. It was a slaughter. The cries and screams from within the swamps wouldn't seem to end. Hardin was surprised by how easily they died. After almost an hour, the screaming and shooting finally stopped. In the end, only 5 of the children made it back. 5 out of almost 200. To his surprise, those who had survived came back with trophies, proof to him that they had managed to kill several of these creatures of the corruption. Yet Hardin contemplated for a second. He didn't want the problem of feeding them, nor did he want to fear having to watch his back should any of these children potentially turn on him. So he racked his rifle and shot them dead. Hardin would continue his recruitment of children and push on in his attempts at fighting the other side, yet despite having killed an untold amount of the corruption's creatures, the struggle would only grow more and more difficult, and Hardin found himself sliding into a grimmer and grimmer mood. Still, things were about to take a turn for the worse. During the transport of orphans, one of his loyal deputies by the name of Russell Snakeskin Chambers saved Hardin from a would-be assassin at a train station by shooting the man dead before he had a chance to shoot Hardin. On the man's person, they found a letter entailing his mission. It was signed by none other than Dr. Huff Jones. Why the two had a falling out is unknown, yet it is certain that Huff's threat to Sheriff Hardin's life wouldn't last for long, as the superintendent was assassinated in his own quarters, effectively putting an end to Hardin constantly having to look over his shoulder. However, the death of the superintendent would cause a power vacuum within the AHA that caused the organization to crumble from within, and Hardin's former influence through Huff's political contacts were now gone. After the fall of the AHA, Hardin would break off into his own faction dedicated to continue the eradication of the corruption within Louisiana. He was followed by only his most trusted of deputies, most of which who seemed willing to take the blame for him should he ever be confronted of his actions by any government entity. However, despite his destiny being left solely to speculation, assumption can be made that not only did he contribute immensely to the cause and helped safeguard the realm of mankind during the early stages of the corruption, but in the end, he might also have made it out alive. Yet scarred and broken, weighed down by the inhumanity of his decisions that would haunt him until his very last day. Hey there, Hazmat here. That concludes the story of Sheriff Hardin, who isn't just one of my favorite characters within the lore of the game, but also one of my favorite legendary hunters to play as within the game. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Gitchy Boy, the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the VIPs, Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminel Bob, Corey Peterson, Michael Thornhill, Mordiv Menace, Ryan, Slip, Stas Piestek, Sunrise Phoenix, TJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, all the regulars. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me directly as a content creator, they also help me decide on future content, and you can join it on Patreon or here on YouTube for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. All things in life have a value, and all actions in life have a cost. Each day, humans use these two judgments to determine what is right and what is wrong. Yet mankind is imperfect, prone to greed and carelessness, so much that potential great value can be traded away for what seems like a desperate need of the time, burning potential futures to gain the riches of the present. These Faustian bargains become all the more prevalent as lives hang in the balance. When pushed towards the brink by threats both existential and metaphysical, a grim weighing of the scales could find that morals and even souls were not as valuable as gaining the power to vanquish foes. All manner of treachery, brutality, and profane ceremony could be used as the demand of survival forced concession after concession, making monsters of those who had dedicated their lives to fighting them. Such was the fate of the Hunters of Louisiana. In the late 1800s, the Hunters Association was the world's most prominent and most secretive organization dedicated to combating the multitude of paranormal threats that encroached upon the mortal world. It sought to discover, research, and eradicate all that would threaten the fragile peace of human existence. The association had for many centuries existed in one form or another, and had spread across the world in response to the increase in strange phenomena and paranormal activity. Its legacy of success was shown best in that the world at large did not know of them, nor of the malicious entities that were hunted by its members across the globe. The American division of the Hunters Association, the AHA, was well established in that time, led by its director, Dr. Philip Hoff Jones, and held exclusive domain in hunting the paranormal as a business within the country. Entry into the association was the only way to reap the rewards of the hunt, to receive payment for the collection of bounties, tokens of essence extracted from the corpses of otherworldly monsters. Yet the organization had, through centuries of hard-learned lessons written in the blood of slain and fallen members, experienced that consorting with the dark arts wasn't just a matter of physical threats from hunting occult entities. For merely being in the proximity of some of these paranormal creatures was not just a taxing burden on their mind, it was also a slow suffocation of their soul. To maintain their presence, withstand the ferocious nature of the other side, and continue their fight against the obscure and unknown, the organization concocted through an endless series of trial and error a makeshift ceremonial rite that would shield them against the forces of darkness. This concoction and its execution would simply come to be known as the Blood Ritual. Those in command in the AHA followed old traditions for initiating those brave, foolish, or desperate enough to risk their life fighting overwhelmingly powerful monstrosities. Recruits were brought before an intricate ring of ritualistic symbols and concentric circles drawn on the ground in chalk. The prospects were then made to walk the circles, reciting an oath of duty to the hunt and an oath of silence regarding its practices. It was an effective binding oath, almost bewitching in the way that few ever crossed the association itself or broke their vow of silence, even as lethal treachery between hunters was and became ever so more present. The final element of the hunter's ritual was receiving 2 boons, the weapons every initiate needed to fight back against the supernatural. The first was a crucial resistance to the corruption, the sinister effect that spread from the husks and hives, for without it, a single scratch or sting from an insect could turn the infected necrotic and eventually lead to the victim's transformation into a shambling husk themselves. The second gift was the gift of sight, a mystical ability to peer beyond the edges of the natural world to not only see, but also touch the other side. It was a malleable gift with a multitude of applications, as those with the sight could track their targets by following the tear in the fabric between worlds that allowed the corruption to fester. It could be tuned to the hunter's intuition, allowing them to sense others tainted by the corruption, or even sense traps placed by their adversaries. Yet it could also be used to tap into the fabric between life and death, where the hunter could utilize it to see the life force of other creatures, both alive and recently deceased, as well as influencing the fading threads to either bring vitality and resurrection, or steal what little remained in their dying breaths. Both gifts came from the same source, a blood serum that would form the backbone of the association's ability to fight the otherworldly and the malevolent. The traditional blood serum was a blend of herbalism and occultism, a surprisingly simple distillation of 3 common medicinal herbs that many hunters were capable of collecting and brewing out in the field. Hackberries were the first and most benign ingredient, then followed groundsel, a poisonous weed used to assist in purging the body of waste and parasites. The final ingredient was the most dangerous and perhaps the most important for the serum's intended effects: Devil's Snare, a profoundly toxic flower infamous for its hallucinogenic properties, a flower that long had been used to induce intense visions of a delirious and occult nature. The plants were ground down with a mortar and pestle, then boiled in a fire. The resulting mixture was a viscous concoction that would be either injected straight into the bloodstream or ingested as a drink with a repulsive metallic taste, which most initiates confused with blood and struggled to keep down. No matter the means of utilization, the effect was the same. The ingestion of the serum, hand in hand with the ceremony, marked the path of no return for anyone brave or foolish enough to commit to the ritual. The newly initiated hunter was permanently changed, some would even say contaminated, as they through the ritual serum were now bound by blood to the clandestine hunt. The benefits of the serum to protect and empower were clear to all who faced the corruptive unearthly forces of the hunting grounds, yet the toll the hunter paid was far greater and more horrific than any prospects could ever dare to imagine. Even when fortunate souls survived the bloodshed of the bayou, the price of darkside was paid in a slow damnation, distinctly evident in the blemishes of disease seen on the most veteran of hunters. Festering sores and paling skin were but the minor side effects, where sooner rather than later a foul stench of rot or decay would follow the hunter wherever they went, as their souls slowly deteriorated. Yet that was not all, for worse still was the serum's effect on women, a horrible side effect known only to the highest in the organization of the AHA, a side effect so violent and traumatic it convinced the Louisiana branch of the organization to forbid the initiation of female hunters for decades to come. However, in the pursuit of power and riches, this decree came to be broken by a woman known as Hannah Kinney. Along with the aid of her husband, they disguised Hannah as a man and got her through the initiation ritual. However, the couple were soon to discover the reason for the ban of female initiates. Bound by the occult oaths and altered through the elixir's dark nature, were any initiated hunter to conceive a child, the blood in their body, now warped by the ritual and serum, would latch on to the fetus, taking the flesh for its own designs. During the pregnancy, the expectant mother would gain formidable power, becoming an unstoppable force of violence and determination. Yet at the point of culmination, the pregnancy would ultimately prove fatal. Hannah Kinney would die giving birth to a diabolic entity, laughing maniacally at the top of her lungs, as this creature, more perilous than any of the monstrosities hunted by the association, emerged from within her, tearing her body apart in the process. This single creature managed to massacre a dozen hunters in its rampage before it was brought down. However, at this point, it was already too late, for Hannah's birth had been done within the vicinity of the Sculptor, and the otherworldly entity had now claimed the fetus as its minion, now but another part of the corruption's endless army. The lack of female initiates worried the director of the AHA. To cut off such a valuable source of potential recruits was costly, yet still manageable in the early years before the Louisiana event. However, as the Sculptor's encroaching corruption tightened its death grip around Louisiana, and the hordes of damned souls threatened all of humanity, the old ways proved ineffective in stemming the tides of darkness. A new measure was desperately needed, and no price was too high to pay for it. Desperate for a solution, the AHA turned to desperate measures, a desperation that took them through the endless stream of gossip and rumors in Louisiana, searching for any individual that might be able to help their cause. And here, buried beneath a pile of bodies, In the heart of hearsay and vilification, the organization followed a trail of blood through the depths of the many despicable souls that wandered the bayous, and at the end of the trail, they found the worst of them all, an outsider who went by the name of Lynch. Among the hunters of the association, she had a reputation of near supernatural power and occult knowledge, rumors that merely began to touch upon the surface of her true nature and the depths of her monstrous depravity. She had attained mythical status within the inner circles of hunters, allegedly of Irish origin, yet rumored to be something else. Something that wasn't human. Infamous for her ruthless, violent tendencies, vile, sadistic nature, and inability to be killed, she was a woman with absolutely no morals or integrity, driven by a simple-minded and single goal: the relentless eradication of the corruption, no matter the cost. Through her profound understanding of the occult and the other side, Lynch had developed a serum that far outweighed the AHA's, both in potency, protection, and side effects. Her inoculation, spread throughout the association by Dr. Philip Huff Jones, made it safe for women to be initiated, not by preventing the ritual blood infection of the fetus, but by rendering the recipient barren, forever unable to have children. Far exceeding the benefits of new recruits was the grisly price these initiates had to pay for this so-called improved inoculation. Yet the concept of sacrificing the future for the present is an eternal bane of mankind, deeply ingrained into the very heart of our shallow and greedy souls. Following in the practices of older, darker ways, Lynch invoked the power of otherworldly entities with pounds of flesh and offerings of souls to gain the ingredients needed for the serum. Yet, Lynch did not plan to make bargains with these spirits, but only to tempt them into our world where she would spring a trap on them and kill them. The preparations began with a human victim captured through force or deceit, who was then injected with a drug both anesthetic and paralytic. That the subject would not feel the gruesome torture to come was but a small mercy, yet hardly an intentional one on Lynch's part. Excruciating pain and unrelenting terror always provided better results, yet thrashing limbs and wails of agony would not only impede the barbaric procedure, it could also potentially bring unwanted attention to Lynch and the ritual. First, she impaled the victim to the ground with railroad spikes through their extremities. Then, with the practiced hand of a butcher, she carved off nearly all the skin of the body with a scalpel, extracting long bands of raw flesh, leaving only the face unflayed. These strips of flesh were then treated with an alchemical compound and hung to dry, to later be wound into a leathery rope. The tongue of the victim was then ripped out, and in a fashion resembling Kabbalistic name magic, was replaced with a piece of cloth sewn into place, bearing Lynch's own name. Next, she removed the eyes and lips of the victim, which were to be used in ritual conjuration. The last step was to draw out an intricate circle of salt, detailed with arcane binding symbols of ash, which would serve as the ethereal cage of the trap. By the time the preparations for the summoning were complete, the blind, tortured, and skinless victim had long since died from their wounds. But alas, blood loss was a much more preferable ending than experiencing the eldritch horrors that were to come. The fresh corpse was laid across one side of the circle, breaking the salt seal to act as the last temptation before damnation. And before too long, it would start to manifest. It was not strictly a demon, deity, spirit, or even creature as we would imagine it. However, the language of mankind falls short in its attempt to describe that which lies beyond our own understanding. Yet to themselves, in their infinite hubris, these beings called themselves gods. The ravenous entity appeared in our world as a wispy shimmer in the air, a shade that smelled faintly of sulfur and swamp. It latched onto the fleshless body as it became more corporeal, lapping at the blood and muscle with a distended purple tongue emanating from something resembling a head. When the otherworldly entity strayed close to the broken circle, Lynch swiftly pushed the flayed corpse further in and closed the circle behind it, trapping the demon inside. Still, it paid no attention to Lynch as it greedily gorged itself on the cadaver. Though mortals seemed to be a delicacy to it, live ones were so far beneath the creature as to be insignificant, while a more important feast was to be had. Surely there was nothing this human could do to it, and Lynch preyed on that underestimation and restrained the being with the flesh robes made from the same body it devoured. And thus began the second malevolent dissection, the second collection of profane ingredients. After killing the demon over a period of 7 days, the essence of the ethereal spirit would be distilled into the core components of the inoculation, demon's blood. Lynch would then bottle the compound and sell it to the AHA for not just the price of gold, but also the organization's soul. Within long, the blood of the other side's demons would run through every initiate of the Louisiana branch of the American Hunters Association, blurring the gap between our world and the corruptions. It is not known how many shots of serum could be made from a single entity, nor whether Lynch's actions and the true nature of how to create the inoculation were known to Philip Huff Jones or other higher-ups in the association. Yet, if they did know, they did little to nothing to stop the grim harvest of humans and abominations alike. It was clear that the mission was far too important, and this murderous woman's usefulness to the cause far outweighed the lives that her ritual took. Still, the question remained, was she for our cause or her own? It is known that Lynch shared details of how to make the inoculation at least once, but only as a lethal deception. She gave false information as a means to bring ruin to a fledgling New York branch of hunters and leave them defenseless against the desiccating effects of the corruption. The sabotage was successful, and no soul lived to tell of suffering her betrayal. Yet by then, rumors of Lynch's dark arts had already begun to spread. After the death of Philip Huff Jones, as the Louisiana event spiraled out of control, following the splintering of the Louisiana branch of the AHA, more and more hunters began to suspect that this infamous Irish woman was far more than was obviously apparent. It was clear to everyone, Lynch was not to be trusted. The sentiment grew strong enough that 3 women, all marshals of the law, were sent to hunt Lynch down. Whether it was just rumor and innuendo, a more tangible transgression, or yet another of Lynch's deceptions that drove their course towards her is unknown. Regardless, the outcome was as predictable as it was brutal and callous. 2 of the women were gunned down in an instant, and the last of them was bewitched, held in a hypnotic trance as Lynch set to work. One last inoculation was to be created, her finest inoculation yet. By its components, the ritual followed as all the ones before it: the circle of salt, the injection, the strips of flesh carved away and treated. Yet it was all enhanced by the willingness of the mesmerized sacrifice to be devoured alive. The force of life in its last moments made all the difference in potency. Just as open terror could produce more powerful effects than pain suffocated by numbness, a life given was far stronger than one taken. As all the others had, the otherworldly being that came to feast upon the sacrifice was undone by Lynch at the culmination of the ritual, and its essence became the penultimate ingredient of the serum. The final was that of Lynch's own blood, twisting the concoction into a toxin designed to empower herself, becoming a new being in the process, one that could not exist outside of areas of supernatural corruption. Her time hiding her soon-to-be forsaken identity was coming to a close, and more brazen actions could be taken without fear of her plans being disrupted. Lynch revealed her true self at the height of the interfactional conflict between hunters, with her part in the resurrection of the drowned, dragging lost souls from the land of the dead and maintaining some measure of esoteric connection to them. It had now become undeniable. Lynch was a witch, one of the last few in America after the meticulous eradication carried out by witch hunters in New England, and one powerful enough to massacre those hunters who had brought her kind to the brink of extinction. It was said that those few souls that ascended beyond the occult power of witchcraft began to hunger for the darkest, most primordial deliverance, one with the ultimate price to pay. With her perfected inoculation, Lynch sought to cast aside her humanity entirely, to taste the blackness beyond sleep and bathe in the well that all curses come from. She would become a monster more powerful than the Sculptor, and be able to devour what even that supreme ethereal being could not take for itself. Warped and twisted beyond human comprehension, saturated with eternal strength of eldritch horrors, along with her tainted inoculation circulating within the blood of each and every member of the American Hunters Association. Any sane person would feel a cold shiver run down their spine, as the one and only question now remained: what would become of those foolish, brave, or desperate enough to stand against her? Hey there, Hazmat here. Due to the time constraints of my current job, this video took a lot longer to get out than I originally anticipated, yet I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I did making it. And don't worry, I got much more lore coming down the line as well. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the exclusive Gitchy Boy, and the exclusive Warmonk. The VIPs: Corvo Bear's Lair, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambo, Jiminal Bob, Corey Peterson, Michael Thornhill, Mordef Minis, Ryan, Slip, Stas Biestic, Sunrise Phoenix, TJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, all the regulars. If you want to support me and the channel, consider signing up as a member either here on YouTube or on Patreon for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. I would also like to give a huge thanks to Rye from the official Hunt Showdown Discord for not only constructing the most comprehensive Hunt Showdown compendium ever known to man, but also for helping me write the script for this particular video. If you're interested in the lore of Hunt Showdown, I highly recommend checking out Rye's compendium, where you can find literally every entry related to the game. I'll leave a link for that in the description as well. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. In the early days of the corruption's outbreak among the Hunters of Louisiana, there had always existed an unwritten rule. Its origin, though uncertain, even mythical, was well established, understood, and even feared within the circles of both the righteous, the rapacious, and the vindictive. Though seemingly disorganized and catastrophic, the bayous, saturated with death, decay, and destruction, still held both life, restoration, and creation. A fragile but established balance of give and take, a mirrored existence of yin and yang between the merging of the two realms. It would almost seem that in between these converging layers of our reality and the realm of the Sculptor, on the very edge of the blade that balances both order and chaos, existed a certain set of rules. Rules that had to be obeyed, lest one would descend into an abyss of madness. One of those rules was the Oath of Two. Ever since the Hunters ventured into Louisiana to fight off the Sculptor's influence in our realm, the Oath of Two was well known within the community. If inoculated and thus protected against the decaying touch of darkness, two hunters could enter the dead zone together, and potentially, if all things went according to plan, two hunters could return, both of them unmarked, free to continue their way of life. However, this fragile force of order would be subject to a disturbance disrupted by the selfish actions of three brothers. Although their names remain uncertain to us in the present, the three brothers were infamous in their time, their names recognized by almost every hunter alive in one way or another. The brothers were the first hunters to break the Oath of Two and venture into the hunting grounds as a group of three. And to no surprise, with their superior numbers, they quickly became successful. Contract after contract, the three secured plenty of fruitful bounties, gaining them both money, reputation, and a great amount of enemies in the process. Interestingly enough, though other hunters frowned upon the advantage that the brothers had of being free, seeing it as unfair, no one dared to follow in their footsteps. The rumors and superstition alone were more than enough to deter anyone from breaking the oath. As the brothers greedily continued their rampage through the bayous, they became more and more feared and more wealthy. So much so that they obtained an excess amount of money, more money than they knew what to do with. This resulted in the youngest of the brothers buying a new horse, which he painted green from top to toe. Not very subtle, he did, however, do it as he thought it would bring him luck. But unbeknownst to him and his two brothers, their luck was about to run out. One morning, before venturing out into the bayous, the two brothers would find the youngest one missing. He wouldn't stay missing for long though, as lingering on the edge of the tree line, not far from the encampment, a dark silhouette loomed with an ominous presence. As they approached, they saw the green horse dead on the ground, torn apart by forces that seemed unnatural. Though most of the horse seemed untouched, almost unscathed, it was nothing but a bag of skin. Its midsection had been viciously torn open, the inner organs pulled out, and the horse itself strangled with its own intestines. With bloodstains covering its green skin, it looked like what one of the hunters traveling with the brothers referred to as the Devil's Christmas Tree. On the back of the creature, tied to its body with the remaining intestines, was the youngest brother. Almost past the point of being recognizable, every digit and limb of his body had been broken, bent, and twisted in the wrong direction, covered in 1,000 deep cuts. The only parts of the body that weren't touched by either wounds or gashes had been beaten black and blue. Where his face had once been, hung now only a few chunks of meat, the rest torn off with such brute force, it seemed to have broken his jaw in the process. While the companions of the brothers were disturbed at the horrible sight, the two brothers seemed more distraught about the loss of their brother's rifle than the brother himself. The two buried their youngest sibling and spoke no more on the matter. To the people around them, it was quite apparent that they were slowly losing their minds. However, even with the youngest brother gone, the two older brothers would still carry on hunting in a trio. They would find substitute for the youngest wherever they could, always bringing a third wherever they would travel. Yet this third hunter would always perish in one way or another. From town to town, going through partner after partner, the two brothers went through an unheard amount of bounties and bodies. Their exploits became common knowledge, and it didn't take long for the taste for violence and death to gain them such infamy that rumors of immortality started to circulate them. But though the brothers seemed impossible to kill, the third hunter accompanying them would always die. The brothers became isolated. Not many dared to come near them, neither enemies nor friends. People feared that this curse they had brought upon themselves affected the ones closest to them. The brothers would grow manic, insane, their obsession for twisted violence relentless. Through the recollections of Thomas Bridge, an associate of the brothers, who also went by the name of the Mountain Man, we learned that he would help them recruit new partners for their trios. However, it would seem that the third partner came to pass in more and more horrendous ways. Vicious mutilations, violent tortures. Again and again the newly recruited would find themselves massacred in unspeakable ways that seemed off. Thomas grew suspicious, but the rewards of riches and alcohol the brothers would supply him kept him from asking questions. That was, however, until he one day went to visit the two brothers in their residence. Within their living room, Thomas found the two sitting among corpses stockpiled from floor to ceiling. The sight was appalling, the smell even more so. Heads, torsos, arms and legs all piled up in clumsy clusters, bodies upon bodies stacked on top of one another, all of them former companions, all of them people Thomas recognized. And though he almost lost his mind at the sight alone, the two brothers seemed unfazed, casually conversing about this and that in the middle of this cesspool of limbs and body parts. The brothers revealed they were the ones who had murdered their youngest sibling. The despicable murder and the horrendous mutilation had been done in ritualistic fashion with the intention of breaking the curse. Somehow, they had found out that the only reason they were still alive was because their third partner kept dying, a sacrifice they were willing to make the cycle continue, so they could carry on with their killings and expeditions. Devastated that he had helped these maniacal psychopaths sacrifice so many people, Thomas slowly lost his sanity, questioning whether he had gone mad or completely lost his soul to humanity in the process. He left the two brothers and headed for New Orleans by himself. And according to Thomas's last account, the two brothers went back into the bayous, always bringing a third partner, making sure to keep the curse fed and to keep the risk of death at bay. Though the ultimate conclusion is uncertain, it is certain that whatever the three brothers unleashed took out its full wrath on them. The curse caused them to mutilate one of their own family members and drove the remaining two mad. However, after the long stretch of insanity and madness following the breaking of the oath, hunters were able to travel in packs of three, moving in and out of the dead zone as they saw fit, without anyone receiving the mark of the curse. One can't help but wonder why. Did the curse vanish? Was its spell broken? Or could it be that the two brothers, continuously sacrificing their newly acquired partners, simply allowed other hunters to operate in groups of three, while the curse followed the brothers like a shadow of death? Similarly, where the oath and curse came from also remains a mystery. It would seem that most accredit the curse to the Sculptor. However, though the Sculptor seemed capable of manipulating the physical reality of our realm, it isn't apparent that the entity possessed the ability to inflict curses. Perhaps it was the influence of another force or entity that somehow dictated the order and structure between the chaos of the merging realms. Or maybe it was the remnants of a sacred vow taken by the American Hunters Association, seeing that the oath was most likely part of the blood ritual, the initiation of the hunters. Unfortunately, we find ourselves at the end of the rope, and it would seem that the origin and reason of both the oath and the curse has been lost to time. For that very reason, most of the questions we still hold in our thoughts will most likely remain unanswered until the end of time. Hey there, Hazmat here. I hope you enjoyed this episode. It never ceases to amaze me just how deep the lore of Showdown actually goes. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the VIPs, Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminel Bob, Corey Peterson, Kai, Slip, Stasby Aztec, Sunrise Phoenix, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, a big thanks to all the regulars as well. If you want to support me directly as a content creator, consider signing up as a member of the Hunters Lounge for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. Happy hunting. This video is sponsored by the Night Library. The mind, a term used to define the centers within our brains responsible for our ability to think, feel, and reason. Thoughts, memories, emotions, and our very will are all segmented parts of a greater system of perception that dictates the hierarchy of morals, and our decision making, what values we hold, who we trust, who we love, and in the end, who we want to protect. However, while the mind might be responsible for guiding the body, the very vessel that carries our being through life, the two are by many spiritual and religious beliefs defined as separate entities. Should this be true, and should one lose control of their body to another entity while remaining conscious within their own mind, one might suffer a fate worse than death itself, as the person now trapped within their own body would be forced to watch themselves carry out unspeakable evil on the very people they treasured the most. There is a fate worse than death. A fate so horrifying that it will challenge our most basic and fundamental understandings of life, magic, and our own reality. As if the course and duration of this disease or infection known as the corruption wasn't bad enough, its effects mimicking that of plague with festering boils and sores, encroaching insanity through anxiety and paranoia, as well as deep-rooted and spontaneous rabid anger. The real curse of succumbing to the other side would present itself through a perpetual torment, a punishment so grueling it was fit for only the deepest parts of hell itself. This fate would come in the form of tormented and monstrous creatures bound by the single desire to consume the living. These monsters would be known and classified as grunts. The grunts were a byproduct of the corruption and its effects, and by most arguable cases, the very first encounter with a physical manifestation of the other side within our world. The grunts were a result of reanimated necrotic flesh brought back to life by an unknown force. Their lack of cognitive abilities, slow movement, resistance to physical trauma, potential infection through direct bodily contact, and uncontainable urge for rage and violence made them a baffling first-hand experience for the unsuspecting population of Louisiana. The research conducted firsthand by the medical professionals closest to the outbreak in 1895, along with the diary of a person who had varying degrees of exposure to the corruption within the dead zone, provides us with a deep insight in the transmission, progression, and eventually behavior of these macabre creatures. The first period of the disease, the incubation, could last anything from mere hours and up to more than 6 months, relevant to the subject's degree of exposure to the corruption. Symptoms of exposure would reveal itself as mere fevers or even flu-like symptoms. This would gradually turn into paranoia, anxiety, and involuntary outbursts of violence. At the same time, horrendous nightmares would keep the subject awake at night, further adding to the fatigue and lack of fortitude. The victim would also feel an insatiable hunger that would gnaw into their very bones, no matter how much they ate. The duration of the incubation would be dictated through direct or indirect contact with the other side. Indirect contact meaning close proximity to the area of the dead zone, where an unknown source emitted a radiating sphere of influence that slowly corrupted every living individual within its reach. The closer one would get to the center of the corruption, the more severe the symptoms became, eventually corrupting the individual to a degree where the irreversible stages of the infection would commence. However, research indicates that the effects and symptoms of indirect contact seem to be reversible if addressed in their early stages. Remission might have occurred and symptoms could subside if the subject were to leave the area of indirect influence. Should the subject, on the other hand, be infected through direct contact, such as either bites or scratches from someone who carried the infection, festering sores would immediately set in, and permanent sickness became inevitable, lest the infected area was permanently removed from the subject's body. In either circumstances, extended exposure to the corruption would eventually distort the victim's mind to such a degree that the violent anxiety and involuntary anger would turn to vivid auditory and visual hallucinations, compulsive thoughts, and eventually complete blackouts, lasting several hours, in which the victim would devolve to the most primal of behavior, losing any sense of consciousness and perception while carrying out murderous rampages. In this state, they would kill anything within their reach before trying to feed on it with their bare teeth, tearing into whatever they could get their hands on. These increases of murderous thoughts, raging anger, and hallucinations came with a fervent desire for violence, maiming, and torture. This would ultimately drive the victim insane, making them lose any grasp on their identity, memories, and self before they would succumb to the disease, as the body, stressed, fatigued, starved, and broken, would finally give out. However, in this case, death would not be the victim's final destination. Before we move on, I'd like to take a minute to talk about today's sponsor, the Night Library. If you, just like me, are into Hunt Showdown, you might find this interesting. Red Hunt is an upcoming comic book series created by the Night Library and funded through Kickstarter. The creators Daniel and David have made it their mission to create a comic book inspired by the Hunt Showdown universe. This involves a western setting with guns, hunters, monsters, and a lot of blood, and you can read the very first episode of the comic book for free directly from their Kickstarter. So if you're a fan of Hunt Showdown, I highly recommend checking out Red Hunt and consider supporting their cause, as I think it's an amazing initiative. I have left a link for their Kickstarter in the description below, so go check it out. As I mentioned, the first episode of the comic is available for free. And with that said, back to the story at hand. Within the deceased body of the victim, the heart would begin to change. The venations, like the wings on a horsefly, would saturate its surface. The organ would change shape and become spherical, while the regular pumping of blood would change to a constant pulsing, where a substance as thick as tar would spread itself throughout the entire body. Researchers would deem this substance to be the very corruption. Instead of rigor mortis, the stiffening of a dead body, the deceased victim would begin switching. The medical practitioners examining the deceased would notice that the decay of the infected smelled much more foul than a regular decomposing body, noting a distinct difference that seemed off, indescribable, something dark, but certainly not dead. The black tar would spread itself to every inch of the body, where it would nurture small lava that seemed to be growing within the dead tissue. And finally, through violent spasms, the corpse would reanimate itself, bringing what was allegedly dead and gone back to life. However, what followed the reanimation was a horrible fate for the victim, for the deceased would now walk among the living, each of them saturated by a hellish desire to devour anything in front of them. Wandering the bayous, the Grunts would overrun the local population, spreading the disease and corruption from person to person. The unsuspecting locals didn't stand a chance in the wake of these horrendous creatures, who in the shape of their former friends, families, and neighbors, tore through the inhabitants, further adding to the pile of casualties, and inevitably increasing the amount of grunts. The recovered bodies of these walking corpses, examined by the researchers and medical practitioners, would provide the most astounding of results. These grunts were observed to move despite having severed muscle fibers and deeply torn tissue wounds, seeming to function on a basis beyond that of rational logic. It would seem incomprehensible how these creatures could maintain normal motor function, especially when considering the state of decay their tissue was in. Not only that, but they also seemed to possess some form of simple cognitive ability, allowing them to carry and use simple tools and props as makeshift weapons, almost as if their bodies were driven or carried by an invisible force acting upon them. The origin, creation, and ultimately behavior of the grunts created disputes over their primary reason for existence. The devout and religious of Louisiana would argue that the grunts were the price for our sins, the punishment of damnation delivered in disease and death through our own relatives. The researchers, however, saw it as a biological phenomenon, something foreign, something unknown that had infiltrated and infested our world from another realm. Two theories, which while grounded in different sets of beliefs, didn't sound far from one another. However, while the origin of the creature, as well as the method, motivation, and purpose behind its creation would divide both the devout and the educated professionals, one thing seemed to unite them all in agreement: the notion that these creatures weren't actually dead, and might never have been. Rather, these people now walking the earth as the living dead had, due to the corruption, been imprisoned within themselves, forced to endure an endless ordeal of pain, sorrow, and misery, for while their body was infected, their tissue and mind decaying, the corruption had slowly assimilated their very essence, slowly draining the life out of them while robbing them of the control of their own body. However, their minds still remained active, conscious, and relatively perceptive, even after their alleged death. With their soul now trapped within their body, the victim was forced to watch as the corruption carried them through the wasteland of the bayous. They would, against their will, be consumed by unimaginable sorrow and regret, as they were forced by an invisible hand to watch themselves maim and kill the very people closest to them, while unable to object, resist, or even fight back at all. As if that wasn't horrible enough, the victim would still be conscious of their body, meaning that the grunts would feel every sensation of pain inflicted upon them, whether this would be the decay of their organic tissue, the stabbing of their flesh, their organs torn apart by gunshots, or the charring of their skin and flesh when they were set on fire. Truly, a fate worse than death. Hey there, Hazmat here. As usual, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, specifically Jim and Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Hein, Goose, Doug Powell, Hambone, Gino Lucero, Slip, Stas Piestek, Bubonic MCCC, Gabe Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Kashiyuka, Nightingale Farm, Sir Bottoms, Spooks, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, and Ulf Fjellström, who all in democratic fashion decided that this would be the first of many videos covering the monsters of Hunt Showdown. If you want to help decide what I should cover next, stop by my Patreon page and support me as a creator for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. I'd also once again like to give a big thanks to the Night Library for sponsoring this video. I honestly had a lot of reservations about having a sponsor on my channel to begin with, as I didn't want to advertise a product or cause I couldn't vouch for or didn't believe in. But after having read the first issue of Red Hunt, I can honestly say I couldn't have wished for a better sponsor. I think the idea is brilliant, and I can't wait to see where they take this comic in the future. As always, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Metamorphosis, a biological process of nature in which an animal physically develops, involving conspicuous and relatively abrupt changes to its body structure. This process, when found within nature, allows animals, insects, and other organisms to adapt for the next stage in their life, and ultimately adapt to more versatile conditions. However, when twisted and perverted by darkness, this process saw the opportunity to take something already immensely deadly and contagious and turn it into a fierce guardian of dark secrets. They continue to grow, even after death. The Service Diaboli, the Guardians, the shock troops of the Sculptor, or the Armoreds, as the Hunters of Louisiana came to name them, were among some of the fiercest of the Sculptor's creations. Encapsulated by a thick chitinous casing resistant to small caliber bullets, shielding the creature specifically from gunfire, the Armoreds were a direct response and counter to the Hunters and their armed presence within the corrupted areas. However, where one might think the thick casing encapsulating the creature was for its own protection, it would seem that wasn't the case. Tough, durable, and relentless, these vicious guards of darkness would linger behind doors, close to doorways, and in other choke points in the vicinity of the rifts that merged our realm with the Sculptors. The Armored's one and only purpose was to defend or dissuade Hunters from gaining access to the rifts, the powerful portals booming with dark energy that connected our world with the Sculptors. While unmatched in terms of its own physical protection, it didn't take long for the Hunters of Louisiana to find this creature's particular weakness: fire and slashing weapons. The thick chitinous structure would ignite like dry grass, its fibers of wood-like tissue screaming in almost instant consumption once flames would touch its surface, and if examined upon death, one could within its ashes or deteriorated remains be able to find the same kind of black maggots, similar to what existed within the Grunts. Unfortunately, while the theories are many, very little is known about the actual origin of the Armoreds. Its origin could indeed be one of the most concealed among the Sculptor's secrets. Many researchers have speculated, but very little evidence has come to light. Dr. Winkler, one of the many researchers that ventured into the bayous to catalog the creatures of the Sculptor, hypothesized that the Armoreds were nothing more than grunts encased within a protective shell. Harold Black, also known as the Researcher, would prove this hypothesis wrong, as he, upon close inspection of an Armored, discovered a third and slender arm growing within the shell of the creature. It would seem that the Armored had undergone holo or hemimetaboly, an either complete or partial metamorphosis to create this chitinous shell, as well as a claw or fang meant to be used solely for dispatching prey. But that begs the question, what were they to begin with? Grunts? or perhaps something else. An even more troubling question was, who or what was responsible for this metamorphosis? Was it the arachnid terror known as the spider, or perhaps something else that is yet to be documented or even considered? It's commonly believed that the Grunts, though cursed and under the control of the Sculptor, still had their souls intact, meaning that beneath the rotting skin and decaying flesh, the person which once freely inhabited their own body was still aware of both their actions and their suffering, trapped within this walking husk, a prison for their mind and soul. According to Dr. Wrinkler, the armored, being trapped and encased by darkness, might be the result of a grunt suffering an even more twisted fate at the hands of the corruption. However, where he and other researchers saw the effects of the corruption as an infection or a disease, something that once transmitted would potentially be irreversible, Scognamiglio, one of the most cited researchers of the Sculptor and its creatures, had a different theory. Scognamiglio didn't see the corruption as only infection, but viewed it rather as an influential effect on a person's very being. He suggested that will, or determination, what was ultimately decided one's destiny, while the corruption in its essence was poison, a toxic effect deteriorating the population within the bayous. It may have been, according to Scognamiglio at least, that the toxic deterioration was mental rather than physical. The duration it took for one individual to succumb to the Sculptor and its influence has varied severely and allegedly depended on many factors such as proximity to the source and severity of exposure. One thing that Scognamiglio would argue was that one's willpower and fortitude would dictate the duration of this process. Based on several accounts, we can speculate that while some people had the ability to resist and delay the corrupting touch of the Sculptor, most of them would eventually give in to the crippling despair, insanity, and anxiety, and become grunts, bound in darkness, servants of the Sculptor. But it would seem that there were some who were not only able to resist corruption, but outright reject it, refusing to give in to the Sculptor's influence. However, though admirable and fascinating on a case-by-case basis, the fate of these tenacious individuals would eventually lead down the same road altogether, as Scognamiglio suspected that the sheer iron will of these people might have triggered another phenomenon. As he himself stated in his writings, the raw virtues and sins of those who are made armored, indomitable will that in death catalyzes their petrifaction, a curse and a blessing, for the Hardin chitin is at the mercy of our own hellfire. While his conclusion of what actually causes the creation of the Sculptor's sentinels is vague at best, and while the process of how an individual would go from regular human to an armored sentinel of darkness is unknown to us, we can still, based on current knowledge, speculate on their creation. If the Sculptor couldn't bind these stern and determined individuals to its will through its own influence, perhaps it could trap them instead. The essence of the corruption was spread through the Hives and their relentless armies of bees, and upon closer inspection of the armoreds in both their early and final stages, we see a close relation between its tissue with that of beehives and the hive structures themselves. It might have been so that the hives are closer and play a larger role in the creation of the armoreds than we originally suspected. Restrained physically by something and contained within a prison rooted in place, bound by this chitinous casing created by the corrupted bees of the hives, the Sculptor's victims would slowly starve until death would ultimately come for them, and finally, the subject would be forced into serving the realm of darkness, guarding its secrets as obedient sentinels. Hey there, Hazmat here. That concludes the story of the Armoreds, which might be the most bare bones of the creatures within the lore. Still, I hope you enjoyed it. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, specifically Johnny Sevens, Jimena Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Ryan, Goose, Doc Powell, Ham Bone, Gino Lucero, Slip, Stas Biestek, The Wizard of Copper, Bubonic MCCC, Eli the Great, Gabe Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Kashiyuka, Nightingale Far, Raven, Sir Bottoms, Spooks, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, Wolfie Elström, and Wildcard. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me directly as a content creator, they also help me decide on future content, and you can join it for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. The fate of the majority of regular humans, ungifted individuals, and non-inoculated subjects within the Dead Zone was to suffer a cruel and inhumane torture at the hands of the corruption that without a doubt would be considered inconceivably horrendous by every measurable standard available. However, a particularly diabolic and heinous fate was reserved only for the females of Louisiana, who under the influence of inexorable evil became subject to a fate so horrifying, even death itself would seem a blessing. Among some of the most dangerous entities within the corrupted areas of Louisiana was the result of mutilated female anatomy, which produced one of the most harrowing tales of suffering ever observed within the bayous. Serving as one of the primary means of spreading the corruption, but also warding off potential threats to the Sculptor, the Hives, as they came to be known, stood out as terrifying walking pillars of everlasting torture and death, essentially being walking beehives, containing within them an endless army of venomous bees, insects, and bugs, each filled to the brim with the very essence of the corruption. The hives would contribute to the spread of sickness, disease, and death within the bayous. Their bone-chilling screams and relentless swarms made them a nightmare for any hunter brave, foolish, or reckless enough to stumble within their reach. However, while the specific patient zero story of many of the Sculptor's creatures within the Dead Zone remains shrouded in mystery, left forgotten to time, or never observed or recorded at all, the events revolving around the Hive stands out among them all. For in this rare occurrence, it would seem that we have not only observations, but personal, first-hand testimony of someone who wasn't just an observer, but a potential victim themselves. Ada Ruth Shell was a hunter within the American Hunters Association who witnessed what is believed to be the very first creation of the original hive. Her personal testimony gives us a deep insight into the creation of this atrocious nightmare. As she recalled, during the summer of 1895, on her birthday, in the midst of July, she, Justice Avis Jr., the son of Avis Sr., the man who would later become Scrapbeak, mentioned that that particular summer was unusually hot and humid. It seemed almost impossible to breathe, as if the air itself was liquid. Not only that, the swamps were swarming with insects, far more than usual. Ada was sitting in her living room with her siblings, which by her own account was a very generous description of the raggedy and decaying shanty the family was living in. Her mother was sitting in the corner of the living room, fanning her face while nervously chewing on her finger, a nervous habit she usually exerted. Having recently lost her newborn child, as well as her husband, Ada's mother was visibly distressed and not in a good place mentally. Having to care for 7 children on her own, times were tough, to say the least. Watching her mother chew on her finger while fanning her face, Ada noticed a fly that crawled up her mother's finger before it went into her mouth. Ada was taken aback as her mother, unfazed by the fly, kept chewing and fanning, her empty eyes staring into nothing. Then, more flies would show up, more and more of them. Then moths, bees, and a seemingly endless amount of other bugs and insects. They filled the room, cluttering the air, the buzzing as loud as a sawmill as Ada covered her eyes and mouth, trying to keep the insects away. Her mother, however, stood motionless in the middle of the room, chewing, fanning, chewing, and fanning as the flies crawled into her ears, into her nose, and into her mouth, and down her throat. Having cowered in the corner, Ada covered her eyes, ears, and mouth, and over the angry sounds of buzzing wings and her siblings' crying screams, a violent snap suddenly tore through the cacophony, then another, and another, each louder than thunder. Before a crack so loud and violent erupted, Ada thought the roof to the house had collapsed. As Ada opened her eyes, she saw her mother standing in the middle of the room. Her spine had been broken in half. Her now twisted and mangled body hung down her side, her ribcage ruptured and exposed, from where a large beehive protruded, which all of the flies, bees, and insects were now circling. The ceaseless agony painted on her mother's twisted face burned herself onto the retina of Ada's eyes, as the head, now hanging almost upside down, was stuck in a gut-wrenching and perpetual scream that tore through Ada's eardrums. Never pausing, never breathing, her mom's screams were relentless. Confused, terrified, and in a panic, Ada froze. The visual terror of her mother snapped and broken in half shook her to her core. Though she didn't remember much of what happened, she somehow managed to get out of the house. All she remembered was the screams of her mother and the cries of her 2 siblings as the furious swarms of bees and bugs descended upon them. As they ran out of the house, thousands of stings and bites tore into them, each piercing their frail juvenile skin, injecting them with lethal venom, over and over and over again. And while they tried to run, they didn't make it far. The involuntary sacrifice of Ada's 2 siblings had given the rest of them a chance to escape, leaving her mother and the swarms behind. Ada took all of them to the Jackson Asylum, where they were treated for shock and superficial damage. However, when the medical examiners treated Ada, they noticed something odd. Though only 13 years of age, and personally claiming to never have had relations of any sort, Ada was 3 months pregnant. An impossibility she described to be nothing short of a miracle. For as she said herself, she was the Virgin Mary. While the reasons could be many, though none substantiated through journals or testimonies, the doctors and medical professionals decided to remove the embryo from Ada's body. But what they found inside of her was nothing like a regular fetus. Though the embryo was allegedly 3 months old, at least according to its size, visually, it didn't resemble a human at all. Described as a hard piece of dead, chewed up wood, the fetus resembled more a beehive than anything. Unbeknownst to Ada, the nurses, and the doctors, the removal of this odd fetus had not only saved Ada from suffering the same horrendous fate as her mother, it had also saved everyone else within the asylum. It would seem that in the early days of the corruption, before the American Hunters Association was introduced to the protective inoculum created by the dreaded hunter Lynch, which granted immunity against most of the influence of the other side, the effects of darkness had the ability to impregnate females within the dead zone, turning their bodies into hosts for this atrocious nightmare that would stay hidden within them before tearing them apart in unspeakable and excruciating agony. Years later, despite suffering immense psychological trauma under the wings of the AHA, trained in marksmanship and inoculated to resist the corrupting effects of darkness, Ada ventured back into the bayous. She had heard her mother was still alive, if you could even call it that. Ada wanted only one thing: to set her mother free. The screams from that fateful day still followed her with every step she took. The suffering of her mother was almost unbearable. Now, with her training and rifle, she would finally silence the screams, both her mother's and the ones in her head. It didn't take long within the humid swamps of Louisiana, back where she had lost her mother, her two siblings, and what she had considered a normal life, before Ada once again heard the screams in the distance. Immediately, her entire plan fell apart. Her hands trembled and body shook as she suddenly felt 13 again, and she was back in the living room, covering her ears and eyes, trying to block out the world around her. As she finally composed herself and opened her eyes, she saw the mangled husk of her mother stumbling through the swamps in front of her. Ada let out a gasp, not just because it was a sickening sight, but because of the resemblance. She had never known. It was like looking into a mirror. Ada looked exactly like her mother. In the same second as Ada's realization, her mother noticed her presence. The Hive let out a tremendous scream that tore through the swamps as she released a massive, unrelenting cloud of angry bees. Trembling, Ada raised her rifle, trying to force herself to pull the trigger. However, the mother's gaze and terrifying screams crushed her spirit. As she carelessly let off a round, it missed, and in the same second, the swarm of insects engulfed her. An excruciating pain stunned her as 1,000 stings and bites tore into her body. Her mouth and nose and eyes were filled with wings, legs, and mandibles as the swarm of angry bees tore into her. Her blood burned from the injected venom, and her skin felt like it was being pulled apart. The exposure would have instantly killed an irregular human, but the inoculum had not only granted her supernatural strength, but also a powerful resistance to toxins, giving her just enough will and tenacity to escape from her mother's grasp. Though she managed to get away from the swarm, leaving the bios behind her, the venom had proven too strong and she collapsed by herself on the brink of death. When she came to, she woke up inside a medical facility, missing an arm. While the nurses and doctors had been able to save her, the arm had been mutilated to such degree that amputation had been necessary. The other hunters sitting in the room with her explained that the situation within the zone had changed. The swamps were not the same as when she was 13. The corruption had worsened, and where there once only existed a single hive, there were now dozens, if not hundreds, all with the same screaming face of Ada's mother. Ada got up and asked for her rifle. Though the others warned her not to go back, Ada wouldn't listen. It didn't matter that she had lost an arm. She didn't care. As long as she could race and fire her rifle, she could still fulfill her destiny. No matter how many of them there were, Ada was determined. She was gonna go back. She was gonna grant her mother peace. She was gonna silence the screams. Each and every one of them. Hey there, Hazmat here. That concludes the story of the Hives, which might be my favorite entry within the lore of Showdown. There's just something so fascinatingly morbid about the Hives and their creation. But anyways, as always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, specifically exclusive supporter Johnny Sevens, VIP Jim and L Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Ryan, Goose, Doug Powell, Hambone, Gino Lucero, Slip, Stas Biestek, The Wizard of Copper, and the regulars, Bubonic MCCC, Eli the Great, Gabe Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Kashiyuka, Nightingale Farr, Raven, Sir Bottoms, Spooks, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, Wolfie Elström, and Wildcard. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me directly as a content creator, they also help me decide on future content, and you can join it for as little as $1 a month. The link is in the description below. I would also like to give a big thanks to Tip from the official Hunt Showdown Discord. And of course, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Ferocious, relentless, and immensely deadly were the mutilated canines that roamed the bayous of Louisiana during the period of the violent outbreak of corruption around 1895. Their very presence enough to deter less committed hunters, and their persistence in pursuit of prey, rabid anger, and unyielding desire for flesh made them a true horror for anyone who dared to set foot within the Dead Sea. The bond that exists between man and dog is undeniable. Through 40,000 years of history, mankind's domestication of dogs has created a companionship between two species, unlike anything else that exists in nature. A mutual exchange of safety and vigilance, where both sides contribute to the best of their ability to this makeshift pack. This relationship has earned the dog the title of man's best friend. And keeping that in mind, I'd like to tell you a story about a man and his dog. Somewhere within the bayous, as the rays of dawn crept across Louisiana, a lonely man slept within his encampment. Just like any other morning, he woke up to teeth that gently bit into his left ear. Always the left ear. He knew what that meant. It meant get up. It's time to hunt. He opened his eyes and looked at the dog in front of him. The large German shepherd with the big ears that he had oddly named Bunny, just to poke fun at it, stared impatiently at him. The dog didn't whine, whimper, or bark. Bunny was a smart dog and knew not to make any type of noise that could attract unwanted attention. But its judgmental stare was more than sufficient to tell him that he had slept for long enough. Most hunters prefer to hunt in pairs. Not this hunter. Not anymore. Previous experiences had made him weary of people and their intentions. Bunny, however, like him, was a creature of habit, someone he trusted. The two knew they could rely on each other in a world where most had abandoned hope. Bunny's eyes and ears would keep them safe at night, and in turn, the hunter's rifle and his aim would keep them both safe and fed during the day. A companionship that worked, and both of them knew not to mess with something that worked. However, that was about to change. Unbeknownst to the hunter and Bunny, about 6 months earlier, 5 miles south of New Orleans, rumors would have it that at a shelter built by the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, also known as the SPCA, a crazed member of the organization had released more than 100 dogs and horses into the wild. On the loose, without food or care, these dogs would wander into the corrupted areas of the bayous. Here they would encounter other wild dogs that had been brought to the state by railroad workers, only to be abandoned as the construction of the Southern Pacific Railway had been completed 3 years prior. These abandoned dogs would, together with the runaway canines, form large packs that would roam the countryside, providing for themselves however they could. However, the effects of the corruption that is now well understood and considered obvious was by most cases still a mystery at this time, and it comes as no surprise that the dogs would slowly be affected and succumb to the suffocation that is the corruption, which slowly drained the life out of the dogs, one by one. Unfortunately, death would not be their final destination. The hunter and Bunny had spent an awful lot of time within the bayous, hunting, sleeping, and eating. The two had become quite the pair over the years, and were excellent at what they did, but after a while, Bunny would slowly begin to exhibit weird behavior. The calm and patient dog the hunter had known for so long would slowly turn restless and anxious. It would start to get up and pace back and forth in the encampment, both day and night, still staying quiet as usual, but occupied with something else. He could tell it was on alert, as if something dangerous was close, but it was the same every time he got up to look. There was no one there. He was certain Bunny was starting to hear and see things that weren't there. Even as he called out to him, the dog would remain unfazed, gazing into nothing. As the hunter got close and laid his hand on Bunny, he noticed that the poor dog was burning up, stricken by a horrible fever. Knowing there was nothing he could do for the dog at night, stuck in the middle of the bayous, he decided that at the break of dawn, the two would venture into New Orleans and schedule an appointment at the local vet. However, the next morning as he woke up, Bunny was gone. The dog that had been with him for every single day since it was a pup had suddenly up and left. Before, he would have been afraid that a gator might have taken him, but with these new terrors lurking in the shallow waters of Louisiana, the hunter was certain there were no gators around anymore. The swamps were all quiet. Maybe Bunny had found one of the roaming packs of dogs and joined them. Maybe he had been taken. He already missed his dog and couldn't stand the thought of not knowing what had happened to it. As the days and nights went by without Bunny showing back up, the burden of missing his companion and the toll of sorrow seemed almost unbearable. He glanced at his revolver. The thought of shooting out the memories and sorrow seemed more and more enticing by the hour. Finally, the two were reunited. Unfortunately, not in the way the hunter had hoped. Bunny was brought to him by another man, dead and torn to shreds by teeth and claws, its body stiff as a board. However, while Bunny's body was covered in bites and scratches, that was apparently not what had killed him. The man said the dog had gone mad and attacked his retriever. He suspected it to be rabies. He had had no choice but to shoot and kill Bunny, as he feared for the safety of his kids nearby. While the signs and symptoms of rabies were there, the foaming at the dog's mouth still visible, the rage of having lost his best friend, seeing him lie dead there in front of him, drove the hunter to draw his knife and put it to the throat of the man who had shot his dog. The man apologized profusely, saying there was nothing else he could have done. The knife trembled in the hunter's hand, the edge of the blade scraping at the throat of the man, ready to kill. He was practically foaming at the mouth himself. But alas, Bunny was gone, and killing this man would not bring him back. As an offer of condolences, the man bought the hunter a bottle of spirits. Later that night, as the hunter sat alone at the bonfire in his camp, drinking away his sorrows, his thoughts fell on Bunny. However, the pleasant memories were overshadowed as he felt his throat starting to hurt. A few drops of sweat rolled down his head as a slow fever began creeping in over him. Then suddenly, behind the flames of the bonfire, he saw the face of a dog. Out of nowhere, the hound rushed at him. He drew his revolver and fired at the creature behind the flames. But as the bullet struck the fire and the echo of the gunshot died out in the distance, he realized there was nothing there. Unfortunately, it would seem that the effects of the corruption didn't discriminate between species, and now he, just like Bunny, had started to hear and see things that weren't there. It had finally come for him as well. He eyed his revolver one last time. If there was any consolation to any of this, it was that he would soon be reunited with his best friend again. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was one of the saddest stories within Hunt Showdown, and I have to put a little disclaimer out there that I've read between the lines on some of the stuff and filled in the gaps myself. Just an FYI. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, specifically Jim and Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Hein, Goose, Doc Powell, Ham Bone, Gino Lucero, Slip, Stasby Yestek, The Wizard of Cobber, Bubonic MCCC, Eli the Great, Gabe Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Kashi Yuka, Nightingale Far, Raven, Sir Bottoms, Spooks, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, Ulf Yalström, and Wildcard. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me directly as a content creator, they also help in designing future content, and you can join it for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Divine tranquility or hellish punishment. This generic black and white theme of man's ultimate theological destiny has, for as long as we've been able to tell stories, occupied us in contemplation and philosophical wonder. Determined by the very imprint on our souls, inscribed with the choices, right or wrong, we've committed throughout our lives here on Earth. This polarized equation has either one of two outcomes. However, one can't help but wonder if there's somewhere in between good and evil exists something that doesn't adhere to the rules of heaven or hell. Something undefined, something neutral, or perhaps something even more chaotic. There once existed a being within the bayous of Louisiana, so violent, so erratic, so prone to volatile outbursts of unhinged rage, that the very essence of its being could be considered the embodiment of relentless fury and unforgiving anger. The Immolator, the enraged and unstoppable creature that contained within it an all-consuming fire, had cemented itself as an otherworldly terror and earned its well-substantiated fear among every faction of hunters that roamed the Dead Zone. Its inclination to raging anger in combination with its frail, hypersensitive skin, which when pierced would erupt and engulf anything in the vicinity in a violent and uncontrollable inferno of all-consuming flames. A powder keg of fire and fury. However, while the Immolator's presence certainly has been observed within the bayous of Louisiana, its precise origin, or rather its creator, is still debated to this day. For within the world of the Sculptor's corruption and its creations, this particular creature would stand out among the rest. Where most of the other creatures of the Sculptor followed loose, yet somewhat relatable characteristics of either small organisms, animals, or most commonly insects, the Immolator, in its shape of fire and flames, took form as a scorched and charred humanoid, a walking corpse of relentless fire. In the middle of this plethora of twisted biological limitations set upon our realm, one can't help but wonder where the characteristics of the Immolator fits in, as most of the entities derived from the Sculptor seems to be particularly vulnerable to fire, which make the Sculptor as the creator of the Immolator questionable. To understand its origin and shed light on its creation, we have to go back to the story of Reverend Jeremiah Byrne. Vague and most certainly unreliable, the story of the Reverend is a disorganized second-hand tale woven together by different accounts. One given to us through the memoirs of Father Vincent Clemens, and another through a dime novelist of questionable credibility. Father Vincent begins his tale describing a mundane late night where he, as he usually did, performed his godly services within the local chapter. This partly consisted of listening to the confession of churchgoers. However, this one night, a particular young boy would enter the confessional. The boy was erratic and riled up, almost stuttering out his words as he, a member of a group of low-life thieves and thugs that several preachers around New Orleans had condemned, confessed to lying and stealing. Though attentive and present, the boy's words already bored Father Vincent ever so horribly. The trials and tribulations of the men and boys who visited the church were all the same. Lying, stealing, adultery. He had heard it all before. The same old, same old. But then, as the boy mentioned a specific episode from the week prior, where a priest was viciously assaulted, beaten almost to death, hogtied and kidnapped from his own chapter, the boy suddenly had Father Vincent's undivided attention. He knew the priest of which the boy spoke, Reverend Jeremiah Byrne, who, according to the second source, the novelist, had taken part in publicly speaking out against the local gangs of thieves that roamed New Orleans. Father Vincent shook. An attack on a man of God was not to be taken lightly. The boy explained that he hadn't been there for the first part, the beating and kidnapping, but he had been there for the second part, which, by the boy's restraint and silence, suggested something far worse had happened. Though concerned about the outcome of the story, Father Vincent urged the boy to continue. The boy had the night prior to his confession been paid to take Reverend Jeremiah out to the bayou, which even Father Vincent knew was a shorthand euphemism for murder. Terrified, yet not remorseful, the young boy continued his confession as Father Vincent pressed for him to elaborate. Though ashamed of his morbid curiosity, Father Vincent hadn't experienced a confession quite as gripping as this in many years, and he was on the edge of his seat in excitement, hanging on every word of this potential murderer, as the boy described the beatings the priest had taken. Beaten to a pulp, but still the Reverend refused to stay quiet, condemning the thieves at every turn, and instead began reciting the Bible. Unfortunately, right before the climax of the boy's confession, an altar boy suddenly burst into the church, interrupting his story, screaming that he had read the newspaper said that Reverend Jeremiah had disappeared and several bodies had been found within the bayou. Before Father Vincent realized, the young boy from the group of thieves had vanished and failed to provide a proper ending to his gripping confession. Father Vincent was furious at the altar boy. The story had been so captivating, so intriguing. He needed to know how it ended. Fortunately for him, it didn't take long before an ending would suddenly present itself. Beaten within an inch of his life and thrown into the mud on all four by the group of thieves, the Fogs warned Jeremiah not to engage in any more sermons condemning their actions of robbing and stealing. Though on the brink of death, Jeremiah wouldn't budge. He would never be silenced, not with threats, not with violence. The stock of a rifle came crashing down on his skull, sending him face first into the dirt. The thieves, laughing at his suffering, approached him with rifles drawn, ready to put an end to his life. But from the partially unconscious body of Jeremiah came a mumbling that grew stronger and stronger. His voice turned to speech as he got up to his knees. His speech turned to preaching, growing ever so louder and louder as he recited the holy words of the Bible, proclaiming to speak with nothing but violence and destruction. His preaching turned to screaming, his voice roaring at the top of his lungs, as he, in the name of God, promised to destroy anyone who would dare to stand in his way, when suddenly his entire body erupted in a ball of fire, and he, with the fury of 1,000 men, charged at his enemies, engulfed in roaring flames. As the boy's confession was cut short before he could finish it, the end of this tale and Jeremiah's fate was provided to us by a novelist by the name of Jasper Priest, which might be a pseudonym for Father Vincent himself, having admitted to be enticed by his own morbid curiosity of the boy's story, and having confessed to a deep love for dime adventures and the thrill they provided. Father Vincent might have capitalized on the murder of Jeremiah Byrne and written this dime novel piece, hoping to gain either fame, recognition, or fortune through the tragedy that had befallen the late Reverend. This means that the true fate of Jeremiah Byrne remains uncertain. Was it the very essence of helplessness and cruel injustice that, together with something from another realm, sparked this all-consuming rage that engulfed and swallowed him? Was it perhaps a divine blessing, twisted by the effects of the Sculptor? Or maybe the sacrifice of his own beliefs, integrity and soul in a pact with the devil to destroy the godless heathens? Or was it perhaps an unstoppable and relentless divine fire sent to cleanse and purify the plains and swamps of Louisiana of the corruption itself? Or maybe something else entirely? Whatever the Immolator was and where it came from, its place and role within the bayous is still debated to this very day. Hey there, Hazmat here. That concludes the story of the Immolator. I hope you enjoyed it. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, specifically Johnny Sevens, Jim and L. Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Ryan, Goose, Doc Powell, Hambone, Gino Lucero, Slip, Stas Biestek, The Wizard of Cobber, Bubonic MCCC, Eli the Great, Gabe Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Kashiuka, Nightingale Far, Raven, Sir Bottoms, Spooks, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, Wolfie Elström, and Wildcard. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me directly as a content creator, they also help me decide on future content, and you can join it for as little as $1 a month. The link is in the description below. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. This video is sponsored by the Night Library. Camouflage, a highly versatile method of nature, which for millions of years have been used as deception, both for defense as well as aggression. In the tough, cruel, and unforgiving world of predator versus prey, the ability to hide and blend in with one's surroundings will often be the determining factor between missed opportunity and effectively dispatching unsuspecting prey. What's perceived as insignificant on the surface can often be misleading and a treacherous misrepresentation of the horrors that lurk beneath. Words so true that you would be hard-pressed to find a case where it applied more than when it came to the menacing evil that prowled the shallow waters of the Louisiana bayous. The Water Devil, as it was appropriately named by the hunters, was the horrible amalgamation of something as simple as spoiled food, the recklessness of two hunters, and the intervention of devious Mephistophelian manipulation. Initially thought to be a single entity, such as an eel, thorough research would conclude that this horrific creature was something else. While difficult to determine at first glance, it would be revealed that the Water Devil was several, or rather thousands, of small worms or tentacle-like monsters, all crowded together in a singular, cohesive hive mind, all working together for one and only purpose: unrelenting consumption. Its contraception or creation goes back to two hunters named Harpo and Beefrat. The two were known to be somewhat careless people, reckless even, both with a well-known love for expensive spirits, preferring to fill their cups instead of their stomachs. This would often leave them starving, resorting to scrounging and scavenging, and ultimately the ingestion of food of questionable quality. One fateful day, before venturing into the dead zone, the two hunters, down on their luck as usual, confined to their drunken stupors, would in their lack of better judgment consume rotten and wormy food, having spent the last of their money the day prior on strong spirits. Upon entering the zone, the two would immediately notice a lack of activity from the other side when channeling sight. Hearing and feeling nothing, they thought the zones to be dead. Maybe they were too late, or maybe someone had already claimed the bounty, or maybe the corruption had just up and left, finally leaving Louisiana for good. Either way, the two decided to camp out next to a small river for a while, as they felt like they weren't getting anywhere, and both of them seemed to feel slightly ill. Realizing they probably shouldn't have ingested rotten food, their stomachs upset to no end led them both to turn pale, while nausea and a disturbing trembling slowly took over their bodies. During this short break, the two hunters sitting in their camp were unaware that they were being watched. From across the river, two hunters by the name of Jonas and Gator had been eyeing them for quite some time. Harpo and Beef Rat conversed, fearing that the flu might finally have caught up with them. They both complained about wailing pain in their insides, and almost as if cued by the words themselves, a slow, agonizing pain began creeping through their entire bodies, as Harpo suddenly noticed thick lumps forming underneath his skin, seeming to be crawling among his flesh and blood. In the same second, he fell to the ground dead as a shot rang out from the other side of the river. Though sick and in horrible pain, Beef Rat lunged to his feet and took off, leaving his former partner behind without any hesitation. Before we move on, I'd like to take a minute to talk about today's sponsor, the Night Library. If you, just like me, are into Hunt Showdown, you might find this interesting. Red Hunt is an upcoming comic book series created by the Night Library and funded through Kickstarter. The creators Daniel and David have made it their mission to create a comic book inspired by the Hunt Showdown universe. This involves a western setting with guns, hunters, monsters, and a lot of blood. And you can read the very first episode of the comic book for free directly from their Kickstarter. So if you're a fan of Hunt Showdown, I highly recommend checking out Red Hunt and consider supporting their cause, as I think it's an amazing initiative. I have left a link for their Kickstarter in the description below, so go check it out. As I mentioned, the first episode of the comic is available for free. And with that said, back to the story at hand. Greedy to loot the body and secure the heart of Harpo for his further rituals, Jonas ran to the still warm body, knife at the ready, before plunging it into the chin. The knife tore through skin and sinew, crushing and cracking bones as he opened the body from head to pelvis. However, Jonas jumped back in disgust as a thick flow of white worms suddenly spilled out from the body of Harpo and onto the ground. Having devoured him from inside, the worms had already consumed most of his organs, their mouth cavities covered in blood, opening and closing in the air as they sought more flesh. Jonas reached for his rifle and fired into the thick colony of worms, turning the sand blood orange as the colony of thick goo skimmed across the bank and slid into the waters of the river that ran past the camp. Beef Rat had in a panic made it up the river and found cover behind a building next to the water, but in his last gasp of air he began convulsing. White worms began pouring from his mouth, ears, and the gaping sockets where they had eaten their way through his eyes. His corpse, eaten from the inside, plunged into the roaring river, where the screaming and screeching of ravaging worms tore through the air as they picked apart the body of Beef Rat, leaving no meat or skin left on the bones. Taken aback by what they had just witnessed, the colony of worms writhing in the river in front of them, their screams still crying out every time one of their mouths broke the surface, Gator and Jonas looked at each other. They had a choice to make. They could either fight this monster and rid the world of its existence, or leave it to feed on someone else. The two gave each other a nod and ventured into the river, where only one of them lived to tell the tale. Being in a perpetual rapid state of carnivorous rage, relentlessly attacking and devouring anything that came into its territory, the water devil existed in the Louisiana bayous as the ultimate aquatic apex predator, unrivaled and uncontested in speed, ferocity, and lethality by any other creature within the bayous, making it an adversary not to be taken lightly. It didn't take long for the water devils to hunt down and rid the swarms of fish, alligators, and any other wildlife that inhabited the murky waters of Louisiana. It suddenly seemed that no creek, shallow river, or basin any longer seemed safe to cross or venture into. With the local population of aquatic animals completely extinct, the water devils would dominate the rivers, lakes, and creeks. But now, instead of hunting, as nothing was left for them to prey on, they went into a passive, almost defensive posture, where they guarded the passings and crossings of shallow waters and rivers within the dead zone. And while experienced hunters quickly learned to watch their step and identify the subtle disturbance of the surface tension on the water, its somewhat secluded presence made it a lurking death trap for inexperienced hunters who, without knowing any better, recklessly plunged themselves into rivers and creeks without realizing they had just doomed themselves to a horrible and agonizing death as thousands of jaws and teeth tore into them. Hey there, Hazmat here. As always, I would like to give a big thanks to the Hunters Lounge, specifically Jim and El Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Ryan, Goose, Doc Powell, Ham Bone, Gino Lucero, Slip, Stas B. Estek, and the Wizard of Copper, as well as Bubonic MCCC, Ape Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Kashi Yuka, Nightingale Far, Sir Bottoms, Spooks, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, and Ulf Hjellström. If you want to support me as a creator and have a say in what part of the lore I should cover next, consider joining the Hunters Lounge for as little as $1 a month. The link is in the description below. A big thanks also goes out to the Night Library and their comic Red Hunt for sponsoring this video. You can find a link to their Kickstarter in the description as well. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Fertility, contraception, and labor has for the entire span of our race's existence been the free biological requirements for the continuation of our species here on Earth. The bond, love, and joy that parents experience in correlation to childbirth, upbringing, and the maturing of their offspring is said to be one of the deepest emotional endeavors one can undertake in a lifetime. However, within the corrupted areas of Louisiana, this love, joy, and happiness, along with the free biological processes, would, under the curse of darkness itself, scourge every childbearing mother with a fate so malicious it would contort the miracle of birth to a catastrophe of death. The Soul Farmers, a description given to the Meathead by the well-known researcher of the occult, Scognamiglio. A description that has caused more confusion than consensus. A description that has even been ridiculed by other researchers. However, could it be that Scognamiglio possessed an insight in the creature's function that no one else understood. The largest and most dangerous among the Sculptor's meager creations, blind, deaf, but ferocious and extremely resilient, the Meatheads, as the Hunters of Louisiana would curiously name them, especially since the creature possessed no head at all, sharing humanoid features and similarities like arms and legs. The creature took shape of a giant blob of fat more than anything else, having neither eyes nor ears. Rather, it relied on a swarm of leeches that crept around its proximity, functioning as external sensory organs. These leeches would both mark and weaken its victims through a vile venom, which the Meathead would, through an unknown sensory organ, be able to sense and detect. When venom was injected into a nearby subject, either through leeches or the bees of the Hives, or even the very weapons of the hunters themselves, this ferocious behemoth would with deceivingly fast steps chase down its prey to devour them, being able to tank and resist legions of bullets in the process with ease. And while the characteristics and outward appearance of the Meathead would be disturbing, a walking headless colony of leeches, its creation, or rather contraception and birth, was even more disturbing. Her eyes glowed and her skin steamed. The words of Dr. Henry and his testimony as he described the hunter Hannah Kinney in the midst of her labor. Hannah and her husband Jonathan were both members of the American Hunters Association back in the early days of the corruption, before the new and improved serum was introduced within their organization's ranks by Lynch. Back then, women were not allowed to enter the organization for reasons known only to the director Philip Huff Jones and a few select high-ranking members. Reasons which later would become very apparent. However, Hannah and Jonathan, enthralled by the temptation of power and riches found within the corrupted areas of the bayous, circumvented the screening process by disguising Hannah as a man. She was the first female hunter to join the organization in decades. The two were initiated, granted both immunity to the corruption and the gift of sight through the old serum of the AHA. The wife and husband would prove to be exceptional hunters, their contribution to the cause outrivaling that of even the best of the organization's hunters. As Huff himself put it, together they rid us of more terrible creatures than most of us will destroy in a lifetime. Putting their mark on the fight against the corruption, the two gained notoriety within the organization, making a name for themselves with their expeditions, as their passion for hunting seemed to match their passion for each other. And in the midst of their contribution to the AHA's cause, Hannah would suddenly find herself pregnant. To her own and everyone else's surprise, the pregnancy seemed to make her stronger. Her powers would increase, her ferocity seemed to grow, and her already tenacious nature made her an unstoppable force of destruction. Day by day, month by month, witnessed firsthand by other hunters, she grew ever more and more powerful, reaching levels of strength and spiritual energy that seemed impossible, even to the seasoned hunters of the organization. An account of her incredible powers was recited by another hunter who was part of her group as they encountered a larger demonic entity of immense power. The creature, accompanied by a horde of the Sculptor's lesser minions, had the nameless hunter assured that their fate had been sealed. However, Hannah tore through this devil's legion with a wrath and fury that he feared to recall. Recognizing the demon that was growing within her, he urged Jonathan, the husband, to inform the AHA of Hannah's change. However, Jonathan refused. Finally, at the end of her term, the mother was recognized by the AHA and moved into their lodgings, constantly under strict supervision of the organization's medical professionals. Knowing the potential outcome of a female pregnancy in the vicinity of the other side, the doctors and director of the AHA awaited the birth with fear and anxiety, which both were warranted. It should be noted that at this point, the pregnancy could have been terminated one way or another. It could be speculated that Dr. Hoff Jones was hoping that the pregnancy and birth would result in the birth of a supernatural human, something that could aid his cause against the corruption. That, however, would not be the case. Dr. Henry, the doctor overseeing Hannah's pregnancy and birth, was present when she went into labor. As the birth began, he remarked that her skin began steaming and her eyes would glow with a satanic glance. Suddenly, she forced out a sickening grin. Though she moaned and screamed in pain, the grin was frozen on her face. As the child crowned, Hannah began laughing at the top of her lungs, even as the child clawed its way out of her, disemboweling her body. She continued to laugh. Leeches spilled onto the floor from the gaping hole, followed by the sick, disturbing sound of skin being pulled apart as the child tore its way out of its mother. What emerged from the body of Hannah was already the size of a 6 to 7 year old, with no eyes, ears, or even head. From the top of its body and writhing around it was a horde of leeches, and from the lifeless body of its mother, her sickening laughter continued to echo throughout the medical facility. As the child began devouring the remains of Hannah, Dr. Henry had seen enough and fled the facility. In response, the AHA sent a large group of armed hunters back to the facility, looking for the spawn of Hannah. However, when they arrived, both the child and the remains of Hannah were gone. Hoping to prevent an incident like the Kinneys from ever happening again, the AHA introduced a new serum created by the hunter Lynch, which, besides being more effective in terms of resistance to the corruption, would also make women infertile and prevent any pregnancy from ever happening within the organization again. Just like with any of the other Sculptor's minions within Louisiana, it didn't take long before more and more replicas of this demonic creature would show up within the bayous. This would pose even greater problems for the AHA and their cause, as these behemoths would now wander the swamps, guarding the compounds, lairs, and clues found around Louisiana. Again, we arrive at the description of Soul Farmer. The researcher remarks that Scognamiglio, who named the creature this, was a fool for its description. Seeing that this humongous creature couldn't possibly go unnoticed in the night, harvesting the souls of anyone, the description seemed ridiculous. However, when the characteristics of the Meathead is examined, Soul Farmer might be the most accurate description among any of the entries of the Sculptor's creatures. For within the womb of the mother, the creature would begin a deep symbiotic relationship. As the mother provided it with sustenance, it would in turn provide her with demonic powers. The two would share a mutual connection, a connection of overwhelming power. The two would continue to benefit one another, existing as two, but growing as one. And the stronger the mother grew, the stronger the fetus would grow as well. It would grant the mother inhuman strength and demonic power, rivaling even surpassing that of most legendary hunters. But alas, on the other side, in the Sculptor's realm, only death can pay for life. And at the birth of this horrific demon, it would harvest the soul of the mother, the very soul it had been feeding, to use her magnificent power and energy to bring itself into the world and grant it unimaginable strength and resilience, making it one of the most destructive creatures within the Sculptor's ranks. Hey there, Hazmat here. That was the last entry in the lore about all of the Sculptor's creatures, and what a perfect note to end on as well. So morbidly dark and terrifying. Now all we have to do is wait for Crytek to add more creatures to the game, and I'll cover those as well. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, specifically Johnny Sevens, Jim and L. Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Hein, Goose, Doug Powell, Gino Lucero, Slip, Stas Biestek, The Wizard of Copper, Bubonic MCCC, Eli the Great, Gabe Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Dope, Jose Gonzalez, Kashi Yuka, Nightingale Far, Raven, Sir Bottoms, Spooks, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, Ulf Yellström, and Wildcard. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me directly as a content creator, they also help me decide on future content, and you can join it for as little as $1 a month. The link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Improbability, illogicality, and absolute absurdity might be the very first thoughts that come to mind when examining the events that supposedly happened in Louisiana at the end of the 19th century. Any sane and reasonably skeptical person would question the validity of the many paranormal phenomena that allegedly transpired in the deep parts of the bayous. However, among all of the claims, myths, and legends to surface from within Louisiana, a single tale would stand out among the rest as potentially the most preposterous of them all. 2 years prior to the cataclysmic and sudden increase of paranormal activity within Louisiana in 1895, a man by the name of Ariel Denoy moved to the city of New Orleans. Denoy was a peculiar man with an even more peculiar profession, donning a poorly crafted glass eye cast by the man himself. The eccentric newcomer inspired both awe and surprise in the New Orleans residents, as he announced in the local papers that he, as a taxidermist, could not only provide the people with a way to keep their beloved pets in this world indefinitely, but that he would also open up exhibitions within his quarters, displaying the proud work of other taxidermists as well. While the initial receptions of Denoy and his exhibition seemed to be positive, with a rather large attendance enjoying the work of others and more experienced taxidermists, the attitude and the local population's perception of Mr. Denoy himself would change as they were gradually introduced to his own work. Appearing to be far more inexperienced than most of his peers, Denoy struggled to make his creation seem lifelike and failed to capture the essence of the animal he was trying to preserve, remarking himself that one of his customers fainted as he proudly presented her with his work on her recently deceased pet. Denoy himself remarking that his biggest weakness in taxidermy was the recreation of the animal's eyes, where he had an unlucky tendency to make the animals look possessed and demonic. As his reputation within the neighborhood slowly declined, the old saying, misery loves company would soon ring true. For deep within the bayous outside of New Orleans, a terrifying sickness was ravaging the local population. This disease of unknown origin would slowly crawl through the swamps of Louisiana, infecting person after person with a wild fever of insanity that caused an outbreak of unprecedented death and violence. And it wouldn't take long before the dreadful shadow of this outbreak would reach the doorstep of New Orleans. With his closest neighbor, a woman by the name of Mrs. Florence Frank, taking an immediate dislike to him, tensions were already problematic for Denoy, but upon realizing that one of her children, who spent an awful lot of time at Denoy's place, admiring his collection of taxidermied animals, had caught the fever and spread the cough to the rest of her children, Mrs. Florence was suddenly certain that this ungodly man, who perverted God's very own creations, were the sole reason that this fever had been cursed upon mankind to begin with. And with that narrative, it didn't take much convincing from Mrs. Florence for the whole of the neighborhood to rise up and chase Denoy out of town. Forced away from his house and workshop, shunned by his customers and the people of New Orleans, Denoy found himself wandering the Stillwater Bayou, riddled with anger and resentment. How dared they treat him like this? He was an artist. His creations weren't sick and twisted. They were beautiful, an ode to the fragility of life, a moment of history preserved indefinitely. Amid his anger and frustration, Denoy happened to stumble across a slaughterhouse within the bayous. The place, though riddled with swine hanging from large meat hooks, seemed to have been abandoned for quite a while, and with all the leftover tools, as well as the location being somewhat hidden, Denoy thought it could be a great temporary place to continue his work. However, with nowhere to buy food, he would now have to hunt for his supper himself. And this is where his life would change radically. On one of his first walks within the Stillwater Bayou, looking for small game to hunt, Denoy came across something odd. His eyes failed to comprehend whatever it was he was looking at. In front of him was the giant body of something, well over 6 feet tall, definitely over 350 pounds, missing an arm, a head, and with leeches embedded into his shoulder. The skin of the entity was like an elephant's, pale and gray, but also thick and tough. Denoy stood dumbfounded, staring at the huge corpse in front of him. Having had a deeply rooted interest in animals his entire life, he was astonished not to recognize this behemoth of a creature. Not animal, definitely not human. This was something else. However, it didn't take long before Denoy's concern and unease was replaced with a curious optimism, and the longer he stared at the large sack of meat in front of him, the more opportunities and possibilities found their way into his head. This thing could make him a fortune. With a long rope and a wagon, through a great ordeal of effort and struggle, Denoy managed to transport the massive creature back to his makeshift office, where he immediately went to work on it. Seeing that the creature had neither head nor eyes, Denoy rejoiced as the creation of the clay cast, as well as the removal of the skin, even for a creature of this size, would be significantly easier than even that of the smallest dog. The knife sliced through the tough skin from top to bottom, exposing the creature's intestines, piquing the curiosity of the taxidermist as he recognized neither shape nor substance of any of the internal organs. He noted that the leeches on the creature's shoulder had a tough carapace, making them very easy to form casts to as well. But what made Denoy happiest about his new discovery was the lack of eyes, his one and only weakness. Inspired and motivated, driven by the recognition he would get from presenting a creature like this to the rest of the world, Denoy worked tirelessly through the entire day and the entire night. As the sun would set and the moon take its place, the darkness that followed seemed to change the swarms around him. For within the deepest parts of the bayous, Denoy would hear the most ungodly things throughout the night. Growls, yells, and painful screams. However, he was determined not to let anything disturb his work, and managed to remove the skin as best as he could by the early morning. As a final touch, he did what he had done with all of his products, and applied his own special coating to the surface of the skin. While Denoy might not have been the best taxidermist in terms of removing skin or recreating lifelike eyes, his particular method and formula for preserving the condition of his work was second to none. The protective coating was practically invisible to the naked eye, but provided outstanding protection against deterioration. Having now completed the first task, all he had to do was wait for the skin to dry. In the meantime, Denoy ventured back into New Orleans, fancying a drink after all of his hard work. However, in the short time span he had been gone from the city, the disease spreading throughout Louisiana had worsened severely. People no longer called it a fever, but referred to it as the plague, with corpses littering the streets piled up at random. Denoy shook and quickly returned to his temporary workshop, certain that nothing good would come from lingering in the city. Arming himself with nothing but patience, 6 days later, with the coating and skin finally dry, Denoy was ready to apply it to the clay amateur he had crafted. He forced the creature into an upright position, propped up with copper wires spooled around it to make it stand, as well as wooden impalements throughout the body, and a large meat hook to add to the theatricality. It had to look scary. After all, it was a monster. As his last touch on the creature, he wrapped his large apron around the body, not just to cover up the massive scar on the belly that he had caused when curiously examining the intestines, but also to make sure that the skin would set and stay perfectly on the amateur. Finally, after many days' work and patient waiting, the behemoth stood ready, the fierce monster ever so terrifying. However, Denoy felt like something was missing, like the creature was incomplete. There was something about a monster with no head that simply seemed unsettling. On a whim, Denoy decided to remove the head of one of the swines within the slaughterhouse and attached it on top of the creature to complete the picture. He marveled at his creation. It was perfect. Now, all he had to do was to get people to come and see it. But that night, a violent storm approached the bayous, and when it hit Stillwater, the forces of the rain, wind, and thunder caused the already fragile roof of Denoy's sleeping quarters to cave in and collapse. With nowhere else to rest for the night, Denoy was forced to sleep next to his creation in the workshop, hoping that the violent thunder wouldn't keep him awake throughout the night. But that would prove to be the least of his concerns. Under the howling wind whistling through the workshop and the heavy rain pounding against the roof above him, a violent bolt of lightning shot down through the dark clouds. The bolt shattered wood and timber as it tore through the ceiling, striking the meat hook of the monster that essentially worked as a lightning rod. The electrical current from the bolt of lightning, amplified by the spools of copper wire around the creature's body, sent electricity flowing through the clay and dead tissue. Shocked and terrified by the blast of thunder, Denoy stumbled to his feet, seeing the giant behemoth engulfed in a terrifying blaze of smoke and hellfire. As the flames died down, quelled by the seeping rain pouring in through the hole in the ceiling, speechless and horrified, Denoy carefully approached the monster, which seemed to be almost The body of Denoy would be discovered by a group of fishermen within the Stillwater Bayou more than a week later, his corpse so mangled and mutilated that the only usable piece of evidence to recognize and determine his identity was the glass eye of his own creation, still left in what remained of his skull. However, one final piece of the noise legacy would reveal itself in October later that year. For when the Great Fire of 1895 ravaged through the city of New Orleans, the Noise House, the same he had abandoned that very year, would among many others fall victim to the roaring flames. But when the fire subsided and the firefighters began sifting through the debris within the wreckage, a large collection of the Noise taxidermied pets was discovered, each and every one of them completely unscathed by the fire, preserved indefinitely by his ingenious protective coating, a formula that unfortunately seems to have died with him. Hey there, Hazmat here. That concludes the story about the Butcher, and I hope you've enjoyed it. I apologize if the quality of the script and narration suffered a bit this time around, as I've been sick as a dog through the entire production of this video. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, specifically Jim and L. Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Ryan, Goose, Doc Powell, Hambone, Dominic Carlos, Ape Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Kashi Yuka, Nebula, Nightingale Far, Riz TB, Sir Bottoms, Stas Biestek, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, and Ulf Jelström. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me as a content creator, they also help me decide on future content, and you can join it for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. I'd also like to give a big shout out to both Tip and Rexley from the Hunt Showdown Discord for being a real couple of cowboy bros. And as always, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Fear and phobia. Two words that are closely related, but nonetheless command distinct differences in terms of their actual effect. Fear being one of the most primal emotional responses, a rational reaction ingrained into almost every single organism on the planet, developed for the sole purpose of recognizing and avoiding life-threatening danger. Phobias, on the other hand, can be irrational, triggered by a psychological trauma of past experiences, causing the victim to greatly exaggerate a particular fear with the emotional response of debilitating anxiety. However, within the bayous of Louisiana existed a macabre creature so vile, malignant, and dangerous that its haunting image and lethal potential warranted both rational and irrational reactions of any person brave enough to have laid eyes upon it. Among the countless horrors and atrocities that existed within the Sculptor's area of corruption, it would seem almost impossible to point to a particular entity and define its presence and physical appearance as the most revolting of them all. Yet, even the most grotesque and grisly creations of this otherworldly embodiment of Satan would pale in comparison to the abhorrent and repulsive creature known only as the spider. While the term spider might seem accurate upon one's first glance at the creature, considering its 8 legs, the 2-part body, and the large venomous fangs, a closer look at the testimonies of certain hunters would reveal a far more horrifying truth. In his search for Dr. Reed and his party deep within the Stillwater bayous, John Victor, a member of the American Hunters Association, came across a barn strewn full of corpses, some of them malnourished and starved to death, the rest torn to pieces, their chests disemboweled and organs consumed. It was clear to John this barn had been their last stand, Doors and windows had been barricaded in a desperate attempt to keep the monsters at bay, while prayers and scriptures covered the walls in what seemed like a futile attempt to slow down the corrupting influence of the Sculptor. While there was no sign of Dr. Reed, a local medical practitioner known for his extensive research and rather unconventional methods of experimentation on the infected, John Victor was certain this was Dr. Reed's party. While too late to save the group from their destiny, his initial mission to locate the party had been completed. However, in a surprising turn of compassion and humanity, John Victor decided to give the deceased their final resting ground by burying the group. In the seeping rain pouring from the skies above, John worked tirelessly to dig a grave large enough for the entire party. Cold, wet, and exhausted, he dug out a massive hole, working through both pain and exhaustion in the rain as the crows greedily circled the barn above him, waiting to tear into the scraps of the massacred bodies. One by one, he would drag out the corpses before dumping them into the grave. Body after body, one corpse took the other, and John spent most of the night filling the massive grave. At the point of collapsing, worn out from exhaustion, John had only one body left, the corpse of a small girl. Her juvenile and innocent face, though covered in blood and her eyes open in a dead stare, the little girl seemed almost peaceful. Tired and weak, John, who was as strong as they come, didn't have the energy to carry the girl, and dragged her by the ankles to the hole before he dumped her in as well. As he filled the grave back up, covering the bodies beneath the dirt, John returned to the AHA, assuming that his mission had been completed. However, this good deed turned out to be one that wouldn't go unpunished, for beneath the dirt and rain, among the worms and deceased in the grave, something unexplainable happened. Something dark and wicked. Later in John's life, in another expedition, as he once again ventured into the bayous, he would deep within the swamp encounter a creature so vile that any sane person would question their sanity upon first glance. With a piercing scream of sheer pain and terror, a giant spider, larger than anything else he had ever seen within the bayous, charged at him. However, it didn't take long for John to realize that this simply wasn't just a big spider. No, this was something out of hell itself. This creature was a contorted mess of limbs, faces, torsos, and digits, all fused together in a symbiotic cesspool of perverted biology. This abomination seeming to have been pieced together almost at random, with joints, digits, and limbs poking out erratically in all directions, boggled even the mind of John Victor, a seasoned hunter who thought to have seen it all. This heinous amalgamation was truly spawned from the darkest and deepest of nightmares, its outward appearance alone more than enough to crush and crumble the spirit of less seasoned hunters. But as the grotesque and macabre pile of body parts charged at him, John froze in his tracks as his eyes met with the spider's. Behind the giant fangs of the creature, he saw two human eyes. He knew those eyes. He had seen them before. He was certain that this was the eyes of the little girl he had buried. Her innocent, peaceful face was dug into the flesh of the body of the spider, torn and twisted by demonic powers, warped into an agonizing grimace that both screamed for death and pleaded for forgiveness. Shocked by the sight of the creature, and stunned by the vicious effect of the venom the monster sprayed at him, John retreated from the bayous, leaving the spider behind in its lair. Unable to comprehend the evil he had just witnessed, the arms, the legs, and the torsos, but most of all, the face of the innocent girl, John was certain that the spider was a product of the grave he had dug, and he shook at the thought of the atrocious creature. What a sick and twisted fate for anyone to suffer. As John returned to the AHA, the eyes of the little girl staring at him from within the mangled tissue of the spider was burned onto his retina. As he retold the events of his expedition, his account was met with skepticism and even ridicule. The director of the AHA, Dr. Huff Jones, as well as the researchers of the organization, thought the idea of an arachnid creation to be unlikely, too far from the usual method of approach by the corruption. The Sculptor seemed to gravitate its creations towards insects and their properties. So how would a spider, a natural predator of insects, coincide with the Sculptor's modus operandi? This question would be uncovered by the researcher known as Scrapbeak, who determined the spider's true purpose. It would seem that the corruption, not unlike any task performed by a human, was subject to failure in both production as well as execution. This meant that the mutated creatures of the Sculptor could often become too faulty to carry out their purpose, too mangled to actually function, or somehow wander outside of the Sculptor's reach, making them rogue entities to the influence of the corruption. While the spider would be responsible for cocooning and creating the armored, it also solved a much more prominent problem. The spider would first identify a problem within a mutation. Before either killing or capturing the problem, it would then trap and cocoon the creature to essentially rebuild or repurpose the faulty infection. The spider's purpose within the BIOS seemed to serve as guardian of the Sculptor and the corruption's resources. But alas, another phenomenon would present itself, this one even more perplexing than the previous. For a hunter by the name of Daniel Glanton would one day return from the BIOS, claiming to have killed the spider. When challenged about this, he would present evidence of its destruction. However, he wouldn't be the first. Hunter after hunter would come back from the BIOS, each claiming to have bested this ferocious monster in combat, and each of them able to present irrefutable proof of its death as well. Apparently, the spider would be resurrected or reassembled upon its destruction. It would seem that there was more than one spider, but never more than one alive at a time. This brought on another unexpected problem for the AHA and the Hunters of Louisiana, as the bounty or proof of kill that could be collected from the corpse of the spider turned out to be rather valuable, leading to partnerships, friendships, and alliances crumbling under the weight of selfishness and greed, as hunters took to the bayous in the hopes of slaying this monster for simple monetary gains. As a simmering storm was brewing within the AHA, John Victor had a dreadful uncertainty that haunted him. Unsure of where to put the blame for this atrocity now running rampant within the dead zone, he was caught between a rock and a hard place, certain that Dr. Reed, even though the man was clearly deranged and mad, was incapable of creating something so vile and despicable. It had to have been something else, something far more sinister. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he himself had helped create this monster, for after all, it was he who buried the bodies in that grave, though he had long since forgotten where he had done it. In an attempt to soothe his guilty conscience, John ventured back into the bayous, looking to find redemption, hoping he could do what the other hunters couldn't, and finally end the terror of this creature for good. This time, he wouldn't flee. Within the Stillwater Bayou, he followed the clues one at a time, each of them slowly taking him closer to the lair of the spider. Eventually, his hunt for the creature led him to Lock Bay Docks, the compound riddled with the wandering corpses of the dead, guarding the lair of the spider. John, however, wasn't about to let anything get in his way. Determined to finish what he had started, John pushed forward into the lair, and among the skulls, bones, and cobweb, it didn't take long before the creature made itself present to him. John felt the cold shiver of fear bite into every inch of his body as he once again locked eyes with the creature, the eyes of the little girl looking directly at him. In a threatening posture, the body and limbs of the spider were poised for death, but the eyes, just as before, begged for forgiveness. John loaded his rifle. This time, he would grant the creature both. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was my first attempt at specifically covering one of the bosses of Hunt Showdown, and I would love to hear how you think it turned out in the comments below. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, specifically Jim and L. Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Pine, Goose, The Loaf of Bread, Tom Hengst, Stasby Aztec, Kashi Yuka, Tim Wright, Jane Doe, Nightingale Far, Nebula, Claire and Leon, Gabe Benavides, Sir Bottoms, Riz TB, Ghosty, and Dominic Carlos. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me as a content creator, they also receive special benefits, such as deciding on future lore episodes, the option to participate in Patreon exclusive events, such as the Patreon Cup, as well as early access and behind the scene content, and you can join the Hunters Lounge for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. I would also like to give a big thanks to both Rexley and Tip from the Hunt Showdown Discord, who always contribute with great input and feedback. And as always, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Deception and espionage, two tested and tried cornerstones of both ancient and modern warfare. The ability to make informed decisions based on the enemy's strategic capabilities can prove to be an invaluable advantage when trying to tip the scales of war in one's favor. The wits and cunning needed to blend in behind enemy lines, to establish a character and form a bond of trust with the opposing force, requires an immense dedication to both time, preparation, and commitment. The very essence of the phrase, keep your friends close, but your enemies even closer. Our story begins almost 7 years before the major outbreak of corruption within the Louisiana swamps. The 1880s and the 1890s were tumultuous times in the state of Louisiana. Not only was the state still recovering from the Civil War, but corruption and scandals ran rampant within the political sector. This unruly landscape paved the way for large criminal syndicates, especially within the city of New Orleans, where their roots ran deep within the businesses and even law enforcement. In light of this situation, David Hennessy, a young and aspiring detective, took it upon himself to make a change within the city. Determined to clean up the streets, he created his own private security firm, recruited his own men, and trained them himself. Under the exceptional leadership of Hennessy, the men of the security firm turned out distinguished, well-disciplined, and all highly motivated to follow the cause of bettering New Orleans. Through the local politicians, Hennessy and his men were given police authority to govern within the city, and made such a positive impact in terms of civility and order that the citizens preferred his private firm over the local police. Even the New York Times remarked that Hennessy and his men were far more suited as law enforcement officers than the actual police of New Orleans. In the light of his success within the city, David Hennessy would in 1888 be appointed police chief of New Orleans, which opened up new avenues for his ambitions. Being left with what was considered by most to be a corrupt and to say the least incompetent police force, Hennessy would reform the police for the better. Instead of chasing riffraff and low-life criminals, his agenda would instead be to make quality arrests, focusing on high-priority targets, which would make a dent within the families of organized crime. This campaign would eventually lead to the police obtaining crucial information that could cripple one of the largest crime families within the city. However, the ambitions of Hennessy would prove to be a fatal mistake. Having made himself a target among organized crime, one late night on his way home, from the alleys and back streets came a group of armed assailants, allegedly wielding so-called luparas, sawn-off shotguns used primarily as a tool of execution by the mafiosos. The gunmen charged at Hennessy, firing off multiple shots, fatally wounding the police chief in the process. Hennessy, however, didn't back down, and despite the severe gunshot wounds, took the fight to his enemies, managing to chase them off before collapsing. Hennessy was hospitalized and visited by friends and colleagues, but due to complications by his wounds, ultimately met his demise the very next day. The last word to leave his lips when asked who had done this to him was allegedly the word "Dagos," a derogatory term for Italians. Enter Harold Black, the true protagonist of our story. Harold was a writer, though not a very successful one, far too fond of drinking rather than his writing, who struggled to gain any sort of recognition among his peers and failed to impress his employer. However, having followed Hennessy's career closely, impressed by the man's determination and charisma, intrigued by the very ambitions and aspirations behind Hennessy's motivations to make a difference within the city, and in the light of the recent event, Harold decided to cover the assassination of Hennessy, both prior and after the lethal ambush. This, however, would lead Harold down a spiral of weird coincidences that would send him tumbling down a rabbit hole no one could have ever imagined. Hennessy's death triggered a violent response from the politicians of New Orleans. Anti-Italian propaganda, allegedly sparked by the mayor himself, led a crusade that resulted in the arrest of 45 Italians, where 19 of them were charged with the murder of Hennessy. However, due to contradictions of eyewitnesses and lack of evidence from the prosecutors to prove that the 19 men were at the scene of crime during the assassination, let alone connected to organized crime, gave the jury no choice but to dismiss the cases. This dismissal would spark an outrage among the population of New Orleans, fueled by the call to action of several high-ranking officials, urging the citizens to take matters into their own hands. The spark ignited a violent protest where thousands of enraged people took to the streets of the city. Determined to deliver justice of their own, the crowds marched through the city, finally converging on the prison where the arrested Italians were still kept in holding. Among the crowd was Harold Black. However, while Harold tried to document everything to the best of his ability, the situation would take a turn for the worse. Suddenly, the deep and gritty pounding of wood against metal rang out as the angry crowds, with nothing but brute force and violent determination, had constructed makeshift battering rams and began tearing down the gates to the prison. Harold watched as the gate was battered, destroyed, and broken down. The small force of police present at the scene, incapable of holding back the angry swarms of people that now poured into the prison with a violent desire for vigilante justice. It didn't take long before the crowd of protesters returned from within the prison, bringing with them a group of 11 Italians. The men were thrown to the streets among the raging and raving crowd. By the condemnation of the mob, these 11 men had now been ruled guilty by association to the murder of David Hennessy, and the sentence was death. Harold stood by in horror, his eyes wide open as the crowd mercilessly laid into the Italians. One by one, the men were brutally murdered. Some were hung, some were shot, others were clubbed to death before being hung from trees for the whole world to see. Harold was devastated. The brutal sight of the inhuman killings made him sick to his stomach, and he left the crowd without looking back. However, as he left, he saw a tall man, much taller than anyone else in the crowd, whose face told a different story than everyone else's. He wasn't there for vengeance, violence, or revenge, and Harold followed his eyes to the lynched Italians, immediately sensing a clear connection between the man and the innocent people. When the tall man suddenly left the crowd in anger, Harold couldn't help but follow him. There was just something intriguing about him. The tall man, though clearly agitated, moved with such impressive grace and elegance, dancing through the crowd of people as Harold followed him down an alley. Suddenly, as a gunshot rang out from the riot behind them, the tall man took off in a sprint. Unsure why, Harold gave chase and followed right behind him. At the end of the alley, cornered, the man stopped. In the blink of an eye, he spun around and kicked up a cloud of dust that struck Harold in the face. Blinded, Harold fumbled to clear his eyes, when he suddenly, in disgust, realized that he had also been hit by a giant bug and felt it crawling across his face. However, as he wiped off the bug and dust, he saw to his surprise that the tall man was effortlessly scaling the wall of the alley. Harold couldn't believe his own eyes. The man was literally ascending a vertical surface. Dumbstruck, he stood frozen, watching as the tall man reached the top of the wall. Suddenly, the air next to Harold's head whistled as a gust of wind blew past his face. A heavy thud sounded out behind him, and as Harold turned around, he saw a large throwing knife embedded into the ground. It had missed his head by mere inches. Realizing he almost just lost his life, Harold took off running, leaving the man to himself, sitting at the top of the wall. In the coming days, in the fallout of the riots and lynchings, Harold would cover the events in the paper, putting words to the violence that had befallen the Italians. Innocent men killed by a raging mob who had condemned them to die based on nothing. Though an honest decision and admirable approach, the good intentions of Harold would unfortunately not go unpunished, as his boss, John C. Wycliffe, took severe offense to the way Harold had portrayed the situation, calling it pro-Italian propaganda. This would result in Harold getting fired from the paper. Baffled by his boss's decision, a big piece of information would later surface, revealing that Harold's boss had been part of spearheading the lynching of the innocent Italians himself. Luckily, the Lieutenant Governor of Louisiana, Hiram Lott, would take a liking to Harold and his honest writing, putting him in his employment, which initially had Harold excited. However, the job would prove to be mostly clerical, administrative work, with routine assignments of the same forms being filled out over and over and over again. Harold found the job extremely unstimulating and boring, and brought his drinking into his office. Most of his evenings, he would be found at his desk, almost passed out from consumption of alcohol, going through the seemingly endless pile of bureaucratic forms. Within a short time of his employment at the Lieutenant Governor's office, Harold would meet a man by the name of Vincent Orsica. Vincent was a tall man who was deeply invested in the political climate of both New Orleans and Louisiana as a whole, and the two sparked up a conversation over whiskey and cigarettes. Being older than Harold, Vincent seemed to possess a lot more experience and wisdom, which he happily divulged. Coincidentally, over the following months, the two would continue to run into each other, as wherever Harold went, whether saloon or bar, Vincent would seem to show up as well, always happy to talk about this and that, especially politics. Vincent and Harold grew close over the following year, and the conversation turned solely more and more towards politics. Harold's work with the Lieutenant Governor gave him access to much inside knowledge and secrets, which Harold and the Lieutenant Governor would passionately argue about back and forth, often leading to disagreements. Political rumors, affiliations, current political climate, and future strategies, secrets he would willingly share to gain the respect of Vincent, whom he admired deeply. Vincent would listen to these disagreements intently, and Harold thrived on the attention. The two became friends, and Vincent, being the good friend he was, took it upon himself to better Harold's life, wanting to get Harold to cut down on his drinking rather than spending time in saloons or bars. The two would go on walks instead, and occasionally participate in sports shooting. These walks would turn to hikes, and the shooting would turn to hunting. And on one of these hunts, in a rare sober moment, Harold suddenly realized just how tall Vincent actually was. He had a distant gut feeling that Vincent reminded him of something, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Harold's health and mental state would greatly improve as he and Vincent's friendship would continue to grow. However, like most things, the friendship wouldn't last forever. In a late drunken morning, where the two had spent most of the night in a bar, with the majority of time being spent by Harold complaining that he was now out of a job again, as the Lieutenant Governor, in what Harold had considered to be a ridiculous obsession, had traveled to Nicaragua to work on a project called the Atlantic Pacific Canal. Harold had protested the decision, stating that there was much more urgent and pressing issues, both within New Orleans, but also Louisiana. However, the Lieutenant Governor was determined to go, which meant that Harold was out of work. Having seemed to lost interest in the conversation with Harold, as the two left the bar at dawn, Harold was in such a drunken stupor that he was barely able to stand on his legs. But as the two parted ways, Harold was certain that he saw the body of Vincent split and multiply into swarms of something. The swarms vanished down the many alleys of the city, and in an instant, he was gone. Chalking it up to be nothing but a drunken hallucination, Harold was unaware that that was the last time he would see the man by the name of Vincent Orsica. With no job and his best friend gone, Harold descended back into drinking heavily on the daily. One day, he found himself stumbling through the docks and met an individual by the name of Samson. Samson was oddly curious about Harold and his life, and Harold would later find out that Samson wasn't actually a real person, but rather an alias used by the recruiters of an organization hidden behind a veil of secrecy and discretion, the American Hunters Association. The recruiters of this organization would hang around docks, train stations, and other hubs of transportation, looking for individuals who seemed lost in life. Samson inquired about Harold's physical capabilities, as well as his ability to use a rifle. Though severely inebriated, having been trained by Vincent for the better part of a year, Harold felt confident in saying that he knew his way around hunting. Samson told Harold to sober up and meet him at a given address the following day. After a deep night's sleep, Harold decided to go, hoping to turn his expeditions with Samson into a serialized adventure that he could publish. However, as he was introduced to the two other hunters about to make their way into the swamps far outside of the city limit, Harold realized that this wasn't a regular hunting expedition. Harold saw that these people weren't equipped for simply hunting wild game, but rather seemed prepared for warfare. When Harold inquired about their odd choice of weapons and equipment, the hunters ominously remarked that they didn't hunt animals. They hunted shadows, darkness, and things beyond our human comprehension. Harold had heard the rumors that crept out from within the bayous, a raging disease, fangs and teeth in the night, beings of death and decay from another realm that haunted the swamps, but had assumed it to be nothing more but silly folklore. These hunters, however, were not amused by his skepticism. Injected with a dark red serum, its content thick like tar, Harold felt his blood burning as it spread throughout his body. The hunter said the serum was supposed to protect him against the influence of darkness and allow him to survive the expedition into what was known as the Dead Zone. In the area of Lawson Delta, Harold followed the two hunters into Nichols Prison. The now abandoned correctional facility casted an even more weary shadow upon its already dreadful demeanor. With Harold watching their backs, having been told to keep an eye out for everything that seemed out of the ordinary, the group was looking to complete what the others called a contract. However, unbeknownst to the hunters, they were the ones being hunted, 1,000 eyes watching their every move. Having barely made it inside the confinement of the prison, a dense clump of insects was flung at the first of the hunters. His panicking screams of terror echoed among the narrow walls and abandoned cells as he clawed at the box crawling down his throat. Behind the hunter, through his screams of terror, a swarm of insects gathered, whirling around in a black tornado of mandibles and legs. A dark shadow emerged from within the swarm, while the other hunter stood frozen in place, terrified. Harold was shocked and petrified as he felt an odd recognition, seeing the figure of the shadow materialize. With a sickening elegance, the tall shadow suddenly drove a blade through the belly of the screaming hunter, silencing his howls, sending him crumbling to the floor in an instant. Harold and the other hunter opened fire in a panic. The shadow split into three figures, the two silhouettes dancing through the prison before rushing directly at Harold and his companion. Harold struck it with a blast from his barrel. The silhouette exploded in a swarm of insects, the thousands of bugs covering Harold's face and body, choking him as legs, mandibles, and thoraxes cluttered his throat and nose. Through the coughing convulsions as he tried to clear his airways, he saw the blade of the shadow dart through the stomach of the second hunter. In a frantic scream of pain, the hunter swung his axe at the silhouette, the figure effortlessly dancing out of the way before it swiftly slashed his throat in a clean gash. A thick stream of blood oozing from the wound, coloring the brick tiles beneath his body as he fell to the ground. As the shadow once again rose in front of Harold, he saw through the box and void. Within the center of darkness and insects, a faceless head was staring back at him. There could be no mistake. It was the face of Vincent Orsica. Confused and terrified, Harold fled the prison, leaving behind the bodies of the two other hunters without ever looking back. The events of the prison sent Harold into a manic state of perpetual panic. His memory had suffered greatly due to his constant drinking, and he had to be sure about what he had seen. Frantically, he searched for his writings and notes from the prior year, scouring every book, paragraph, and sentence, searching for anything he could find on Vincent. As his search left him somewhat empty-handed, he resorted to other methods of jump-starting his memories. Psychologists for the deep and forgotten thoughts, chemists to access his subconscious, and mystics he hoped could point him in the right direction with clairvoyance. He wasn't sure which of the consultations had done the trick, but finally, he remembered. Among the endless piles of books, notepads, and stacks of paper in his apartment, he remembered a single crumpled up note. The note contained the address of Vincent. As Harold followed up on the address, walking down the alley next to the apartment, the feeling of odd recognition suddenly returned to his body once again. It was almost as if he was recalling a dream he had experienced many years ago. He knew this place from somewhere, but where exactly? He entered the now abandoned apartment, surprised to find it completely empty and in a terrible state. No bed, no desk, not even a chair, nothing but bare decaying walls and an open door to the balcony from where the draft rolled in. As Harold stepped out on the balcony, he let out a gasp as everything suddenly fell into place. From the apartment, he had a direct view to the prison of the city. He suddenly remembered the riots, the prison, the lynchings, the tall man. He glanced to his left, looking down at the alley beneath him, remembering this was where his chase with the tall man ended, and how he with inhuman agility effortlessly scaled the wall. The top of the wall where the man had been sitting was right next to the balcony Harold was standing on. The movement, the blade, the bug in the dirt. It was Vincent he had been chasing that day. An uneasy urgency filled him. Why? Why had Vincent been at the prison? What kind of connection would a monster like him, born from darkness and veiled in shadows, spawned in another realm beyond our own, possibly have to innocent Italians? Suddenly, a jolt of clarity ran through him as he remembered Vincent's interest in politics. He recalled the names of two of the victims from the lynching, Frank Romero, the ward healer of the regular Democratic organization, and Joseph Macheca, political boss of the very same party, a party which worked closely with the governor of Louisiana, Murphy J. Foster. The realization suddenly made Harold see the entire picture, the chain of events all laid out in front of him. The RDO wasn't just a political party, it was a ruthless group of criminals deeply tied to one of the largest criminal syndicates within New Orleans. They used intimidation, violence, extortion, and bribes to get their way by twisting and perverting the trusted democratic system. Vincent had arrived in New Orleans and seen the possibilities in the political party. He had infiltrated the RDO by assuming the identity of an Italian and siphoned the party for information, allowing him access to secrets known only by high-ranking officials. God only knows what Vincent had to do to gain the trust of the RDO. However, the rise of David Hennessy and his competent police force would prove a problem for Vincent. The campaign led by the aspiring police chief was close to crippling the crime syndicate behind the RDO, potentially robbing Vincent of his informants and his place within the political system. Vincent took action and had the assassination of Hennessy orchestrated, but ran into unforeseen consequences as Hennessy survived the attack and pointed out the race of his assailants. As the riots broke out and the mob served their vigilante justice, Vincent's informants had gotten caught in the crossfire. He had effectively eliminated his own inside sources by accident. That was why he was at the prison. And that was why he was so agitated. Not because he had an emotional connection, but because he had lost his only source of information within the political parties. Harold was speechless. Defeated, he stood in the abandoned apartment, a cold taste of betrayal in the back of his throat. How could he not have seen it? The heavy veil of drunken intoxication had shrouded his judgment, preventing him from recognizing what was right in front of him. Harold had not only lost what he had deemed to be his only friend, he had let himself get taken advantage of, befriended the very enemy of mankind. This thing had only used him for his political affiliation and inside knowledge. A spy of darkness itself. Fueled by the anger of Vincent's deceit, Harold vowed to take revenge. Through Samson, he inquired among the other hunters about anyone who had encountered or talked to Vincent. Anything that could give him a potential lead. Repeated among everyone he asked was a single name: Glanton, a hunter who had been chased by Vincent fought him and lived to tell the tale. Determined to learn what he could about Vincent, his behavior, and potential weaknesses, Harold met with Glantern in an abandoned church. The hunter, much younger than Harold would have expected, shared his tale of the assassin, revealing that it had been chasing him for a long time and he was still waiting for it to return. Harold learned about its mannerisms, its abilities, weapons, and tactics, comparing it with his own experience, writing everything down, trusting nothing to be left at the mercy of his own memory. Armed with knowledge and with intent to finally kill Vincent, Harold met with another group of hunters and prepared to venture back into the bayous. However, impressed by the massive amount of details and information Harold had been able to gather on the creature, the hunters told him to stay behind, promising him a piece of the bounty if he would only continue his research instead. They needed someone like him, someone to catalog the enemy's behavior and weaknesses if they were ever to win this fight against darkness. Though relieved, ashamed and reluctant, Harold agreed to the terms of the other hunters. Deep down, he had always known he wasn't about to risk his life over a simple grudge, and he was more than happy he didn't have to face the cold blades of Vincent once again. And thus began the journey of Harold Black, who would later come to be known as the Researcher, dedicated to vindicating himself, hoping to right his wrongs by studying the arts of darkness and help destroy it however he could. Among all the death and destruction, decay and darkness, he had finally found the recognition he had been searching for all these years. If Vincent ever came back for him to claim his life is unknown. However, while Harold's research and input would shed a broad light on the creatures of darkness within the bayous and prove invaluable to the Hunters of Louisiana, Harold and the others would find out that there was much more to this corruption than met the eye. The group of hunters who set out to kill Vincent might have been successful initially, temporarily destroying the entity known as the Assassin, but as Harold and every other hunter within the bayous would eventually come to realize, killing an emissary of darkness would prove an impossible task without destroying the source of corruption itself. For no matter how many times Vincent was killed, he would persistently return, clinging to the heels of Harold like the shadow of fate, waiting for the right time to strike. Hey there, Hazmat here. First of all, thank you all for your patience and support. This video took a lot longer than I expected. The amount of research I had to put in was out of this world, and I had to rewrite and re-record the conclusion twice because I kept finding new information, so thanks for sticking with me. But an even bigger thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, especially Jim and L. Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Lion, Goose, Duck Powell, Hambone, Nathan J. Torres, Spooks, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Kashi Yuka, Nebula, Nightingale Far, Riz TP, Sir Bottoms, Stas Biestek, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, and Ulf Hjelström. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me as a content creator, they also help me decide on future content, and you can join it for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. I would also like to thank both Tip and Rexley from the Hunt Showdown Discord for listening to my mad ramblings and insane conspiracy theories while trying to establish a proper conclusion for this video. And as always, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Obsession. A powerful, sometimes irresistible urge or emotion that can manifest itself in unyielding desires, and even involuntary compulsion to carry out certain activities that most rational people might deem questionable. The true problem with one's obsession, however, lies in the thoughtlessness hidden behind the blinding veil of endless desires, where gluttony, lust, and especially greed will make one neglect, forget, and even abandon the most basic of human moral obligations and responsibilities. A creature once roamed the bayous of Louisiana, its twisted anatomy seeming to bear a slight resemblance of something that might once have been human. However, the bayous of Louisiana, the very epicenter of the dreaded corruption and occult dark magic, had through sick and twisted witchcraft warped the last remnants of this person's former humanity into a dark creature of nothing but pain and relentless agony. Rumored among the Hunters of Louisiana to be the very embodiment of death itself, the Grim Reaper, a twisted monster relentlessly wandering the swamps at night with the endless desire for collecting and gathering materials, always accompanied by a seemingly endless swarm of birds. Its haunting screams would warn everyone when it was on the prowl, which was more than enough to make any rational and sane person question their motivations for venturing into the dead zone. These screams, the dark silhouette, the hoarding, its close relationship with the native avian varieties, along with the stories told by the few and lucky who made it back from the encounters with it, would form the myth that would come to be known as Scrapbeak. When we take a closer look at this hideous creature, it would seem that it wasn't formed or created in similar fashion as the other dark emissaries. No. The past and creation of this horrendous creature would prove to be a tale of hopeless abandonment and unrelenting melancholy. (1863), the Civil War. The Confederate and Union States had for 2 years now fought a bloody war on the soil of Louisiana. Fighting for the Confederates, stationed in Lawson Delta, in the trenches of Fort Carmack, among the blood, bodies, and shrapnel, was a corporal by the name of Avis Wyndham. While defending the fort from Union forces, Avis would lose his legs to the impact of a cannonball, tearing off both limbs below the knee and damaging the rest of his body. Recovered by his fellow soldiers, Avis would survive. However, in the face of the reconstruction, he would also lose his arm, leaving him with a single functioning limb and walking on 2 prosthetics. In the following 3 decades, Avis had been discharged from his military service, broken and mangled. He had returned to his home village where he had met a woman and formed a strange relationship. While the two didn't despise one another, it certainly wasn't a relationship of passion. They seemed almost indifferent to one another, like they both only served one and only purpose, creating a legacy that they could leave behind. And through this unspoken agreement, the two got a son out of wedlock. This child, named after his father, would grow up in a household where his only source of affection and love would be his mother. For Avis Sr. would spend most of his time either taking care of his pet birds, tending to their every need, or he would be out collecting scrap and trash from the locals, which he would tinker with at every waking hour of the day. Avis Sr. was, by all definitions, an obsessed hoarder. Working as a ragman, his obsession with gathering materials, fixing the odd, the bent, and the broken, which provided as the family's only source of income, which by all definitions wasn't a lot. Avis Sr. seemed highly uninterested in his son, using his occupation to both cope and find relief from his wartime trauma by gathering discarded and broken things before putting them back together to the best of his ability. This was the only way he could preoccupy his mind and body, both stricken with the crippling disease known as Soldier's Heart. To the outside of the world, Avis Sr. seemed like a great man, happy, smiling, talkative, always the center of attention whenever he made his way through the areas, looking to take both trash and other unwanted things off of people's hands. It seemed that the more broken something was, the more he liked it. The children also enjoyed looking at his various collections of gizmos, along with the cheerful singing of his birds, which he kept in a large cage in the back of his cart. The locals called him the Birdman, for wherever Avis Sr. went, his birds would always accompany him. Quite the conversationalist, Avis Sr. was always willing to listen if someone was willing to talk. On top of that, he was also revered as a hero within his local community for his participation in the war. However, this facade of smiles and cordiality only existed to obscure and hide the truth of a bitter, resentful, and angry man that harbored tremendous emotional trauma. War is a terrible thing, and Avis Sr. had lost everything. Not only had he been crippled physically from the loss of his limbs, mentally he had also been destroyed, as he had lost his profession in the military, which died together with the cause of the Confederation as the Civil War ended in defeat. Avis Sr. would have given everything for the Confederation and its cause, a cause he had believed in, a cause he had been willing to die for. Losing to the Union wasn't an easy pill to swallow, as he now remained stuck in limbo, not quite dead, but not quite alive either. The frustration of having lost his limbs, his career, and his political cause that he had pledged his very body and life to, created a man who took his anger out on the people closest to him. This made him an abusive father, a violent partner, and someone who brought the devil into the very home his son grew up in. A home that was kept a dark secret from everyone else. A home where violence, both verbal and physical, became the closest thing to affection that his son would ever get from his father. Avis Sr. cared for only two things: scrap and his birds. The birds were the dearest thing he possessed, and he would nurture them to the best of his ability, showering them with love and attention. Through his entire upbringing, Avis Jr. would again and again see himself left behind at home, as his father would go out with the birds on his cart to collect scrap from the locals. The feeling of resentment for his father's birds would over time grow almost as strong as his sense of abandonment. But on top of that, he felt the judgment of the entire neighborhood, who looked at Avis Jr. with a similar resentment of his father. How could Avis Sr., such a humble, happy, and patriotic man, have had such an ungrateful child? Always unhappy, always complaining. It seemed that no one understood the situation that Avis Jr. was living in. Finally, one day, for some strange reason, his father asked Avis Jr. if he wanted to come along for a day of collecting. Maybe he needed help. Maybe it was a vague attempt from his father to actually give him affection. Whatever it was, Avis Jr. wasn't about to turn it down. The two ventured into the swamps together, looking to collect scrap. However, his father spent so much time tending to the birds that Avis Jr.'s patience was growing thin. The air felt oddly thick, almost impossible to breathe, and the area was swarming with insects. As they showed up to collect the scrap, the people who had promised them a decent chunk of salvage had recently passed away, victims to the disease that plagued the area. Lately, the bayous had seemed to change. It had been ravaged by a terrible flu known as the yellow fever, and it looked like the disease wasn't slowing down and claiming more victims. The nights were also crowded with gunshots, and more shady people would come into town. Some of them were regular men, others scarred and mutilated. Some of them were even as pale as ash, with dead eyes and a presence that hinted at something truly horrifying hiding behind their faces. Avis Jr. thought something felt odd on the way home from the bayous. His father's continued affection towards the birds agitated him immensely, and finally, later that evening, he couldn't contain his resentment anymore. He had finally had enough. Furious by his father's affection for his birds, always nurturing them, always giving them attention, his anger reached the boiling point. All he wanted was his father's affection, to be cared for, to be respected, always hoping to catch a fleeting glimpse of the unconditional love that his father shared for those stupid birds. He had waited and waited, but no affection ever came. To his father, he was nothing more than a colleague or an apprentice. All Avis Jr. had ever wanted was for his father to remember that he had a son. Well, he had made his choice now. If he wasn't going to remember, then Avis Jr. was sure as hell going to remind him. In the dark of the following evening, Avis Jr. opened the birdcage on the back of his father's cart. One by one, he took the small birds out of their cage and broke their necks in spite. Their fragile bodies crushed so easily in the palm of his hands. Broken and twisted, Avis laid them out for his father to find in the morning. And though he was ashamed of his actions, the devastation when his father awoke to the death of his beloved birds didn't disappoint. The two got into a heated argument. At the top of his lungs, his father roared that no good man would ever kill a little bird, to which his son resentfully replied, "There are no good men in this world." With years of hate and anger behind his actions, Avis Jr. let his trembling fists rain down on his father, landing punch after punch, opening up laceration after laceration on his face, until the old man was beaten to unconsciousness, barely moving on the wooden floor. Beaten, bloodied and broken, Avis Jr. left his father on the floor, clinging to life on the verge of death. The war had cracked his father, cracks that the devil came through. His father had brought the devil into their home, into his son, into Avis Jr.'s mother. Now, Avis Jr. had brought the devil back to him. His father had always seen him as weak. That was his mistake, a mistake he wouldn't make again, and Avis Jr. left his dying father behind with no remorse. But then, something happened. The encroaching death of Avis Sr. brought upon the attention of something else. Something horrible. For suddenly, tribes and tribes of magpies came flocking, followed by murders of crows, and even more conspiracies of ravens, all of them flocking to the swamps of Louisiana, as if they had all been summoned to this dark and forsaken place by name, rallying to the ever-growing pit of despair that was the dying soul of Avis Sr. Over the sound of flapping wings and the endless cries of avians in the sky, in his last breath of air as a human, something from the other side took hold of him, engulfed him, merged and twisted his body through dark and wicked magic, and over the screeching and squawking of the hordes of birds, his screams of agony echoed through the night, before they in a cacophony of pain and torment warped into the cries of a terror so unspeakable that most people were certain death itself had come to Louisiana. Hey there, Hazmat here. That covers the 4 current bosses of Showdown, and I hope that you've all enjoyed it. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically Jim and L. Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Hein, Goose, Doug Powell, Hambone, I'm gonna butcher this, Gino Lucero, Bubonic MCCC, that's a lot of C's, Gabe Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Kashiyuka, Nebula, Nightingale Far, Sir Bottoms, Spooks, Stas Biestek, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, and Ulf Jarlström. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me directly as a content creator, it also helps me decide on future content, and you can join it for as little as $1 a month. A big thanks to Tip and Rexley from the Hunt Showdown Discord as well, because what the hell would I do without those two? And as always, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
Don't you cry, go to sleep, you little baby. When you wake, you shall have all the pretty little voices.
Her hands were numb. The soft adolescent skin had been torn from her palms and fingers, exposing the red flesh beneath. With every pull of the oars, her shoulder cried out in agony. She had broken it the day prior, as she in a panic had fled the British invaders. Around her was nothing but the sea, the harsh slap of the waves nudging the boat back and forth, as if mocking her in her desperate attempts to leave behind the misery at shore. She didn't know where she was, and she didn't know where to go, yet Enola kept on rowing. Deeper and deeper into the storm she went, never once looking back. They had trampled all of the small animals she had raised when they attacked the fort, and her mother, they had killed her. The last thing she saw before she fled Fort St. Philippe was those red-coat savages who shot her in the head. She'd take her chances with the sea. She'd rather be drowned than British. Her mother had taught her to act like a queen, and a queen never wishes death upon anyone. Yet she wished death upon each and every one of them. During one of the battles at sea, She saw a British sailor eviscerated by a cannonball, yet she didn't mourn him. She praised his demise. He got exactly what he deserved. However, she was certain that for going against some of his teachings, she had cursed herself. As a single tear rolled down her cheek, the clouds gave out above her, and with the strong winds came the sound of rolling thunder, accompanied by 100,000 tears that spilled out into the endless sea around her, as if the heavens themselves wept for her and the loss of her family. Drifting in the rain all by herself, a thick mist slowly engulfed her boat. In this never-ending embrace of clouds, through the whipping rain and stormy winds, she saw a giant eye far out in the sea, similar to that of an insect, staring directly at her. And as the creature blinked, the storm roared, and her boat went under, swallowed by the sea. Enola woke on the banks of somewhere else. Somewhere that was what she could only describe to be bizarre. A place where shadows defied the sun, dancing, crawling on their own accord, twisting and curling like the tails of alligators. The current of the marshes seemed to change direction at will, and the natural laws of physics had ceased to exist. A sickening smell of rot suffocated the banks, and high above her, as bright as a diamond, the moon sat in the sky, ominous, watching over her, seemingly never moving. She didn't feel thirst, she didn't feel hunger. Her most basic primal desires were now nothing but urges of the past, swallowed by the emptiness of this strange place. She wasn't alone though. She had kept the only egg that managed to survive the invasion of the Redcoats back at the fort. She held the egg close, embraced it, protecting it like a mother. After all, except for her pen and diary, it was all she had left in this world by now. However, that would suddenly change. It would seem that the storm that had swept her to this place of unchanged structure and composition had also called some of the Redcoats and brought them here as well. It didn't take long for the invaders to plant their flag in this foreign soil, claiming the land as their own. Enola knew they were terrible people. She had seen up close what they did to others, so she hid as best as she could, keeping the egg safe with her both night and day. Minutes turned to hours, and hours turned to days. The days turned to weeks, the weeks turned to months, and the months turned to years. The British soldiers would roam the land, killing whatever they could get their hands on, yet Enola eluded them to the best of her ability. She realized she wasn't growing any older, pondering whether age wasn't a thing in this place, or if perhaps that time stood still. She heard the gunfire and the cannons roaring from the banks across the marshes both night and day. The Redcoats roamed this land with impunity, happy to conquer what had been laid out in front of them. And unfortunately, although Enola had done her best to stay out of sight, after more than a decade of hiding, the Redcoats finally found her. Condemning her as a witch, the British soldiers raised their guns at her. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the twisting and curling shadows that resembled alligators came to life and ate the Redcoats from top to toe. As the flesh of the infantry were torn to pieces, they turned to a black decay of bubbling rot that sunk into the stream of the marshes. Over the next 30 years, Enola would bond with the Shadow Gators of this other realm. They followed her and the egg everywhere, the shadows always moving behind her in what she described as a parade, almost as if they worshipped her or wanted to crown her Queen Enola. She kinda liked the sound of that. But while the company of these strange creatures helped her stave off the suffocating loneliness, she couldn't do anything to stagnate the decay of her mind. Every day, holes of her memory vanished, holes which were then filled up with teeth, as she so strangely put it. Enola would for the following 30 years lose herself in this land of nothing, unable to eat, unable to drink or age. She was left to decay in the maddening emptiness of perverted immortality. Enola wondered, was this the curse for going against her mother's teachings? But then, one day, without any rhyme or reason, all of the shadow alligators that had followed Enola for all of these years suddenly began pouring into the egg that she had kept safe for so long. Hundreds of the shadows wriggled their way into the shell before a violent crack of thunder roared from the skies above, sending down hundreds of lightning strikes around her. Among the thunder and lightning, in a flash as bright as the sun, the egg hatched in front of Enola. She couldn't believe her eyes. From the shell came a baby alligator, and endless joy suddenly overtook the little girl. No longer would she be alone in this forsaken land. Now she had a companion, a friend. She would have to give her a name. It would of course have to be fitting. And if Enola herself was the queen, just like her mom and the shadow alligators had told her, then this little creature would obviously be the princess. And so it was decided. The alligator would be named Princess, a creature born from shadows and lightning. Though Princess was born both angry and vicious, the fierce animal took a liking to Enola. The two would grow close, both loving the other's company. However, it would seem that Princess wasn't a regular alligator. Born from the shadows of this peculiar land and thrust into the world through lightning, the alligator grew immensely over a few days, going from a small reptile that could fit in the palm of Enola's hand to a behemoth of a creature so large that Enola was able to ride it like a saddled horse. Together, Princess and Enola would actively hunt for the redcoats, tearing them apart with the alligator's immense jaws. And the larger the alligator grew, the easier the hunt became. When the two attacked the ship of the redcoats, Princess had reached such an abnormally large size that she could easily crush the ship. In a cacophony of screams from the British, the terrifying jaws of Princess splintered the ship. Wood shattered, flesh tore, and bones were crushed. Finally alone, the two odd friends could enjoy the company of one another, and though Enola never slept, unable to rest, the two would lay in the dark waters of the marshes, looking at the moon above them, while the alligator would emit deep rumbling coos, almost like a loving lullaby. The warmth that she found in the alligator's wake would be the closest Enola felt to bliss in this forsaken place. Yet bliss didn't find the alligator. The creature would grow more and more agitated, roaring at the moon above them, snapping at it as if the planetoid somehow posed a threat to it. And while Enola didn't understand the creature's anger, she did understand something else. This place they were in was changing. She wasn't sure how she could tell, but she felt it. And the stronger and stronger her certainty grew, the more certain she became that something awful was heading their way. From the mist came another ship, yet this was nothing like the redcoats had been sailing. This was a kind of ship Enola had never seen before. It didn't use oars or sails, but on the back had a large wheel full of paddles that drove it forward. After all, even though Enola hadn't aged a day, still age 11 since she entered this world, more than 80 years had passed back in the human realm. And while Enola's immediate reaction was that of excitement, Princess did not share her enthusiasm. She smelled the people on board, smelled their blood, smelled their intentions. She was absolutely certain those people on board were very dangerous. Aboard this newly arrived ship, a ship that went by the name of the Delphine, was a crew that, just like Enola, had been swept to this land of the dead by a violent storm. Bewildered, The crew tried to make heads and tails of the situation, noticing the sudden loss for the desire to eat, drink and sleep, yet completely unable to recognize their surroundings or place this certain location on a map. The Delphine had been on a smuggling expedition for the American Hunters Association, carrying an immense amount of weapons to the organization back in Louisiana. But for some inexplicable reason, they had ended up in this strange realm and were now just like Enola, trapped beyond space and time. For 2 years, the crew endured the maddening misery of lack of sleep, food and thirst, stuck on their ship while Enola and Princess watched them from the shore. Slowly, each of the crew members lost themselves, their souls slowly filling up with holes as their former personas decayed by the day. Yet it seemed that among the crew, one crew member was acting particularly weird. The electrician Frederick Delawit had for these 2 years in secret been constructing a large metal contraption, an intricate piece of technology built completely from scratch and only through memory. However, it wasn't the design he had thought up himself. No, it was the design he had heard through whispers in his head. For as it turns out, weapons were not all of the cargo the Delphine carried. Down below, in the deepest part of the ship, locked away in the cargo bay in a large crate, was an artifact of immense historical significance. Its place of origin uncertain, yet its powers unrivaled, cosmic, maybe even celestial, if the testimony of the researcher Harold Black are to be believed. During one of the first days after arriving in this strange place, Frederick found himself by chance in the cargo hold. From the crate he would hear whispers that told him dark truths of what had been and terrifying prophecies of what was to come. The whispers gave him a task to construct a certain type of electrical coil, or perhaps rather, an electrical cage. What purpose this cage had, Frederick didn't know, but he would never dare to question the whispers. If the rumors were to be believed, this artifact had been the first insect to ever walk on land. Allegedly, this entity that had taught humans how to make fire. This artifact, the relic as they called it, its whispers had promised Frederick that if he constructed this contraption, truth, fame and legacy would be his forever. And it was at this time, as if prompted by the completion of Frederick's cage, that out of nowhere, a peculiar man with a cane showed up in a boat. How he got there was the first question on everyone's mind. However, as he, with the grace of a gentleman and a stern voice of assurance, proclaimed that he knew of a way for everyone to get back home, the crew members all went dead silent, hanging on every syllable the man uttered. All they had to do was capture the huge alligator on the banks across the river. Then they could put a cage around it and feed it the relic in the cargo hold. And while the plan might have sounded insane, its execution would be even more so. However, the crew had been driven mad through what had felt like 1,000 years of torment in this other realm, and they were willing to do just about anything to get back home. They all agreed catching the alligator wouldn't be any different than catching any regular animal. All they needed was bait. From among the passengers, a man by the name of Scrapbeak Jim was chosen as the unlucky volunteer. With brute force, the crew jammed a meat hook through his chest and tossed his body into the water with a cable attached to it. As his blood soaked downstream, saturating the river, it didn't take long before the creature at the bank smelled the sweet, enticing scent of iron. Princess slid into the water, leaving Enola behind, the creature eager to sink its teeth into this bloody chunk of meat that was floating down the stream. The crew watched from the Delphine as this giant creature slithered through the water, and when the body of Scrapbeak Jim was torn apart by the massive jaws clamping together, they knew the trap was set. The meat hook embedded itself in the mouth of Princess, and with the cable attached to it wrapped around the giant paddle wheel of the Delphine, the crew reeled in the massive creature as Enola screamed from the banks, fearing for the life of her one and only friend. As they succeeded in trapping the behemoth of a creature, Frederick and another passenger, Mrs. Carmichael, frantically wrapped the cage around the beast, which lashed out in furious tail swipes and snapping bites. As it clamped on, the cage amplified the alligator's natural lightning abilities, and when it bit Mrs. Carmichael, the massive electrical discharge roiled her instantly. The charred and muddy remains of her body was absorbed into the contraption, and Frederick swore he could hear her soul screaming from within the cage. Violent sparks and jolts of rotting organic lightning sprung from the contraption, electrifying the entire ship as Frederick force-fed the creature the celestial relic. And in the second the giant jaws clamped down on the artifact, a giant thunderbolt came crashing down. The howling wind screamed in their ears. Rain clashed against the hull as the ship darted through the skies. With a massive crash, the Delphine plunged into the Louisiana bayous, breaking into 1,000 pieces upon impact. As the ship shattered, Princess was released from the meat hook and quickly dived into the shallows. Free from her captors, she frantically looked for Enola, searching up and downstream in the marshes, looking through the tall grass and across the banks. Yet her mother was nowhere to be found. Now a prisoner in this world of the living, a world saturated in light and life. Anxious, sad and alone, Princess roamed the bayous, constantly in the search of Enola. But no matter where she looked, no matter how much she called out for her, or tried to coo her subtle lullaby in anguish, Enola was nowhere to be found. And though Princess tried to stay optimistic, each day anticipating the arrival of her mother, each day would deliver nothing but hollow disappointment. And in a dreadful moment of grief, the alligator suddenly realized she might never see her mother again. This hopeless misery of grief and sadness would serve as the catalyst that sparked a world-changing event, as it would seem that the relic and the electrical cage had somewhat changed the nature of the alligator's body. The natural lightning she was born from had been massively amplified through Frederick's cage contraption. The relic within her belly had become one with her, and brought with it an untold amount of celestial calamities. The relic allowed her to disrupt the balance of nature, allowing her to channel the world of rotting shadows from which she came. In her fits of violent anger, she would spew out corrosive decay into our world, which would consume anything upon contact. Yet worst of all was how the relic harnessed her raw emotions. Through the artifact, Princess could channel her sorrow and anger, which would manifest itself by changing the order and structure of the nature within our realm. The overwhelming sadness of being trapped in this world of the living without her mother crushed her soul and spirit, and as she cried out in torment, the skies above tore apart, and with it came 1,000,000,000,000 tears of mourning desolation. Cursed deluge of toxic rain, thick and dense with decay. This cursed downfall was bound to deliver an endless sea of corrosion and smother the soil for any future generations, a manifestation of the hate Princess bore for her captors and our realm. If she couldn't be with her mother, everything in this world might as well rot into the ground. In the land of the dead, Enola sat by herself, unable to starve, unable to drown, unable to die. Lonely and broken, she was certain she was now bound to spend the rest of eternity by herself, all the while knowing that her best friend was out there in agony, alone, and that the two would never see each other again.
Why do you cry? Oh, the sleepy little baby. When you wake, you shall have all the pretty little horses.
Hey there, Hazmat here. That was one of the sadder parts of the lore within Showdown. However, a conclusion might be coming to this open ending, as the story, at least for now, remains very convoluted. There is still a cliffhanger with Lynch and Enola, as well as many uncertainties regarding Mr. Chary, the relic, and Rotjaw itself. I guess for now, we'll just have to wait and eventually find out. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Gitchy Boy and the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the VIPs Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doug Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambo, Juvenile Bob, Corey Peterson, Hein, Slip, Stas Biestek, Sunrise Phoenix, TJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, all the regulars. If you want insight in the creation of my videos, take part in determining future content, or support me directly as a content creator, consider signing up for the Hunters Lounge for as little as $1, either on my Patreon or here on YouTube. I also want to give credit to Zoe, the voice actor for Enola, who did an outstanding job. You can find the link to her social media in the description below. Also a big thanks to Tip from the Hunt Showdown Discord for always helping me structure a coherent story. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. This video is sponsored by the Night Library. Symbiosis, a fascinating phenomenon found in nature, where two creatures of different species intertwine in either short or long-term biological interaction in one of 3 degrees. Mutualism, where both parties benefit from the interaction. Commensalism, where one part benefits and the other part isn't affected. And finally, parasitism, where one part predominantly harms, hurts, or exploits its symbiotic partner for their own selfish benefits. The symbiotic relationship that have existed between humans and animals, humans and plants, as well as humans and bacteria, are well known, understood, and documented throughout the course of thousands of years of mankind's history. However, one relationship that remains particularly sparse in terms of information is the deep connection that existed between the paranormal Hunters of Louisiana and the creature known as the Foul Brutes, or as they would later come to be known, the Stalker Beetles. Initially discovered in August of what we assume to be 1896, documented through the journal of an inoculated hunter who, while unknown and unnamed, was known to be both a beekeeper and an entomologist. On his way to his 13th apiary, the hunter discovered a weird insect lying in the grass next to his bee farm. Thinking at first it was nothing but a leaf, he leaned down to take a closer look, but was suddenly caught off guard as the insect spun its head around and looked directly at him. Immediately he was taken afoot by its eyes, feeling some sort of connection. Black as void, the eyes of the insect were staring directly at him, almost as if it was able to comprehend his presence and existence. Deciding to skip his trip to the bee farm that day, he remained close to the insect and studied it. The next day, he noticed that the combs in many of the beehives had strange larvae in them, larvae he had never seen before. Much bigger than regular larvae from within a beehive, These new additions to the colony had been pushed outside of the hive, most likely due to their size preventing the colony from functioning properly. However, the larvae still thrived and were all being cared for by the worker bees. He speculated if the weird insect he had seen the day before had somehow bred with the queens and shared its genes with his colonies, allowing for the birth of these strange little creatures. He noticed that while staring at the larva, he felt the same odd connection as he did with the insect the day before, a weird but wonderful sensation of losing himself within them. Enthralled with his new discovery, he decided to move all of the large larvae into a much more suited living space, which would accommodate their rather large size. He noted that this highly accelerated their growth and continued to care for them, providing them with both wax and honey from the original beehives. The larvae all seemed to thrive under these conditions and began within hours to spin silk, nestling themselves within thick cocoons. Ecstatic with excitement over his discovery and what would reveal itself from within the tiny envelopes, the beekeeper decided to name this new species Foul Brood, based on their dark color resembling something stricken by disease. At the end of August, barely 2 weeks after his first encounter with the strange little insect in the grass, the beekeeper would spend every waking hour observing the cocoons. Fascinated by their growth in size, he was unable to take his eyes off of them, even but to write for a brief moment. And then, it finally happened. They hatched. A hardened carapace revealed itself, then feelers, legs, and finally the eyes. A dark, endless void was staring directly at him. They had gotten bigger and had a glossy outer layer to them. The creature chittered, curiously observing him. Surprised by its appearance, it looked nothing like its parents, not the bees, nor the insect, except for the deep black eyes. Such a wonderful, magnificent little being. He would name this particular beetle the firstborn, the very first of his species, unbeknownst to anyone but him. Most surprisingly, however, was the feeling he got when he was staring directly at it, or rather, when it was staring at him. Within its eyes, he felt himself staring back at him. He could almost sense his own silhouette in a mesmering pulse, a pulse he could hear in his ears, a sensation he felt throughout his entire body, an amazing sensation. What a wonderful feeling, even if a bit terrifying. Before we move on, I'd like to take a minute to talk about today's sponsor, the Night Library. If you, just like me, are into Hunt Showdown, you might find this interesting. Red Hunt is an upcoming comic book series created by the Night Library and funded through Kickstarter. The creators Daniel and David have made it their mission to create a comic book inspired by the Hunt Showdown universe. This involves a western setting with guns, hunters, monsters, and a lot of blood. And you can read the very first episode of the comic book for free directly from their Kickstarter. So if you're a fan of Hunt Showdown, I highly recommend checking out Red Hunt and consider supporting their cause, as I think it's an amazing initiative. I have left a link for their Kickstarter in the description below, so go check it out. As I mentioned, the first episode of the comic is available for free. And with that said, back to the story at hand. Worried about his sanity, he looked at the other cocoons. He wondered if this sensation of seeing and observing himself would be amplified if he looked at, or if several of these creatures were looking at him at once. Further research had to be done. Almost a month would pass, and the foul brood would grow bigger and stronger, just like their parents, the bees. The creatures had collectively chosen a queen, the firstborn. This led to a unique discovery in the species' internal communication. As a hive mind, the queen and every other member of the species were connected through sight. Using this otherworldly media, the queen would talk to each and every one of the beetles, and the beekeeper revealed in his journal that as he looked into the eyes of the newly appointed queen, he suddenly saw himself observed through hundreds of eyes. Unfortunately, just as he suspected, it almost cost him his sanity, as his brain tried to decipher the visual inputs of more than 100 eyes. Managing to gain control of himself and break sight, he was left dazed and mad, dealing with sensory overload for several days after. However, by the skin of his teeth, he had avoided going insane and had to find a solution to avoid permanent madness. Through slow and methodical research, a breakthrough was made, and he eventually found out how to avoid looking through the hundreds of eyes of the entire colony. All he had to do was make a physical connection with one of these small creatures before using sight. Through direct contact, the two would somehow tune in to one another, forming a close bond that would make him see only through a single pair of eyes, and ultimately avoid going mad. Having finally solved the problem of bonding with only one of the creatures at a time, the beekeeper decided to bring the foul brutes into the bayous. Their symbiotic relationship allowed him to avoid dangers lurking ahead, saving himself from death, which would often be at the cost of the bug's life. However, losing one of them to avoid death was a worth that far outweighed their cost. Curious by the potential of these species, the beekeeper was certain he could make them more versatile, more resilient, more useful, and with this in mind, he began planting new larvae throughout the bayous. With the potential crossbreeding of other insects, different biological factors and environments, the beekeeper couldn't help but wonder what other variations of this little creature the future could possibly hold. Hey there, Asmet here. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the story. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, specifically Jim and Bob, Corey Peterson, Derivative, Ryan, Goose, Doc Powell, Ambone, Gino Lucero, Slip, Stas Biestic, The Wizard of Carver, Bubonic MCCC, Ape Benavides, Ghosty, Jane Doe, Jose Gonzalez, Gashi Yuka, Nightingale Farr, Sir Bottoms, Spooks, The Loaf of Bread, Tim Wright, Tom Hengst, and Ulf Fjellström. If you want to support me as a creator and have a say in what the next video should be, consider signing up for my Patreon for as little as $1 a month. The link is in the description below. A big thanks to the Night Library for sponsoring this video as well. You can find a link to their Kickstarter below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. While a vast majority of uncertainties have presented themselves around the events of the corrupted bayous in Louisiana, it is certain that each and every hunter who ventured into this cursed land of the dead were all unique individuals, each with particular reasons and motivations behind their commitment to the hunt. However, even among all of these strange men and women who were willing to sacrifice everything to achieve their goals in an environment swallowed by darkness, a certain minority would stand out among the rest. Within the hunting grounds, they had through their actions, achievements and sacrifices obtained a mythical status that cemented them into history and gave them the title of legendary hunters. Baetata, the Serpent of Fire, a mythical snake that thrived in a world of darkness, where others were blind and lived at its mercy. Beatriz Ibero Velante, a hero to some, a murderer to others, yet a myth to most. Known everywhere between the beaches of Salvador to her home in Brazil and all the way to the bayous of Louisiana, her name would bring with it both the promise of death and the terror of fear. She would dispense justice to the wicked people of our world, as a voice for the unfortunate who could not speak for themselves. The Baetata would leave her victims blind, gouging out their eyes while they were still breathing, before abandoning them to a fate of maddening darkness. Billy Story, a man who lived up to his last name in every sense of the word. Billy always had a story to tell. A brash and rude man with an affection for extravagant clothing, a crude sense of humor, and a penchant for every indulgence life could offer. Mostly known for his famous Blue Book, advertising and describing in detail his favorite restaurants, saloons, cigars, beverages, brothels, and select prostitutes within the city of New Orleans. Cain. Speculated to have been one of the Salter brothers, Cain was once a man like so many others, but lost his mind to the darkness of the corruption. A man who made a selfish sacrifice so great, he would live to regret it immensely. Driven, deranged, and phlegmatic, he was haunted at night by the memories of whom he once was. Within the bayous, he would hunt for death, as it was the only thing that reminded him of what he had lost. With him was the weapons Nightmare and Bonebriar, crafted from the bones of his former companion, his brother. On the back he carried the bones of his former sins, to bear the burden of grief, not just mentally, but also physically. Carcass Gunrunner. Jason Travers was one of the most vital assets of the American Hunters Association within the Louisiana branch. As a butcher and with deep connections to numerous weapons manufacturers around the world, reaching as far as Asia, he had through carcasses smuggled in an insurmountable number of weapons into the state, contributing more to the cause than most other hunters could ever dream of. Travers were known for having crafted several of the weapons that were wielded by the Hunters of Louisiana, with the stolen brass knuckles of the bear delivered to him by Russell Chambers. He welded the brass knuckles onto the handle of a revolver, thereby creating the Nagant Officer Brawler, a weapon with a ruthless combination of both firepower and brute strength. When the conditions of Russell Chambers' arm would deteriorate due to a festering wound, Travers attached both stock and a longer barrel to the revolver, turning it into a small carbine rifle. Truly a man of many talents. Carter. William Carter, a sharpshooter, showman, and spectacular entertainer, renowned for his humorous and neck-breaking performances in various Wild West shows, where he would participate in wild reenactments of historical battles, dangerous rodeos with different animals, and a showcase of his spectacular abilities with firearms. Possessing extraordinary control of his weapons, he was known for cocking his rifles with extravagant spins before dazzling the crowd with his impeccable accuracy. Comedia de la Muerte. Once a member of a three-man troupe, Scaramuccia, the masked man, was rumored to have had a menacing and horrifying face, disfigured enough to terrify anyone. As the Harlequin, he was the main act of a traveling freak show. Accompanying him were both a bard and a director, both of whom treated him like an animal. Kept caged in between performances, the masked Harlequin would spend his days waiting to humiliate himself in front of various audiences, begging and dancing for the blessings of strangers to the tune of the bard's guitar, and the tyrannical orders of the director, he hoped to acquire just enough gold to scrape by the day. One day, at the peak of the show's success, the troupe would disappear. However, shortly after, 2 bodies would be found. Their faces had been torn to pieces and disfigured to such a degree that identifying them would be impossible. Now, the suspected Harlequin carries the mask into the bayous of Louisiana. Among the monsters of the Sculptor, he feels at home, eager to kill and take rather than dance and beg. He uses the mask to gain the affection of allies or dissuade the actions of his enemies. The fool, the friend, and the villain. Daughter of Decay. Mae Flynn grew up in a corrupted area of the Louisiana bayous. After losing her family to either starvation or the poisonous saturation of food tainted by death, she was forced to bury them. From the graves of her loved ones' decaying flesh grew the crops that sustained and nurtured her for years to come. When she encountered the undead creatures of the Sculptor, she was disgusted with the broken cycle of life. To her, the dead should stay dead, wearing the coat of dirt beneath the ground, so they could give back what they had used in life. Under the wing and guidance of Nika Felice, she vowed she would nurture the soil of Louisiana, either with the blood of her enemies or with her own. Dead Blessing. A fierce and renowned warrior from a land far, far away, vanquisher of demons, and dedicated to Wufu, the blessing of the 5 bats, believed to bring wealth, health, longevity, virtue, and death. Brought in by Dr. Huff Jones of the American Hunters Association to aid their cause against the corruption. Though her travels were partially disrupted due to the ban on immigration, her arrival to Louisiana had her allies breathe a sigh of relief, but simultaneously send a cold shiver down their spine as they saw her immaculate abilities on the field of battle. Deckhand. Frank Lip, a ruthless degenerate, survivor of the sea, and infamous spinner of sailor's yarn, mostly exaggerated claims, not to be believed. No stranger to killing on the sea, his violent endeavors would overflow and spill onto the shores of New Orleans. He's rumored to have survived multiple crews due to his natural inclination towards murder. Devil's Advocate. A good man by nature, though cursed with a desire to inflict harm upon others. When the evil within him overflowed, he would put on the mask and carry out his vicious intentions. Donning the name Henry Trapp, a name he had bought from the man Timothy Stone, a name of a deceased hunter, long gone, yet not forgotten. The former Henry Trapp was a hunter with a vicious past, cursed by the gods to perform greater deeds in death. The Devil's Advocate, however, was cursed by something else in life. One was evil, forced to be good. Another was good, forced to be evil. Under the orders of Mr. Chary, the Devil's Advocate would set Louisiana ablaze, starting the raging infernos under the Devil's Moon that would turn the bayous to ash. Dire Wolf. Remus Frisk, a seasoned wolf hunter who came to Louisiana with his wife to partake in a final hunt, the hunt for Lionel Frisk. Having followed his son's footsteps to the bayous, his intentions of committing filicide were not that of homicidal urges, but rather a moral obligation to soothe his guilty conscience. False Saint. Kevin Linus, a young boy and survivor of both of his parents, left to fend for himself in a corrupted area of the bayous, Kevin would become a first-hand witness to the evil experiments of Mr. Chary. Kevin watched as the HA administrator sacrificed hunter after hunter in the bright light of the moon, just outside of his house. As the two would finally meet, Mr. Chary managed to convince Kevin to participate in one of the experiments himself. However, where the other hunters burned, Kevin remained untouched. From the flames, he emerged a champion of the moon, chosen to fight against the evil presence of Mr. Chary. Unfortunately, though strong and gifted, the moon's blessing quickly turned into a curse. Trying to rid the world of Mr. Chary and his evil intentions, Kevin would die, only to be resurrected again, experiencing death upon death, never allowed to take his final rest. For the sake of his parents and the people depending on him, he would carry on, enduring the pain and suffering, hoping to bring an end to the misery that plagued the bayous. Felice. Kneecap Felice, accomplice of the devil, soul stealer, and known voodoo practitioner. She bears the skull of a mountain lion, killed by herself and proudly displayed to show that she is both powerful and dangerous. Taken in at an early age by Dr. John, the Bone Doctor, she associates with Cara Bukes, also known as the Weird Sister. Both were part of the voodoo chapter within Louisiana. Rumored to be a practitioner of black magic as well as a shapeshifter, she is like most other members of the voodoo community, feared by most. Though one has to wonder if any truth subsides within these allegations, or if they are but malicious rumors spread by those who loathe, despise, or fear her. Hail Mary. Mary Burgess, a dedicated and religious former nun of a Christian convent, excommunicated due to her self-righteous inclination towards violence, she lost her way and drifted into the bayous of Louisiana. Here she hoped to redeem herself in the eyes of the Lord, hired by Mr. Chary to end the life of a young boy named Kevin Linus. She saw the light in his presence and converted to his cause, now following the path of the moon, lit by Kevin himself. Hawkshaw Jack. As a detective and morally skewed enforcer of the law, Jack Marwick didn't shy away from corruption, whether it was in the legal system or the bayous of Louisiana. Seemingly a free thinker in terms of ethics, Jack found himself trusted by neither criminals nor those who sided with the law. Followed by his protege, Candace Ruelle, Hawkshaw came to the state with the intention of assisting Sheriff Hardin in his investigations into the paranormal phenomena plaguing the bayous. However, his reception by the sheriff would be anything but warm. Killbuyer. Not just a man, but rather a term. A man who would acquire horses only to send them to the slaughter should they fail to be rescued. Kenneth Jupe's love for horses turned into a morbid obsession as he dissected his own horse in sick fascination. With no money left to buy a new horse, he ventured into the bayous, where there was no shortage of subjects ready for dissection. Now he acquires contracts only to send hunters to the slaughter should they fail to be rescued. Lloroña's heir. Lloroña, having taken her name from La Lloroña, a vengeful ghost known as the Wailing Woman that drowned her children to save them from starvation. The myth says Lloroña roams near bodies of water, making the bayous perfect as her hunting grounds, where she would drown her victims and haunt her enemies. Lonely Howl. Lionel Frisk, a young man who had an insatiable thirst for blood. His wicked dreams of mating and killing brought him to leave his former pack and travel to the bayous of Louisiana. However, here he would find himself hunted, not just by other hunters, but also by his parents, Remus and Luna Frisk. Lulu. Though born with an attraction for the fairer sex, she made a living through the lust of men. Scraping by at the local saloon, she tried to get what little the Johns had left in their wallets, by offering her body in return, though she often had to brandish her pistol in order to get what she was owed afterwards. She would by chance meet a woman by the name of Sophia, whom she would fall deeply in love with. However, the affection would not be reciprocated. Lulu would follow Sophia wherever she went, and even into the service of Mama May. Together, the two went on a murderous journey throughout Louisiana, where Lulu hoped her violent actions would somehow, maybe one day, buy her Sophia's affection. Luna Wolf. Felicia Frisk, a renowned wolf hunter with her husband Remus Frisk, followed their son to Louisiana to finally find closure. With the help of Pacts, the couple of parents went hunting for their offspring, Lionel Frisk. Both had promised each other not to rest before they had killed and buried their last wolf. Luz Mala, the ghost in the glow. As a child, a girl got lost on her way to gather water. Warned by her elders not to follow the La Luz Mala, the dancing and enticing lights in Patagonia, she defied their words and found herself chasing the glow of enticing phosphorescence. Like a moth into the flame, for days she wandered, surviving only on the moist of roots, lost in the wilderness. Finally, a tall plume of smoke caught her attention and led her home. Here, she would find her family massacred by ranchers. All alone in the world once again, she buried her loved ones. As the final shovel of dirt was cast, she decided to follow the La Luz Mala again, this time instilled and fueled by hatred. She would become one with the dancing lights, and in return, the lights led her to the ranchers. The glow on the horizon drew some of the ranchers in and forced others to flee. Regardless, they all died, one by one. Her vengeance had been fulfilled, yet she had lost herself in the process, now believing herself to be part of the La Luz Mala, following the light wherever it guided her. And as the rumors would have it, it didn't take long before the bad lights of La Luz Mala were seen dancing with their enticing glow within the bayous of Louisiana. Mama May. In the greenhouse outside of Lawson Delta, you could find her tending to her gardens. Haunting, daunting, this nightmarish persona wandered among the flora, which she fed with the corpses of the hunters she had slain by her own hand. In the basement beneath her shed, she housed a great many unspeakable atrocities, some of them committed together by Lulu and Sophia. Marshall Brewer. Phoebe Brewer was the very first Louisianan woman to ever become a U.S. Marshal. Sworn to act upon injustice and root out corruption among men, she would take it upon herself to rid the world of evil. This led to her giving up her hard-earned reputation to infiltrate the organization of the American Hunters Association, hoping to cast a shimmer of light on their intentions of their dark masquerade. Her commitment to the cause would end up costing her an eye, her sobriety, as well as her legacy, a price she was willing to pay. Monroe. Committed, sedated, and experimented on like a guinea pig, Monroe found himself at the mercy of Dr. Huff Jones and his medical staff within the Jackson Asylum. Already mentally unstable, the stay at the facility, where he experienced countless horrors in the name of scientific progress, pushed him far past the breaking point of insanity. During an event of chaos within the asylum, Monroe managed to escape, wielding a makeshift knife of a pane of glass and the warden's shotgun. He fled out into the bayous of Louisiana, now with only one goal in mind: to survive. North Star. Chen Lan, a student of mythology and master of the 5 forms known as Wuxing, an educated woman skilled in the use of guns, with a deeply rooted fondness for extreme degrees of violence. Though secretive of nature and hesitant to indulge anyone inquiring about her roots, Shin is believed to have answered the call of the AHA, willing to help the organization. Far from her homelands of the Fujian province in China, the decision was not made solely out of humanitarian reasons. Bound for the corrupted swamps of Louisiana, she sought answers on how to rid her homelands of a similar infection. Ochenkov's widow. Mary Ochenkov was a seasoned hunter of the Louisiana bayous, a veteran of the American Hunters Association. Having taken up arms against corruption to care for her bedridden husband, stricken with scarlet fever, she had ventured into the unknown countless of times, defying death to save her one and only love. In the light of the full moon, under the pretense of providing her with both money for medicine as well as access to a highly trained medical professional, Mr. Chary lured Mary into performing a radical and occult ritual. Within the drawn circle of the ritual's pentagram, Mary, just like all the others that had come before her, would be engulfed in flames. However, where the others had burned, Mary was left untouched, emerging from the flames with no physical trauma at all. Unfortunately, while her skin was unburned, Mary's soul had been scorched. Now under the spell of Mr. Chary, forced to act against her will, Mary was compelled to bring him what she cherished the most. When she finally returned to Mr. Chary the following night, she wept uncontrollably, wailing in the dark night as she handed over the torn out heart of her husband Peter. Under the influence of Mr. Chary, Mary was subjected to inhumane torture through extensive experimentation in the depths of the King Snake mine. What emerged at the end, after the almost endless suffering, was a broken creature, soul-bound and more powerful than ever. During the flaming inferno of the Devil's Moon, Mary would kill the false saint Kevin Linus by ripping out his heart the very same way she had killed her husband. Pasta, the Bright One, gifts for the good, retribution for the bad. Like dusk and dawn, Pacts was 2 sides of the same coin. Broken promises and a lifetime of violence in her childhood home led her to murder her father for the sake of her mother. When she was called to the bayous of Louisiana, she put on the disguise of Paxta, meant to bring with her the fear of her childhood fairy tales. Cold like the shivering winter, she brought punishment to those who deserved it. People like Lionel Frisk, the Lonely Howl. As the midwinter wore on and the days got shorter, the more feverish she would become. For in the dark of the winter nights, she would turn into her true self, pure, unadulterated anger. Plague Doctor. Unknown by both name and looks, his futile efforts to contain an outbreak of the Black Plague in a foreign country allegedly drove him mad and brought him to the swamps of Louisiana. Driven insane by his ineptitude, he fell back on the old ways, now driven by Kabbalistic rituals and macabre science. Through the burning rage of insanity and a passionate desire for ridding the world of disease, the man would don the mask of the pandemic terror that once tore through Europe and Asia in the Middle Ages. Wielding his own creations of medical ailments, ointments, and surgical tools, he found himself fighting yet another infection, more than ever determined to remove it, whether it be the living dead or the souls of the corrupted hunters. Private Eye. Candice Reeve was an investigator from New York, a protege under the detective Jack Marwick, also known as Hawkshaw. One day in July of 1894, Jack would approach her concerning a case in DeSalle, Louisiana, the investigation of a dark and secretive organization. As the two left for Louisiana, hoping to help a certain Sheriff Hardin with the investigation, they barely managed to set foot in the state before they would be caught up in violence and gunfire. Almost immediately after their first altercation, Jack would vanish from DeSalle, nowhere to be found. Determined to find her mentor, Candice decided to do whatever it took to track him down. Her search would tangle her up in the horrible atrocities committed at Pelican Bay Prison, atrocities that no one should ever have witnessed. Redneck. William Moses, most commonly referred to as the Redneck, the proud owner of Moses Poultry within DeSalle, and one of the few remaining citizens who stood his ground and remained in the hunting grounds, even during the blazing terror of the fires that rampaged Louisiana under the Devil's Moon. Redshirt. Jonathan Redshirt, a reckless hunter with little regard for his own life, which in turn was emphasized by his strong love for hard liquor. During a drunken stupor with his companions, he was dared to enter the bayous of Louisiana with a bullseye strapped to his body. The bet allegedly went that if he made it out alive, he would receive the deed to some land out in the west. Whether he won the bet or not has yet to be determined, even to this day. Sergeant Bridgewater. Though a legendary soldier, Caleb Bridgewater, who was well renowned for his impressive acts of heroism on the battlefield, despised the injustice of war. When he heard of the dark corruption that tore through his home, he deserted the war to fight proudly for a cause he could finally believe in. Sheriff Hardin. Sheriff William Hardin was a frontrunner for the realm of mankind in the early days of the corruption. Functioning on pure rationale and logic, he was of the conviction that the end always justifies the means. Taken under the wing of the infamous hunter Lynch, Hardin learned to track, hunt, and create an improvised version of the inoculum that allowed hunters to operate within the dead zone of the Sculptor's influence. He would, through mutual cooperation with Superintendent of the Jackson Asylum and the Director of the American Hunters Association, Dr. Huff Jones, distribute this inoculum among prisoners and orphans alike, promising them both freedom as well as a promotion to deputy should they choose to serve him. Unaware of what they agreed to, and with Hardin having little to no concern for their safety, among all of these horrendous creatures he would expose them to, the sheriff would send group after group of newly elected deputies to their immediate deaths within the dark swamps. However, on the off chance of anyone surviving the expeditions, Hardin would kill them himself on their return, not taking any chances on trusting their loyalty nor their inclination towards allegiance. While his cynical approach of fighting fire with fire might have been seen as atrociously cruel, he made a severe impact on the early stages of the corruption that only a select few hunters can boast to match. Sophia. When her family was murdered and her home burned down by strangers, Sophia found nothing among the ashes but bones and a set of throwing knives. Blinded by an insatiable thirst for vengeance and with nothing left to lose, she made a blood pact with death itself. Now in pursuit of the foes that undid her world and killed her family, she hunts through the hunting grounds of Louisiana as death's herald. Steel-eyed, headed for nowhere and running from everything. Through the mountains, valleys, and prairies, Red Descart would repeat the same mantra to himself. Dust settles on the graves of the unwary, and the trail will eventually lead to your death. Never willing to settle in one place, he was always on the move until he heard the call of the hunting grounds, having finally found a place for his grit and anguish to serve a higher purpose. Teshrave, Gabriel Mora, the insidious trickster who always killed with a smile. Unwilling to relocate from their tribal lands, he and his family finally fled to the margins of the swamplands, taking up home within the bayous of Louisiana. Coming from a long descendant of native hunters, they now put his skills of tracking, stealth, and cunning violence up against the worst both our world and the Sculptors had to offer. The archaeologist, Elise Austin, dedicated to researching, understanding, and protecting the archaeological footprint of the Hopi people, led to her gaining insight in the legend of the destruction of the Palatquapi, a myth she became obsessed with despite losing the respect among her colleagues. In a dream, she saw two children tumbling into black water, a dream she saw as a vision which she interpreted as immensely important, and so, like so many others, she was drawn into the bayous. The Beast Hunter, Theodore Tuck, hunter of both men and beasts alike, plagued by the same nightmare night after night, Tuck found himself surrounded by gnashing teeth, all of them hungry to tear flesh off of his bones. And every morning, he would wake up terrified, with new scars across his body. Certain that the nightmares were an ill omen, Tuck was determined to face his fears, searching fields, forests, and mountains before finally reaching the bayous of Louisiana. Proving himself capable and skilled within the hunting grounds, he gained recognition among the hunters of the bayous. However, when he set out to tame the Hellhounds themselves, the recognition turned to infamy. The Black Coat, William Durand, hunter, scoundrel, murderer. The mention of his name was usually spat out with a promise of vengeance. He was allegedly the father of the infamous twin hunters, Jose and Fina, who would end up dragging an almost endless trail of violence throughout the bayous. Having abandoned them at a young age, he showed up at their doorstep one day in their teen years and killed the man who was fostering them. In an act of revenge, the twins took his life and burned his body along with his coat. The Bone Doctor, brought to New Orleans from Senegal as a slave, Dr. John was eventually freed and rose to prominence within the voodoo community of New Orleans, where he founded a chapter of his most loyal hunters, where he would take in both Elise and the Weird Sister as his associates. Within the bayous, fighting against the corruption, he quickly proved not only to be a skilled and able hunter, but also a strong leader. In terms of spirituality, his connection with the paranormal granted him a far greater understanding of the other side than most other hunters. His ability to heal and recover from wounds, in combination with his affiliation to voodoo magic, made him a terrifying individual to his enemies, which in turn resulted in people suspecting that he might have caused the very plague that ravaged the bayous. However, people spreading these rumors didn't spread them for long. The Concubine, known only as Alas, she and her sisters were all subjugated to a horrible fate, trapped on a ship in a still sea with a sadistic merchant who they were forced to follow. Every day as the sea remained still, the merchant would impose himself on them, every day subjecting them to new horrors. Alas watched her sisters wither away one by one, until they finally couldn't take it anymore and found the only possible relief through the cold embrace of the sea. When the ship finally reached the port of New Orleans, the merchant was greeted by the rich of the city and left the girls for a feast and orgy at a mansion called the Sultan's Palace. However, later that night, when the merchant returned to his ship, he found a lass waiting for him in his chamber, wielding his own knife. The knife tore into the merchant, cut by cut, slash by slash. It stripped away flesh and tissue, and finally, after hours upon hours of unspeakable torture, at last had her prize. She had taken the one thing men treasure more than anything else. She left the merchant bleeding out in his chambers and proceeded to the Sultan's palace, where the sea of blood that spilled out would paint the streets of New Orleans crimson red. The exile. Delphine Akune grew up in the heat of her grandfather's rage at his tribe's displacement from Louisiana. An artist with leather, bone, and shell, she returned to her ancestral home to find work, instead finding a corruption against which she vowed to fight with both axe, blade, and bow. The headsman. We fear what we cannot see and hide from what horrors we do. Face serrated by scars, hands calloused by the swing of the axe, and a mind warped by violence, both witnessed and committed. The headsman donned the executioner's robe and hood, both to terrify and to hide. The hornback. Marcia calm, prideful, ruthless, and with a fashionable taste for the hides of alligators. As an associate of the reptilian, her desire for violence branded her both riches, reputation, and infamy. The gunslinger. Maybelle, the lawless, a woman who was betrayed by her former accomplices and ended up facing imprisonment. She wasn't about to accept a life of confinement though, and after her escape, she found herself constantly on the run from the past. In the bayous, she found both a new home, a reason to live, and a place to hide. That was until one day when her past finally caught up with her. The infected. While most would consider the death and transition to a servant of the Sculptor as a horrible fate, some unlucky few had it even worse. Through an unexpected chance of misfortune, these individuals did not die, but were forced to experience themselves succumbing to insanity as the festering sores and boils slowly covered their body, with necrosis slowly spreading, eating them up from the inside like a ravaging cancer. These unfortunate souls would find no peace in life, nor in death. The kid. Turner Abaddon, a troublemaker and pickpocket since the age of 5. Coming from a family of moonshiners and gamblers, he was the youngest of 8 of his siblings and brought up in a life on the outside of the law. As he suddenly from one day to another became an excellent marksman, rumors would have it that he made a dark deal with something or someone. He wielded the pistols Ash and Ember, both memorials to the brother and sister he lost in a fire, set to remind him of both of them with every shot he fired, though it's believed it was Turner who started the fire that killed them in the first place. Memory, guilt, and loyalty, all odd concepts to an individual who only lives for himself. The Miko. Chisato Ryoko tended to her family shrine long after it fell into ruin. Through the shrine bell, she would hear tales of the omens that were to come, and finally, one day, when her home was attacked by invaders and her family fled, she decided to stay behind. Though she fell during the defense of the shrine, she was saved by a Ronin who happened to pass by. As he left her behind, he gifted her a sword which would sing to her when she put it up against her ear. Through the song of the sword, she would be led into 3 trials, each of them more demanding than the last. In the end, having passed each of them, she proved herself worthy and the song now drew her to the bayous of Louisiana, where it begged her to bring light into the ever-encroaching darkness. The Mountain Man. Thomas Bridge, trapper, scout, bounty hunter. After surviving the siege of a burning mill, surrounded by more than 500 insurrectionists, Bridge decided to abandon civilization and live beneath the open skies. Among the many mountain men of the United States, he helped open up the immigrant trails, allowing the settlers in the east to migrate deeper into the west. He also helped the two remaining Salter brothers, who broke the Oath of Two, to recruit more victims in their attempt at freeing themselves from the curse that followed them, a decision that would ultimately drive Thomas insane. The Night Acolyte. Natcha Orville, member of the Doomsday Cult, Night of the Hunter, fanatics who worshipped the creatures of the Sculptor and awaited the second coming, the end of our world. She was the right-hand soldier of the founder, Isaac Powell. Taken in as an orphan, she was raised by Powell and revered him more than anything else. She had a fierce temper, nothing to lose, and was a force to be reckoned with in every fight. She donned a thick coat, covered in religious markings of both the blood of monsters as well as her victims. The Night Seer. Isaac Powell, founder of the Doomsday Cult, Night of the Hunter. He was brought into the hunting grounds by a small group of militiamen, where he had a vision in which he saw the second coming after the destruction of our world. He saw the creatures of the Sculptor as holy, and their blood magical. Through markings and incantations, painted on his clothes with the blood of the Sculptor's slain creatures, he believed that he not only granted himself immense power, but that he also protected himself from death in our world, and bought himself redemption in the next. He would later find himself in an alliance with Mr. Chary, and help his cause against Kevin Linus, the false saint. The Penitent. Obsessed with the pain of the sweet touch of his whip, Damien Yadiah sought both salvation and forgiveness for his sins through never-ending physical agony. Every waking moment he did not suffer, his mind would be taken back to his unspeakable crimes. His wife looked to him, begging for the pain to end. Her chest was cut open, face torn to shreds, her hands tied together with her own intestines. Behind her, her son had been dismembered, each body part nailed to a wooden cross and meticulously sewn together, creating a sculpture of flesh. Only in the world of pain could Damien forget both his remorse and the memories that haunted him, a momentary relief that he cherished more than anything. However, over the years of abuse, the wounds and scars that stretched themselves across his body became larger and larger, deeper and deeper, and thicker and thicker. Finally, his body would become numb to the punishment, and his key to spiritual tranquility now gone. As his demons resurfaced, his memories once again coming to life, he became frantic. To silence them, he wrapped his body with barbed wire. Though it wasn't enough, he skinned his own face and dipped it in salt, though the relief was short-lived. As he descended into madness, in the darkness of his own delirium, he heard a call to the hunting grounds. Here he would find more pain and suffering than he would ever need to soothe his guilty conscience. The Phantom. Gus LaRue, a man with a twisted mind, a taste for violence, and a certain flair for theatricality. Once a lawyer of trade, later turned his profession to murder. Having lost his arm and parts of his face in an assassination attempt believed to have been orchestrated by his own father, LaRue was fueled by rage and the desire for revenge. Though determined to kill his father, he wasn't about to just outright murder him. That would be too easy. Instead, He stole his father's windfield, intending to kill him with his own weapon at the climax of his father's grand performance, a twist of fate that LaRue saw as a dramatic stroke of poetic justice. However, as LaRue laid eyes upon his father during his performance, he couldn't contain his rage and immediately killed him. Unfortunately, the sin of patricide would see the soul of LaRue condemned to the depths of hell. But it wasn't hell itself that came for him just yet. It was the demon in our realm, the demon that wore human flesh, who went by the name of Lynch. Chased by her companions, LaRue would find himself in a standoff where he fought off her men through an entire night, and at dawn found himself still alive in the grace of Lynch's acceptance, having gained her respect. She granted him both peace and a prosthetic arm, which he would don into the bayous, once again spreading fear among his enemies. The Phantom of the Catacombs. Beatrice Monet, the Bone Mason, having lost her son who had fallen victim to his own curiosity and wandered down into the catacombs of Paris, he had suffered a lonesome death in the endless darkness beneath the streets of the Notre Dame Church. Desperate to bring her son back, Beatrice ventured down into the abyss as well, searching for her boy. She wandered for days and nights in the endless void, carefully memorizing each skull and bone she encountered, gently inspecting them with the tips of her aging fingers. Finally, after thousands and thousands of steps, her fingers felt the familiar touch of her son's face. As she emerged from the catacombs, she was seen carrying the boy, though by now he was mostly decomposed. Having lost her way and mind in the darkness beneath the streets of Paris, a mysterious letter finally drove her to Louisiana. Here she would roam the bayous, carrying with her weapons crafted from the remains of her son, tenderly caressing a pouch rumored to be sewn together by the last of his remaining skin. The prescient Ira Olsol's past was unknown to most, though it was certain her past shaped her to strive for order in a world of chaos. With her immense spiritual powers, she was recruited into the American Hunters Association and tasked with straightening out one of their wayward sons, Isaac Powell, commonly known as the Night Seer, the founder of the Doomsday Cult, the Night of the Hunter. Taken aback by Powell's spiritual understanding and his visions, Ira grew jealous of his clairvoyance. By gaining the trust of Powell through a Kabbalistic prowess, Ira infiltrated the Doomsday Cult, where Powell granted her insight into his rituals. However, when she performed the ritual herself, she lost sight of the present, but both her past and future opened themselves up to her. With her newly granted powers, she saw Powell's path clearer than himself, not the second coming that Powell had predicted. Certain that his understanding of this world beyond our own and the events that were to come was severely flawed. Unfortunately, Powell's dedication to his cause was unshakable, and the two parted as enemies. The two would battle through their powers of clairvoyance, each of them constantly moving 2 steps ahead of the other, and Ira would pursue the Night of the Hunter and anyone sharing their beliefs to the end of the world, hoping that she would be able to bring back order in a world that was about to descend into chaos. The Prodigal Daughter. Sarah Burton arrived on the bayous carrying the uniform of her deceased mother, a heroic spy of the Civil War. The mother had been symbolically awarded the uniform at the end of the war as a testament to a valiant effort and the victory of the Union. However, the war wasn't finished with her, and in the night, 5 people showed up in her home and killed Sarah's mother with her own gun while she was still clutching it in her hands. As Sarah found her mother dead, She pried the gun from her cold, dead body and swore revenge. Donning the uniform of her mother, she headed towards New Orleans, fueled by a desire for vengeance. With her, she brought her mother's handgun, her own rifle, and 5 bullets. 5 bullets with 5 names written on them, each a promise to fulfill her oath and take revenge on those who had claimed the life of her mother. The Rat. Tonya Ramirez was born on the wrong side of the law. When she buried her father in an unmarked grave on the border, she took the only things he had left her, his nickname, and the story of a man robbed of his fortune. She now sought that lost fortune within the bayous of Louisiana. The Reaper. One fateful day, Clay Gray's mind would slowly start to falter. Though he tried his best to fight his mental decline, he would eventually lose the struggle. What began as mixing up his children's names and losing focus on his daily tasks slowly became a horrendous curse of blind acts of violence. Clegg would lose himself in blackouts, awakening in horrendous bloodbaths committed by his alter ego in a state of ferocious frenzy. His wife consulted with numerous doctors and experts, yet they all told her the same thing. Your husband is possessed by a demon, slowly taking over his mind. The only time it's satisfied is when it is fed with violence. This thirst for blood and death drove Clegg's family to send him to the South, a place where he could keep the demon at bay and keep himself alive by claiming the lives of others. The Reptilian. Keith Cowan, former hunter of alligators, now turned hunter of men instead. Once, when the swarms were full of these amphibious creatures, Keith Cowan and his associate Frank Gravel lived a plentiful life. However, when the corruption eradicated their livelihood, the two became desperate. Managing to track down one of the few remaining alligators, Cowan saw himself blinded by greed when they finally killed it, wanting to keep the potential spoils for himself. Without a second thought, he slit the throat of his companion and watched his blood pour onto the corpse of the slain alligator. Now he dons the skin of the slain beast, covered in the blood of his former partner, a trophy that symbolizes both his victory and his betrayal. The Researcher. Harold Black, also known to many hunters as the Researcher, though his reputation among many of his associates was a hunter of limited skill and capacity, he was a man of vast knowledge and a curious mind outside the confines of what constituted normality, and perhaps one of the most influential hunters in the fight against the corruption. He was a man who saw patterns in structure where others saw nothing but chaos and destruction. His many invaluable journals, anatomical sketches, scientific observations, and psychological evaluations constituted the backbone of the understanding the American Hunters Association had for the corruption, and was through this a crucial part of the hunters' training in how to effectively eradicate the creatures of darkness. His close encounter, and what some have considered a friendship with Vincent Orsica, also known as the Assassin, one of the Sculptor's dark emissaries, gave Harold Black a deeper insight in how the corruption operated than anyone else could ever claim to have experienced. The Revenant. John Robertson, sometimes referred to as the Revenant or the Bad Hand, was a terrible gambler with an addiction to faro and poker, both of which he wasn't very good at. But that wouldn't stop his desire to get rich off of gambling across the many bars and casinos in Louisiana. However, at a bootleg game of cards in the Pearl Plantation of the Saul, his numerous attempts at rigging and cheating finally caught up with him. He gambled his life, played his cards wrong, and lost with a bullet through the heart. That, however, wasn't the end for John Robertson, who allegedly was brought back to life either by the Bone Doctor or the Night Speaker, and now he walks the bayous as a husk of his former self, having to make the best of a bad hand. The Reverend Isham Gerd, founder of the devoted chapter, hunters who revered their Lord and Savior above all, certain that they were the God-sent army who would cleanse the disease of the corruption from our earthly realm and save the innocent souls of mankind. He was rumored to have predicted the corruption's presence in the bayous decades before it manifested itself within Louisiana, making one question if he perhaps had a spiritual connection to something outside of our own realm. The Ronin Inutabakin, sworn servant who fought with the last samurai in the Sainan War of Japan. On the field of battle, he gained great notoriety for his marksmanship with his Springfield rifle. However, when the Tokugawa shogunate was disposed, he found himself without a master, becoming a wandering Ronin. Lost to his own ambitions, he wandered the world with hopes of one day becoming powerful enough to take revenge on those who robbed him of his master. The Scaled Ward, wary of his mentor the Reptilian, knowing that he was not to be trusted, seeing how he brutally murdered his last partner, the apprentice had to keep his eyes on a swivel at all times. As he followed the Reptilian through Louisiana, he would bide his time, always waiting, certain that he at some point would have to commit the greatest sin of betraying the trust of his mentor. The Skinflint, Timothy Stone, a greedy and violent man of nature, pledged his life to the American Hunters Association after a horrendous dream about ghosts haunting him with his past, present, and future. Ever the accountant, his books, which were once full of numbers of coin, now contained the names of the souls he had removed from this earth, names of which he was willing to sell to the highest bidder, one of them being the Devil's Advocate, also known as Henry Trapp. The Skinned, Killian Gravel, son of Frank Gravel, a man who was killed in cold blood by his partner, the Reptilian, having traveled to the infested swamps of Louisiana to avenge his father and continue his profession. Both Killian and the Reptilian would here encounter a prize big enough for both of them to put aside their past. The Sovereign, Xiao Feng, expert strategist and a sniper of otherworldly skill, would along with his partner Chen Lang, also known as the North Star, leave the Fujian province in China and enter into service of the American Hunters Association on behalf of the pleas and wishes of both Jason Travers, the gunrunner, and Dr. Huff Jones himself. The two would bring along an immense amount of experience on how to fight a similar type of corruption, a corruption they referred to as Nian, a corruption they had fought for years. The arrival of the deadly Xiao Feng and his skilled partner was anticipated by their allies and dreaded among their enemies. The Spirited. Behind the saloon counter, Eddie Davis learned to read people as clearly as a bottle label. Left without patrons to serve and a first to beat impossible odds, he was betting on boldness and guile to make it through the bayou. The Third Son. The third son of a third son of a third son. Nahutapi was endowed with notable strength, a brazen manner, and preternatural skill in hand-to-hand combat. By day, a dedicated, curious, and quiet librarian. By night, a silent and deadly terror with both pistol and blade. The Turncoat. Wim Jansen, once a tool of the industry of war, now the only survivor of an ambush that claimed the lives of his entire regiment. Among the mud, blood and dead bodies, he was saved by a flash flood that washed away the killing floors, taking him with it. 2 days later, he rose from the mud with nothing but a pair of pistols. As he returned home, planning to exert his revenge, ready to step back into service, he came to find that he had been labeled a traitor through his absence, a turncoat. And though he came to find revenge down his later path in life, the name stuck with him, which turned him resentful. And in spite, he took the name to heart, using it to fuel his anger and desire for violence against those who had smeared his name. The Viper. Infamous for having a body count nearing the hundreds, this Persian assassin's name, face, and even gender remained unknown to the rest of the world. Westerners referred to them as the Viper. They offered their services to Mr. Chary as they saw an opportunity for their snake Dalara to thrive under the light of the serpent moon. In the bayous, they would hunt for the false Saint Kevin Linus, though their affiliation with the evil Mr. Chary would soon be challenged, and for once, they would fight for something else than themselves. The Wayfarer. Having faced a similar infestation in a Cascade Mountain home, this fierce warrior rode to Louisiana to face the monsters there, earning her keep along the way as a sharpshooter and bounty hunter. Her tales of grandiose exploits and adventure have earned her acclaim, but what few know is that every word of her claims are true. The Witch Hunter. Circe Elias, a descendant of a long line of witch hunters, was raised to fight the unknown. In Salem, she was trained in the art of exorcising witches before setting them ablaze to return them to hell. A rampant problem in Massachusetts that the Elias family were dedicated to eradicate. However, when the AHA suddenly called upon them, she found a new terror to fight during the outbreak of corruption in New York. But as the situation was contained, another outbreak in Louisiana was hitting its boiling point, slowly spiraling out of control. As she left for New Orleans, ready to put her training and lineage to work, she spent 3 months in the bayous, containing the situation to the best of her ability. However, as she returned to Salem, she found that the witches had possessed and killed her family, skinning her sister alive in the process. Heartbroken, she decided to go back to New Orleans and hunt for other creatures, while she waited for a chance at revenge when the witch would finally show up, wearing her sister's skin. Weird Sister. When Cora Bukes witnessed the spiritual power of the Bone Doctor and his ability to heal sustained trauma, she became a voodoo practitioner and initiated into the inner circle of Dr. John's devout hunters. She had close connections to Marie Laveau, who was known for her inclination towards voodooism and root work, as well as her vicious treatment of her own personal slaves. Wormbite. Wormbite treads where maggots set their mouth to work in the Stillwater Bayou. Each soul he buries is gifted a single bullet, one flash of light, one last chance to strike the darkness in the place it calls home. Shongqui, a descendant of a long line of demon hunters dedicated to the eradication of Nian. Similar to his associate Dead Blessing, they were both associated with the 5 bats, representing longevity, wealth, health, virtue, and finally, a peaceful death. However, those were not the fortunes of a hunter. With the curse ahead of them and the journey the two set out on, destroying the very corruption of Louisiana, they were both certain that the only thing they would find in the bayous would be death. Hey there, Matt here. That was an episode that has been 4 months in the making, and by far the longest video I've ever done. This was of course a difficult video to make, seeing that some hunters have a lot of lore and others have barely any. There is certainly a possibility for a deeper dive on many, if not most, of the hunters within the game. However, this should cover all of the hunters that are currently out in Hunt Showdown. But with the upcoming event of Tide of Shadows, as well as more DLC bringing along even more legendary hunters, this episode might see a part 2 in the future. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusives, Itchy Boy and Johnny Sevens, the VIPs, Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminal Bob, Corey Peterson, Ryan, Slip, Stasby Yestek, Sunrise Phoenix, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper, and of course, all the regulars. The Hunters Lounge does not only support me directly as a content creator, they also help decide on future content and keep me sane with uplifting comments during my struggles of writing and editing. As the last mention, I also want to thank Tip from the Hunt Showdown Discord, as he's the man I go to whenever I have doubts about anything lore related. Thank you, Tip, and thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bloody Red. Long before Emilia Montgomery became a hunter, she lived a naive, assuredly safe life. The life of easy prey, sorely unaware of the bloodthirsty killers lurking in the woods. To all who knew the ways of the predator, her velvet Red Riding Hood seemed destined to be drenched bloody. The wolf in the woods saw the girl as an easy meal, one that could be tricked into an ambush. Yet Emilia had a trickster's cunning of her own, and when her life was put on the line, naivety dissipated like vapor, giving way to the desperate needs of survival. Unlike the stories often told, she overcame her cruel nemesis, slaying the beast and skinning him. With her new bloody red hood came the soul of the wolf, turning her veins ice cold. She was prey no longer, and had even bigger predators to punish. Burned Marshall. In 1871, Biela's comet fell from the sky, shattering into 1,000 pieces above the state of Wisconsin. In the aftermath of the comet's fragments causing mayhem and destruction, the deadliest and most ferocious wildfire ever recorded in human history would rage through the countryside. In the midst of these roaring flames, among the smoke and charred flesh, a nameless boy found himself captivated by the fire's endless consumption. He studied the language of the flames, learned its desires, and now, captivated by its unusual nature, he seeks to understand the mysterious inferno that ravages the southern state of Louisiana. Butcher's Cleaver. Reginald Valmont, obsessed, insane, worshipper of the corruption. Driven to the bayous by calls and whispers from beyond our world, he found his destiny cemented in the call of insects from within the Murmurstone. This relic would become the bane and boon of his existence, as he dedicated to mold himself in the image of the Sculptor, driven by a mad desire to become its avatar within our world. He vowed that as the corruption's emissary, he would, along with his pact of demented followers, destroy the false idols of the corruption, annihilate anyone attempting to stem its tide of shadows, and ultimately become its dark crusader who would usher in the Age of Reckoning by letting the Sculptor swallow our realm. Cardinal Rain. Opposed to the corruption in every sense of the word, Cardinal Rain dedicated herself to the ceaseless pursuit of its eradication across Louisiana. Through sheer determination, she has tracked what she deems as the source, a creature born from curse and rot. Following its vile stench throughout the bayous, she is more than ever determined to kill it. Yet as she found the rotten monster upon their final confrontation, in the beautiful clash of bone, guts, and sinew, she discovered something within the belly of the creature. Something else. Something not of this world. She realized that the source of the rain that had corrupted the bayous might not have been this simple creature after all. Captain Lafitte. Berman Lafitte, tossed overboard and left for dead as an infant, was saved by nothing short of a miracle, as he, mere inches from death, was recovered in the water by a passing-by steamboat. However, the saving of his life would turn out a curse rather than a blessing, for his enduring connection to the sea would bring him a myriad of miseries over his long and storied life. It seemed all he did was doomed to wreckage, from his youth spent abused by drunkards in New Orleans, to his Union Navy ship sinking in the Charleston harbor, to his fractured relationship with a wife and his child. The sum of all that Berman Lafitte represented found its way into ruin in time, until he was left a shell of a man, relegated to captaining a steamboat in the murky waters of Louisiana. Yet even in this ignoble existence was more than Lafitte deserved in the eyes of fate. In October of 1893, the Chenier Caminada hurricane took the captain and his ship the Delphine from this world, transporting them to another realm, one of timeless rot and shadow beings. He abandoned the ship as it crossed between worlds, leaving behind his crew in a selfish attempt to escape, and here he would spend countless eternities in the land of the dead, slowly driven mad by the ever-encroaching, tick-tocking wear and tear of the weight of time. His body was ripped apart by the crawling scavengers of the sea, then pieced together by an even more wretched, forsaken soul. A woman by the name of Lynch. The witch brought the captain back from the land of the dead, where he fell in with Mr. Chary and his infernal machinations. Just as anything else in Berman Lafitte's cursed existence, this alliance would not last either. The captain's impropriety quickly led to a second death, skewered through the eye by Mr. Chary's cane, as a result of his insolence. It would be his third death that would grant salvation from his tormented life. Traveling back to the land of the dead during the height of the desolation, he sought out the ghost of the ship he had abandoned, the Delphine. Here, the disgraced captain found absolution in its embrace, as his body and his soul burned to ashes for his sins. Coal Bearer. The bayou sky shifted, and the North Poles shifted to match. Ashen snow heralds the coal bearer's journey southward, for heavy is the head that wears the crown, but heavier is the sack on the back of the man who judges good from bad. Corvid, Brood, and Bile. Emma Davis and Maxwell Creed, two tormented souls, each with a sick devotion to macabre science. Apprentices of the infamous plague doctor, they are deprived and twisted, lacking any measurable shade of ethics or moral, as well as degrees and doctorates. Drawn to the bayous by the call of their mentor, their sick and perverted fascination with the potential for otherworldly mutilation has drawn them into the realm of the Sculptor's corruption, more than ever curious to study and unveil its biological secrecy. Gar. Caught in the Cheniere Caminada hurricane, also known as the Great October Storm, in 1893, Ma almost became a victim of nature's will as she was swept into the deep waters by the ferocious winds. Beneath the salty waves of the storm, she was met by a slew of saber-snout garfish that granted her visions of reptile birthing pits and extinct rituals. Reborn in the storm, Gar now carries with her the knowledge of untold prophecies devoted to hunting the creature known as Rotjaw, hell-bent with relentless intention to set free both herself and this beautiful creature from both of their suffering. Ghostface. No one can recall Nehemiah Hexum's face before he put the mask on. However, hunters know the faces of his victims all too well. In each twisted and open mouth, they can hear the echo of the cry that once lived there. Grotesque. James Master was once an innocent man, framed for a grisly murder too horrible for words. He lost his freedom to forged evidence and an enraged mob demanding justice. He lost his innocence to a decade of isolation as time wore away his memory and identity to the point he forgot he committed no crime. He lost his mind to agonizing torment, restrained in a dark pit and fed only rotten chunks of flesh through the holes in a heavy iron mask. When Felice broke apart the prison that held him, a grotesque lunatic emerged from darkness, one who lost his reason to hold back animal desires for cruel retribution and grisly murders too horrible for words. Harvest. When the annual harvest came to Louisiana, the bountiful fields found their loyal workers corrupted, the undead farmhands no longer capable of collecting the spoils of the season. Crops wilted and rotted in abandonment. In time, almost nothing grew. Almost. In the late month of October 1895, when the hunters who traversed the Deadlands reported gourds growing where nothing else would, they discovered pumpkins carved with ghoulish faces by fiends unknown, whispering and begging to be smashed into pulp, to be destroyed until nothing remained. Their sickly sweet scent could draw men in and bewilder them with ecstatic feelings of joy and pleasure, enough to make hunters lose their senses for hours. Avoidance worked for a time, but it wasn't enough. The pumpkins were right. They had to be destroyed for the sake of all hunters' sanity. The following year saw the rise of a second incursion of corruption, a foreboding prospect previously unheard of, one that would have unknown repercussions. When the next harvest arrived, it came alongside a mysterious man who took its name for himself, forsaking his old identity to rise out of the rotten reaping grounds, bearing a pumpkin mask and the forbidden knowledge of dire omens. This walking harvest had tampered with the forces behind Darkseid, becoming an avatar of its occult power as he worked to weaponize the corruption with new supernatural tools. Hunters flocked to his side, inspired by his power, though it came with the maddened carnage of the season, this harvest of ghosts, souls, men, and gourds alike. Had the pumpkins that so sweetly incensed men found a being that could enact their true, twisted will? Or had this man delved deep enough into the method of the season's madness that he could steal its force for his own ends? It is thought that only one woman knows the true man behind the harvest mask. Hayali. Like the dancing shadows of his puppet show, Hayali's true past is shrouded in fantastical tales of opposing forces. The Turkish puppet master's split mind embodies both part of his lead characters, the witty but impulsive Karagus, ever the troublemaking trickster, and the haughty but level-headed Hachivat, who navigates trouble with a steady and sophisticated manner. In mirroring Hachivat, Hayali was once an aristocrat, heir to the throne of the whole Ottoman Empire, yet a prisoner kept under protective house arrest by none other than the Sultan. To escape this royal cage, he staged a fight with a guard, both men mutilating each other's faces beyond recognition. Abandoning his former identity, Hayali traded places with the man. Great freedom at the price of great power. In mirroring Karagus, Hayali was once a low-born soldier, heroic and well-regarded, yet of no importance. He fought and bled on the battlefield with his fellow men, and in times of rest, entertained them with shadow plays taught by his father. Though it suited his talents and proclivities, it could not last. Trouble caught up to the puppeteer, threatening to reveal his darkest secret. Hayali fled across the world, abandoning his identity yet again. In America, both sides of him searched for a place to belong. Theatrical troupes, carnival fairs, and even circuses were joined, but all failed to fulfill his forlorn desires. Hayali finally found that missing piece in the bloodshed and trickery of the hunt, where he could toy with men's lives as puppets in the deadliest play. When he was brought at gunpoint to Mammon's Gulch by Butcher's Cleaver and the Beekeeper, Hayali took on the persona of the Demented, mirroring his captors. He played their game for a time, following their quest for absolution and revelation in the Sculptor's ways, and his theatrical act came to a crescendo as the trio captured the researcher Harold Black. Seeing a way out, the mad puppeteer put on the performance of a lifetime, telling a desperate tale of a personal vendetta against the researcher, one that demanded a private and prolonged execution. Pulling the strings of the Demented duo worked like a charm, winning Hayali and Harold Black both of their freedoms back. Hexbreaker. A famous inquisitor of covens, an experienced vanquisher of dark corruptions, the Hexbreaker was called to the hunt to aid the witch hunter in her quest for revenge. He shares in Cersei Elias's mission to hunt down Lynch, the witch who massacred her family and destroyed the witch hunters of New York. In the Hexbreaker's eyes, Lynch's rise to power and the spread of corruption into Colorado is an indictment of the American Hunters Association's careless handling of Louisiana. All that they have allowed, the madness of monstrous witches, the spreading infection of the Sculptor, it shall all be put right by the justice of his practiced hands. Iron Bark. Orphaned in a deadly winter as a young and helpless child, Ironbark's first memories were of the hungry eyes and snarling teeth of wolves. What should have been a gruesome end became a newfound family as the beasts took the child into their pack out of pity. Seasons passed as the wolf child, who not once saw itself as human, learned how to survive in the wild. Ironbark proved to be a poor hunter of prey, but a prodigious killer of men, slaughtering a dozen woodsmen in less than a week to feed the pack for months. Yet nature was the cruelest teacher, and it still had many lessons to give the feral child. The elder wolves who had first brought Ironbark in passed away, and the young pups scattered to make their own territories. Once more, the wolf child was orphaned. Further, they were now hunted. Villagers demanding retribution scoured the forest for years, seeking to put down the monster that had killed their families. Adolescents passed in a frantic, fearful frenzy, starving the wolf child over seasons of unending pursuit that stripped them from all of their senses. Ironbark's first hearty meal in years came at the height of this ferocious desperation as the feral wolfman feasted upon the first thing they could catch, heedless that it was one of their old brethren from the pack in which they grew up. Thus began the second hunt, the second family demanding retribution. On the peak of a mountain, surrounded by their old brethren, the wolfman abandoned all guilt and resolved to survive at any cost. Ironbark descended alone, covered in fresh furs of their past life. It would not be the last time Ironbark chose a treacherous survival over the bonds of family, for when Felice and her primal pact came to a precarious standoff against Sheriff Hardin and his lawful pact over the kidnapping of the statesman, Ironbark betrayed the primals for coin, tipping the balance in the sheriff's and the statesman's favor. John Victor. John Victor, or John Vocal, a man with many names, followed by even more legends. Well known within the small world of bayou bounty hunters, he is a walking tall tale, both famous and infamous for his experience and veterancy. In his service to the American Hunters Association, he was tasked with tracking, recruiting, and training new initiates by whatever means he saw fit. Coercion and forcefully pressing promising hunters into the occult war was never off the table for John, yet what garnered him most of his reputation was his attempt to chase down the twins, the two protégés of Lynch herself, a sequence of events that would take him across the state of Louisiana, which would not only allegedly leave him cursed, it would also make him the subject of dramatic depictions in several well-known dime-piece novels and urban legends. Kendoka. It is said that the way of the samurai is found in death. In the long period of peace in Japan, death did not come so easily. Those who could not bear to live without it turned to lethal tournaments between warriors, shobu death matches, where honor and disgrace balanced on the edge of a bloody sword. Kendoka was one such combatant, a man best described as following the way of the sword with heroic courage and lethal conviction. For decades, he emerged victorious from countless duels, his record of victories as stained red as the tournament's grounds he fought on. In a mix of pride and greed, he collected trophies from slain opponents, pieces of armor and weaponry to remember his deeds. In time, his reputation earned him a prestigious standing, the personal bodyguard of a callous and cruel warlord. Kendoka could not stand the man and bided his time until a dangerous opportunity arose. The warlord was skewered with the same bamboo sword Kendoka had used to defeat so many other, far greater opponents. Kendoka fled across the sea, taking with him his treasure trove of weaponry as a mix of pride and greed, added to the new spoils of war to his collection. In the New World, this unmatched duelist found an even more chaotic and deadly bloodsport to join in on, this time participating in the ultimate risk to gain the greatest rewards among mankind. Mountie. Among the Northwest Mounted Police, Sergeant Jeffrey Forsyth was an exemplary trooper. He was worse than a bloodhound once he caught the track of a fugitive, and he always got his man. His strict enforcement of the law, empowered with a natural talent for violence, served as his own brand of justice in the western frontiers of Canada. Those talents were put to the test when he heard about local camps in the territory being brutally razed by bandits. He rode out alone against orders to put a stop to it himself. After a night of searching, he found the crazed cultists of the Demented Pack who had traveled so far from Louisiana in order to spread the domain of their god, the Sculptor. Upon witnessing their profane altar of human corpses and maddening chanting, Sergeant Forsyth opened fire with everything he had, struck with Evil Part's disgust and abject terror. When the smoke cleared, he alone remained among the slaughter, stupefied by the gruesome scene around him. When his fellow troopers caught up, they locked the frantic, shaking sergeant away for his own safety. The only visitor to his cell in the coming days was a mysterious man who demanded to know everything Jeffrey saw. Dutifully, he shared everything he saw and was rewarded that night with a chance at freedom. However, a chance with a terrible price. John Victor, who had tracked the Demented north, subtly pushed for Jeffrey to take action with occult whispers, saved him from imprisonment by slaughtering the other Mounties and breaking Forsyth out, making both of them fugitives on the run. When they finally stopped to rest, John Victor injected Jeffrey with the inoculation and explained the American Hunters Association, which he had just been forcefully inducted into. The Mountie could never return to his order after the massacre that had freed him, and the ritual blood in his veins would never go away. The only choice he had left was to commit himself to the hunt, strictly enforcing his brand of justice on the Sculptor's monstrosities and the demented cultists who worshipped them. Bobby Redneck. Vernon Moses, the elder patriarch of the Moses family and former proprietor of Moses Poultry, was just as spirited, stubborn, and slightly mad as his son William and his granddaughter Millie. A lifetime ago, he served as a soldier in the Civil War, and local rumors spread that he had spent every day since in the same rocking chair drunk on moonshine and belligerently berating all within earshot. He proved all the idle talk wrong when he followed his son into the hunt, and the family business began piling bounties up around them. Scourge, Morrigan, and Midian. The origins of the monster known as Scrapbeak are mired in betrayal and subjugation, though it is no surprise that those who would seek to be acolytes of that creature would suffer the same fate. The first two disciples of the Beak were cut down by their cowardly third. That third would grow to amass a powerful and demented flock, only to lose it all at the hands of two manic lovers. Morrigan and Midian, forever branded outcasts and monsters, found their true selves by embracing the darkest parts of each other's hearts. With an unbreakable bond, lust for power, and penchant for traitorous bloodshed, the paramours carved a path of carnage through Scrapbeak's cultists until only they alone remained. They were the perfect disciples of damnation, the only two to fit the honor of Scrapbeak and his creator, the Sculptor. Bound together in body, soul, and demented purpose, the couple would either ascend beyond Scrapbeak to exist as corrupted gods, or once again suffer betrayal and subjugation as so many had before. Seawolf and White Raven. Though the Vikings had been dead for centuries, their legends carried with them a power available to those who could harness and embody the Norse myths. The man known as Seawolf coveted this power turning himself and his sister into Viking legends in a quest for treasure, excitement, and glory. His sister, Hulda Chronic, shared few of his desires, but just as much of his dark cravings. She went along with his schemes as the White Raven, in her own quest for honor, facing respected hunters in noble duels that fed her sinful bloodlust. The pair were equally inseparable and insufferable to each other. They fought over a favorite rifle until Seawolf made a second. Then they fought with the rifles, pointing them at each other at the height of heated arguments in the middle of the hunt. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was only part 2 in the segment covering the legendary hunters within the world of Hunt Showdown, and part 3 is already in the works, so stay tuned for more content down the line. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Gitchy Boy, the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the exclusive Warmonk, and the exclusive Rat. The VIPs, Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminal Bob, Corey Peterson, Michael Thornhill, More Death Menace, I, Slip, Stas Biestek, Sunrise Phoenix, TJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, all the regulars. I would also like to give a big shout out to Rye for constructing the script to this very video. If you want to support me in the channel, consider signing up as a member, either here on YouTube or on Patreon, for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Chum. Of all the members of what would become known as the Murder Circus, Chum was the simplest. He was raised to be a clown, molded into a caricature for shallow amusement. It is no wonder then that such a pliable performer would take on the role of the Heliostone's vessel and voice, to become an avatar of the stone's corruptive power, one who would perform its will to malevolent and unknowable ends. Giggles. The brains behind the Murder Circus, Giggles steers the operation through the land of the dead to reach its new destinations. Wickedly smart and patient, she is far more deadly than she appears. Post Malone. Long before its murderous heights, the dark carnival that would one day come to the bayou began with a single, solitary man. This drifter wandered out of the Georgia hills with nothing but a guitar, regaling towns he passed through with songs that struck a chord with the detritus of mankind, the lonely, desperate, strange freaks. Though he never asked, these outcasts began to follow the man in his travels, turning one performance into a cavalcade of the peculiar, grotesque, and mystifying. With the growing momentum of popularity, real circus acts joined the traveling troupe, following the musician turned ringmaster to astound and delight. The clowns, fortune tellers, trick shooters, and performing bears gave an air of respectability that masked the dangerous criminal impulses some of their fellow travelers harbored. Yet one little man would set the ringmaster's growing family on a different path. He wanted passage to disappear within the big tops. As the circus traveled on, the small mysterious man offered an artifact in return, the Heliostone, an odd and dreadful thing, a stone and crystal sunburst carved into the shape of a demon's face. Yet it held great power within, a corruption that seeped into the circus. Dark impulses became wicked psychosis, beasts mutated into monstrosities, and even the most stalwart were cursed with misfortune. The Heliostone's grip on the circus grew tighter and tighter until it cracked in two. Those corrupted took ownership of the murder circus, leading it onwards in a parade of violence, power, and terror as they followed the will of the Heliostone. Those who could resist fled for new lives in greener pastures, while the former ringmaster, now a deposed king without a crown, stalked what remained of his former glory as it traveled across the country. Once again he was a drifter, but this time with a singular purpose: to take back what was his, no matter the cost. Shade. Jefferson Shiloh was once a well-respected stage actor, a John Wayne or Clint Eastwood of his time. He played the rugged gunslinger for the crowd, acting out stories of betrayal, vengeance, and retribution for what little pay the entertainment could bring. When his performing troupe was twisted by the corruption, the actor gave up his old life of stage performance to bring the hero of his plays, the Shade, to life. Some would say he acted the part out too well, for as Jefferson replaced his prop guns for real guns, he soon found himself in a replication of some of his stories. In Mammon's Gulch, he experienced betrayal at the hand of trusted partners, saw the resurrection as a dark figure of vengeance, and yearned for grisly retribution against those who had wronged him. However, unlike his meager stage plays, these tales brought to life paid tremendously well, earning him both coin and blood alike. Silver Spur. Unlike many others who turned to hunting for a variety of reasons, Ezekiel Stringfellow had always made his living as a bounty hunter. The profession suited his reticent and isolated nature, and he found pure enjoyment in the challenge of hunting men. Any bounty he set his sights on would eventually be run down by his dogged determination and captured with his fiery strength. Yet even those who surrendered to him were just as likely to be shot dead as those who fought till the bitter end. The higher price for returning them alive wasn't as valuable as the peace and quiet that came with the grave. That peace and quiet would be broken in the spring of 1891 as Ezekiel became wrought with hacking coughs and chest pain. The doctor's prognosis was absolute. He had been infected by the White Plague, tuberculosis. The slow disease would consume his body and then finally his life before the turn of the century, unless he moved into a sanitarium in the mountains to prolong his health. Ezekiel rejected the diagnosis completely, believing he could overcome this temporary setback alone, just as he always had. No matter what, he refused to give up the hunt. It wasn't long before that emphatic refusal brought Stringfellow to the edge of oblivion. A coughing fit gave away his position, leading to a short gunfight that left Ezekiel fatally wounded and bleeding out on the ground. In the feverish delirium that swept over him as death prepared to collect his soul, he saw visions of a blighted mountain infested by unimaginable monstrosities. The prophetic nightmare stuck with Ezekiel long after a local man had saved his life. The mountain became his obsession and became the source of his longing and searching, spending 5 years scouring the country for its location as his health faded and his skin took an anemic pallor. In 1896, he finally discovered Mammon's Gulch, inundated with corruption, just as he first saw it would be. The final years of this dead man walking would be spent on a hunt like no other, within the perfect hunting grounds where no bounties ever needed to be brought back alive. The Beekeeper. When the Sculptor's blight saturated the bayou, it put an end to a multitude of vocations. Machines ground to a halt, crops withered, and animals starved to death. As that corruption seeped into the apiaries that the beekeeper's family had tended to for generations, she turned to forbidden, esoteric, and even demented practices to save her beloved insects. Her witchcraft and devotion to the Sculptor protected the apiary for one last season, but cost her ever more dearly in the severed relationship with her young daughter. The abject mania of the beekeeper made her wish to pass on a corrupted inheritance, to be the mother of something monstrous and divine, rather than the mundane human child she had already birthed. Her daughter rejected this perverse faith, rejected her, and left the beekeeper to fester alone in the psychotic delusions of the demented pact. The last harvest of honey came and went, but this time without anybody to share it with, except for the corrupted and the insane. The Centipede. The demented began as imitations of a higher power, desperate for the divine attention of an uncaring demiurge. For the Centipede, it was not enough to imitate. Her instincts pushed her past what had been made before, towards a transformation of what could be. A predator better than any monster, faster, more venomous and adaptable, devoted to the sole purpose of breaking down and devouring all. She found camaraderie in the fractured minds of her fellow demented, making poisons for their wicked predilections, and joining in their profane ceremonies honoring the Sculptor. It was the campaign of Sheriff Hardin and the followers of his lawful pact, who in their brutal massacres against the demented set the Centipede out on a new path in life. She was found in the wake of one such bloodbath, the lone survivor among a pile of righteously executed corpses. She was taken in by Felice and her primal pact, shown a new way to kill, a beauty in the hunt that honored nature itself more than any corrupted god. It was everything that the Centipede's instincts had craved, something she had been yearning for subconsciously. Through the primals, she had found a new pact to run with, and a new pact to pledge herself towards. She would rise to the top of the corruption's twisted food chain without losing herself, a predator better than any other hunter or monster. The Conspirator. At the dawn of the 17th century, a treacherous plot to kill the King of England and burn the House of Lords to the ground was uncovered, leading to the capture and execution of all of its conspirators. Chief among them was Guy Fawkes, the first to be captured, and the man who intended to light the explosives that would change Great Britain forever. Nearly 300 years later, as memory of the failed gunpowder plot dimmed and its date became known for bonfires and fireworks, one man's own burning desire for revenge raised the plot and his family name back from the dead. It began with 2 British slave ships in the West African station sunk by a traitor's hand. Grave accusations were levied at the survivors, and ultimately all were executed when a 3rd ship sank that very same night. Yet the heavy-handed solution did not bring an end to the sabotage. Just as calm began to fall over the Navy, the flagship of the Armada detonated, erasing a dozen ships as they were caught in the prodigious explosion, sparked by a few well-placed shots. The conspirator was revealed in the wake of the fleet's destruction, a lone officer who claimed to be Francis Fawkes, heir of both his forefather's sins as well as his divine mission. To make an example of him and mark his lineage further, the Navy sentenced Fawkes to be executed by fire on November the 5th, the very same date as the original gunpowder plot. As the conspirator burned at the stake, the spite-fueled fire inside of him burned brighter than the fires around him, and even when it seared the metal mask into his bubbling flesh, he managed to survive the flames long enough to escape and committed to spread his wrath to all of those who came to spectate his demise. Now on his lifelong crusade, he would commit his explosive rage to the hunt, directing his unyielding anger against the corruption. The Cowl. When Butcher's Cleaver had failed to lead the demented cultists to their promised ascension, a new figure emerged from the manic swarm to direct its inexorable fanaticism with a new philosophy. Though he commanded and they obeyed, the Cowl rejected leadership and hierarchy. To move as a horde was to have no weaknesses, no leader whose death or distraction could disrupt the mob. It was a doctrine cultivated by the man once known as Horatio over many years of study and psychopathic practice. Childhood experiments of disturbing ant colonies, leading them to the slow demise of marching to their own death. The result of collecting insects in jars and obsessively watching them, discovering how similar they could be to humans in groups. Adolescent training in military academies, where that obsession with groups and hierarchies bloomed into a need to destroy them, just to watch the peons scurry aimlessly like ants without a queen. This burgeoning psychosis forced the military to dishonorably discharge him, yet the violent obsession only grew as he made his living as a blade for hire. A single stab in the right place could do just as much damage as massacring 1,000 men. The blood money eventually set Horatio on the path to the bayou, where he discovered his life's work writ large. Corruption spread without a leader's direction, autonomous yet unified in purpose by the most base of instincts. He saw himself reflected in the assassin's empty face, even as he nearly died from its own carefully placed blades. The Cowl was born in this mixture of divine revelation and deadly competition, determined he would ascend beyond the assassin to break the greatest of hierarchies, reducing mankind to nothing but a demented drove of corrupted wretches. Fang Shearer. Having followed both signs and his intuition, he had ventured all the way to the bayous of Louisiana from the continent of South America to rid the world of its corruption. Here he found dozens upon dozens of alligators, mutilated on the edge of the dead zone, with runes carved into their spines and teeth. As he charted the inscriptions against the stars, he unlocked a troubling mystery, now hunting the legend behind these prophecies, yearning to learn its secrets. The Night Mother. An adept root worker and conjure woman of Hoodoo spiritualism, Esther Sinclair took the ritual inoculation to stand by her dear weird sister, the voodoo practitioner known as Cora Bukes. While aiding her more seasoned partner, the Night Mother yearned for hidden, esoteric knowledge only hunters can gather, the kind of forbidden secrets that can drive someone to maddened depths or even powerful heights. One such revelation, the knowledge of the dark side Avatar Harvest, condemned her to one day face off against the being during his season of reaping in the Harvest of Ghosts. She is the only one who knows his secret true name, and may have been there at his dark beginnings, as he was risen out of the sickened ground, fed by rotten crops and corpses alike. The Moorhound. Legends of black dogs bringing death omens had persisted in Europe for centuries, none more so than in Wales, Scotland, and England, where every county spoke of shadowy hounds baying in the moors, bringing death and misfortune to any who witnessed them. In the sleepy Welsh village of Portmadoc, 6 men committed themselves to ending the terror of their local legend, the Black Dog of Hell. What should have been a couple of days turned to weeks and months with no sign of the hunting party. A whole year passed before the only survivor, a young Jacob Oren, returned carrying a massive hellhound's head and his father's shotgun as his only possession. The boy had been to hell and back, committed first to slay the infernal beast where it lived, only then to claw his way out from the underworld. Though Portmadoc was safe, the rest of Great Britain still suffered. Other towns called for his aid, and he answered the call with an unwavering determination to exterminate every hellhound from the Isle. 50 years passed as his crusade found great success, though it consumed his life completely. Few spoke of black dogs in the moors anymore. Instead, they whispered tales told of a shadowy hunter that prowled the misty bogs, protecting them from any who dared to trespass upon his lands by bringing death and misfortune from the barrel of a gun. The Moorhound, who had so dutifully scoured the lands of corrupted canines, became its newest boogeyman. In time, Jacob left Britain behind for Louisiana. None could say whether his departure was caused by the treacherous myth that had grown around him, or if he had simply found new targets for his never-ending hunt. The Prodigal Son. Richard Burton arrived in the bayous carrying the uniform of the army he abandoned, as well as the guilt of a torn family. Unlike his mother, who valiantly served the Union as a spy in the Civil War, Richard had faked his death to escape the Great Sioux War. He spent years working abroad as a mercenary, doing the kind of dark deeds that required a man with no records and no face. Back home, the letter announcing his apparent death in the Black Hills had been the beginning of a long chain of events that culminated in Anna Burton being murdered with her own gun. His twin sister, Sarah Burton, knew that Richard was alive and ultimately at fault for their mother's death. His name was inscribed on one of the 5 bullets destined to avenge their mother, alongside AHA Administrator Elwood Finch, as well as the archaeologist Elise Austin. When news of his mother's death and his sister's path for vengeance reached him, Richard Burton followed his twin into the hunt, reaching Sarah just in time to save her from an untimely demise. He knew that one day that good deed would be repaid in his reckoning, but considering his past, he was determined to make amends at any cost. The Redneck's Daughter. Millie Moses was born in the Moses Poultry Barn, and most certainly acts like it. Just as her father, the redneck William Moses, she is mad as a loon and stubborn as an ox. Millie grew up being taught how to shoot by her father and grandfather, and as soon as she was old enough to join the fight, she proudly followed the family into defending the farm from the darkness that encroached upon her childhood home. The Scarecrow. Once a wretched thief, Jeremy Albano carved a new identity for himself in the wake of divine intervention. He had stolen from the owners of Golden Acres and was badly beaten and propped up as a scarecrow in the nearby field for his crimes. From his crucified perch, he watched corruption take hold of the farm, twisting the men into half-dead abominations who preyed upon his persecutors, all while he himself remained safe, spared from the Sculptor's touch. Jeremy pledged himself to the Dark God's will, living from then on as a demented scarecrow to honor what he thought was an unholy mission passed down by darkness itself. The Shroud. In the wake of Napoleon's campaign in Egypt, as well as the subsequent translation of the Rosetta Stone, Egyptomania gripped the 19th century Western world. Scholars and opportunists from across the continents traveled to the ancient land of the Nile, seeking mysteries and treasures long forgotten by people and time. Nafisa Ilhami was more than happy to guide these foreigners to the tomb of her ancestors. She played her part in the pillaging of pharaohs and priests alike, unaware of the poisonous curses lingering in the newly unearthed tombs of those who had touched upon the land of the dead. For these graves did not only hold treasure, they also held the ashes of rot. For her disgrace in disturbing the dead, Nafisa was riddled with disease, yet kept alive in a state beyond death. She hid the shame with carefully wrapped clothes, becoming a walking shroud, scarcely different from the mummies she had sold off to foreigners. In hopes of a cure, or even just a piece of real death she could only give to others, Nafasi Elhami followed the foreigners she once guided back to the hunt, where she in Louisiana would hardly stand out among the walking dead. Skull Taker. A harbinger of primal death, a predator whose every trophy tells of prey taken while it still breathed. Runes etched into his mask call the most feral beasts to his hunting grounds, their savage whispers feeding his unending thirst for conquest. Hunters felt silent in his presence, their boasts eclipsed by the relics he bore. A talon at his waist spoke of an icy ascent to slit the throat of a giant eagle. Saber teeth across his back marked the extinction of a species by his hand, yet the thrill of hunting faded as his triumphs grew. Desperation drove him to rituals steeped in blood and madness. Polar bears impaled on narwhal horns, wolves gutted and offered to dark gods, all in the hope of summoning prey worthy of his blade. The visions came, pulling him south to a cursed land of poisoned air and haunting screams. Here, monster smiths lived, an alligator roiling with tar and lightning, a spider vast enough to slay buffalo, and demons that bent fire to their will. Stalking these grounds, Skulltaker found his answer, a ritual injection stolen from another hunter. Its content opened a festering paradise of endless prey, where his legend would carve itself into eternity, one skull at a time. The Spinning Blade. A knife thrower's assistant, Amelia Rimrose, snapped after years of abusive treatment at his hands. For her new act, she strapped her boss to the board and demonstrated her skills, awakening a taste for blood that only hunting bigger and fiercer game could sate. The Statesman. The only order that can be found in the manic, corrupted chaos of the hunt is the promise of gold in exchange for the occult tokens, what hunters refer to as the bounty system. The workings of that system is kept intact and efficient by mysterious men like the Statesman, agents of even more mysterious benefactors. Though he does not deign to share his identity with lowly hunters, he is known to hold some station of power in the political machine of the country. The Statesman is a man of sophistication, arrogance, and deadly precision. The kind of man to rub shoulders with a prominent oil tycoon or shoot him dead when he gets out of line. He holds a deep, almost supernatural knowledge of the hunt and those who partake in it, which he uses to bend the hunt to his master's cryptic will. For the sake of the benefactor's occult interest and the statesman's own paycheck, the bounty tokens of the bayous must keep flowing. The Walled Man. In the deep and wicked heart of the Bavarian woods, a tiny village of 55 hunted for a legendary doe. Not only the greatest any had seen at 10 feet tall, but also crowned with pure white antlers. This mythical prize of a lifetime was snatched away by the Walled Man, a hunter and woodworker as reclusive as the deer he killed. Those who survived the hunt returned to the village empty-handed, while the Walled Man took the pelt and antlers of the doe with him, now adorning the blood of his competition. 13th Maid. 12 ships sunk at sea, taking scores of sailors to its salty depths. Yet one nameless man miraculously survived each catastrophe. He bore the weight of 12 crews worth of souls, all lost while he was seemingly blessed, or rather cursed, to live on. When the 13th ship was doomed, the sailor threw himself overboard with the rest of the crew, determined to drown and join his many fallen brothers. Death finally accepted his plea to move on, yet fate itself had other plans. The 13th Maid was cast into the land of the dead, where a wretched witch, Lynch, performed a ritual on him. For the 13th time, he was brought back from a watery grave. He now exists between life and death, along the rest of the drowned pact, an undead man that cannot sleep and who desires only revenge and death. Trapper, Buckshot, and Snare. Robert Hogan and Laura Merrill were cousins that grew up together on a remote homestead in the Rocky Mountains. One fateful night, all that they knew was lost. A screaming figure wreathed in flames spread a fire that reduced their homes and families to nothing but ash. With nobody left to turn to and no skills at surviving on their own, it seemed the pair were doomed to starve to death in the remnants of their homestead. The cousins were emaciated when Thomas Bridge, the mountain man, came across their ramshackle camp. The man took pity on the pair and stayed with them for a time, becoming the closest the pair had to a father figure. He brought them life-saving food and taught them how to survive in the dangerous frontier. He introduced them to native trappers who helped train the pair as well. The two were quick learners and thrived under such expert tutelage. Robert, then known as Buckshot, became an expert at placing traps. Laura took the name Snare, though her specialty was tracking. He was steadfast and silent, while she was confidence and fury. For years they brought in rich harvests of fur, working the remote lands that seldom knew of. Their bountiful resorts eventually brought them unwanted attention. Rival trappers sought to reap the furs for themselves, and rich men from the cities claimed the land with hired gunmen. The quiet forests Buckshot and Snare had come to find solace in erupted in gunfire as they fought to maintain their way of life with violent resolve. A new development came with a telegram from the mountain man. He had been in Louisiana hunting a new kind of prey, and it had gotten disastrously out of hand. His home in the Rockies was now in great peril. Beyond his own fight against what Buckshot and Snare would learn to be the corruption, he had discovered clues that could uncover what happened in that very night all those years ago, and now more than ever, determined to help their prominent father figure, the cousins gave up the struggle against the trappers and headed with him to Mammon's Gulch, where a far grander fight awaited the two. Umpire's Bane. Fiercely competitive and recklessly brave, the batter known as Umpire's Bane turned from baseball to the hunt in order to feed both his ego and his bloodlust. The man who would beat snakes with his bat as a pre-game ritual now drenched the bludgeon with the blood of monsters and hunters alike. Gruesome trophies replaced shining brass on his shelf at home, mementos from his participation in the ultimate game of life and death. Union Suit. Enigmatic, foolhardy, gruff, and charming in equal measure, Curtis E. Falk is more than one of the oddest hunters to brave the Deadlands. He is never seen wearing more than his long john underwear, even as he faces the horrors of the corruption or graces audiences with his superb singing voice. Tales of his travels say one of his 2 Union suits is drenched in a gallon of blood for every mile he's traveled across the wide breadth of America, while the other is kept pristine, as much as the tattered suit can be. Curtis bears this white suit when yodeling to grunts in the morning, or serenading boss targets with ballads of his own creation. Wayward Helmsman. Little is known of the helmsman's past or identity, both of which drowned with the men of voyages long since doomed. He wears the tattered and modified uniform of a British Royal Navy commander, yet shares no military notion of duty or honor. Gold is all that moves his heart, a lust for treasure that pushed him and the others of the Smugglers' Pact to chase after the ghost ship Delphine when it arrived in the bayou of Louisiana. At the peak of this quest for the spectral steamboat's cargo, the helmsman shot his partner, Tony Ramirez, the rat, in the back, leaving her to die in agony as the demented pack perform an accursed ritual on her. The rat's soul was cast into the land of the dead, a fate which hardly bothered the helmsman. He had damned his own soul for ravenous greed a long time ago. Months later, the rat returned, resurrected as an unliving, waterlogged corpse by the witch Lynch, alongside the kid, Captain Lafitte, and the 13th maid. Her revenge came with the explosive power of a dynamite stick, which killed the wayward helmsman, as the other drowned, ripped apart the few smugglers he had yet to betray. Winky. A maestro of murder, this silent clown is proficient to an ungodly degree in utilizing all manner of firearms and thrown weapons. Reduced by the effects of the Heliostone to a single-minded killer, Winky gets the last laugh by cutting Smile into enemies' throats. Hey there, Hazmat here. That marks the end of part 3 of the segment containing the many legendary Hunters of Showdown, but with the current release cycle of DLC Hunters that Crytek is putting out, I wouldn't be surprised if I see you all again in about 6 months for part 4. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Gitchy Boy, the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the exclusive Warmonk, and the exclusive Rat. The VIPs, Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminal Bob, Corey Peterson, Michael Thornhill, More Death Menace, I, Slip, Stas Biestek, Sunrise Phoenix, TJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, all the regulars. If you want to support me in the channel, consider signing up as a member, either here on YouTube or on Patreon, for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. I would also like to extend a big thank you to Trinidad, who extended an offer to participate in the creation of this episode, and has both composed and produced the majority of soundtracks for the Hunters you hear in this video. I have also left a link to his channel in the description below. And with that said, thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. On a dark night in the Louisiana bayous, with the full moon hidden away behind a thick layer of clouds, a young kid by the name of Kevin, no older than 14 years of age, living in a cottage by a pond next to a large weeping willow, found himself staring out of his window. With the lack of moonlight to assist his already strained and tired eyes, Kevin was trying to look into the deeper and darker parts of the swamp, anxiously waiting and dreading the things he was sure to follow. Kevin's parents were both recently deceased, and the ominous nights, filled with sounds of terror and distant screams, kept him awake, terrified of this nameless evil that had taken a hold of the swamps around him. As the night went by and he felt himself drifting into a slow state of certainty that maybe, just maybe, the horrendous horrors that had transpired the last couple of full moons were finally over, he felt his eyes and body relax, feeling the bed behind him and the woven quilt that his mom had left him, enticing him to try and go back to sleep. But the second he took his eyes from the window, the corner of his eye caught a silhouette from within the swamps, and a far too familiar shiver ran down his spine. The man with the cane was back. Just like all the other times, Kevin saw that the silhouette wasn't alone. He was accompanied by another man, and just like all the others, he was well equipped and armed to the teeth. Kevin had heard them referred to as hunters. But what kind of animals would one be hunting with grenades and such heavy weapons? As the voices of the two men approaching came closer and closer, Kevin went quiet like the night and clutched his hands, knowing what was about to happen.
Things have already changed for the better since you took over the AHA. If anyone can handle the corruption, I'm certain you're the one to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. We're here.
Here? An abandoned cottage?
We're not here for the cottage.
The two men went to the usual patch of dried out grass behind the house and stopped underneath the window Kevin was sitting in. To Kevin, that spot was now a mark of previous, unspeakable horror. The companion of the man with the cane looked confused.
I thought you said we were going to create a powerful weapon.
Patience, dear sir.
The calm politeness of the man with the cane was unsettling. Considering everything that was going on around them, his demeanor seemed so out of place. The man stuck his cane into the ground, quickly drawing a large circle with various symbols around it. As he finished the drawing, he prompted his companion to put the finishing touch on the circle.
If you would kindly do the honors.
The companion took out a bag from which he pulled 4 candles, before placing each of them in specific parts of the circle.
Alright, so what's next, Chary?
The man with the cane stopped in his tracks. A haunting silence fell over the swarms around them, and Kevin shook as the daunting silence threatened to eat away at him, as he felt the eyes of the man drill holes into the skull of his companion.
Mr. Chary, I'm sorry.
It happens, dear sir. I trust it won't happen again. Now, this next part is simple. Hold this gun and sit in the center. Then we have to wait for the moon.
The mannerism displayed by this Mr. Chary seemed uncanny. And again he mentioned the moon. The moon itself seemed to be at the very center of whatever he had planned. He had mentioned to one of the others that the moon had been corrupted by something called a Sculptor. However, it didn't take long before the clouds cleared and the moon revealed itself to the world. As the light from the moon hit the circle, the symbols turned white and the candles lit up in a shade of purple.
No matter what, don't let go of the gun.
Why would I...
Before the companion finished his sentence, the gun in his hand turned white hot. The sizzling of meat emanated from the circle, and the companion looked to Mr. Chary with eyes begging for permission to drop the gun. But no permission was given. The sound of a sizzle turned into a roaring sear, and the companion's groans turned to violent screams. But loyal to Mr. Chary, the companion kept his hands clutched around the gun, and just like all the others, Mr. Chary had promised him great powers if he completed the ritual. But Kevin wondered what kind of power would be worth such ungodly torture. The screaming seemed to last forever and ate its way into the bones of Kevin, who could do nothing but cover his ears and hope for it to go away. He closed his eyes and thought of his parents, wishing they were alive so they could chase away the man with the cane, freeing him from this recurring nightmare. Finally, the screams turned to whimpers, and as the whimpers subsided, Kevin found the courage to look out of the window again. A jolt of horror ran through his body. The hands of the companion were gone, melted off the bone. Skin, meat, and sinew hung in threads from the bony joints and digits, still clutching the gun. Tears ran down the face of Kevin as the companion, with an agonizing groan, raised the gun with his bony and mangled hands, placing it at his temple before he pulled the trigger. The shot tore through the quiet night in the swamps, rumbling off in the distance like a dreadful thunder. Kevin could do nothing but watch as the companion crumpled to the ground within the circle. The man with the cane approached the body, seeming to be unimpressed. He picked up the gun and examined it in the moonlight. The gun flickered in the white light from above, seeming to vibrate with heat, still scalding to the touch, but the man with the cane seemed unfazed. Having observed the gun for a while, he slid it into his coat pocket before he went back to drawing symbols around the body. Kevin couldn't quite make out what he was drawing, but it looked like a halo around the head of the companion. As he finished the drawing, the man tapped the dead companion's head 3 times with his cane before the ground beneath him opened up and swallowed the body whole. And in less than a minute, it was like the companion had never existed. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was only part 1 in the story of Mr. Chary and the Trader's Moon, so stay tuned for more. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on future content and which you can join for a single $1 a month. Link is in the description below. A big thanks to Rexley and Tip from the official Hunt Showdown Discord, who helps me decipher the convoluted mystery that is the lore of this game. And as always, thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Frozen in place, his eyes locked on the burnt mark behind the cottage, with the sound of the screaming companion still ringing in his ears. Kevin watched as the man with the cane would leave, only to return almost immediately, bringing back hunter after hunter after hunter. The man with the cane would repeat the ritual with each of them, drawing up the circle, with the hunter placing the candles on top of the symbols. Each of them would then take the spot within the center, holding the gun, before being set ablaze in the moonlight. They would all burn, they would all scream, and they would all put the pistol to their head, ending their pain and suffering with a gunshot, before the circle of the ritual would swallow their corpse. However, after the demise of several hunters, the man with the cane brought back an individual that immediately caught Kevin's attention. A hunter that stood out among the rest. A woman by the name of Mary. She carried herself with inhuman confidence, and her eyes seemed to glow with darkness. Her face and body was covered in scars, telling the tale of an individual who seemed to have stared down death more times than one could imagine. And while Mary's voice carried authority, even subtle ire, it was obvious that she was stricken with grief.
I'm surprised you decided to go along with this, Miss Oakenshove. What made you change your mind?
The expeditions are just not cutting it anymore.
You certainly know your way around the bayous. The organization has benefited greatly from your endeavors over the last couple of months, but may I ask, why do you continue to pursue the eradication of these dangerous creatures? You addicted to the thrill?
My husband, he is bed-stricken with a horrible sickness. Scarlet fever. My job in the saloon just wasn't enough anymore, with both the treatment and medicine cutting into our expenses.
I see. Love is such a powerful emotion. But rest assured, Miss Oakenshove, both I and the Association have access to several doctors well versed in the effects of scarlet fever. If tonight is a success, I will see to it that you are compensated well in terms of money, as well as proper treatment for your husband.
Kevin watched as Mary stepped into the circle of the ritual, knowing full well what was about to happen. However, as the moonlight hit the surface of the circle, and the symbols lit up in white, the gun didn't turn white hot. Instead, Kevin's eyes opened wide, as Mary's entire body was engulfed in flames, enveloped in a roaring fire that towered far above her, lighting up the dark swamps around them. But to Kevin's surprise, even though the ferocious flames covered every inch of Mary's body, she did not scream, she didn't whimper, and when the fire subsided, she stood in the circle, unburned and untouched. Kevin was aghast. As she stood there in front of him, her outward appearance seemed fine, but something about Mary had changed. Her posture had weakened. The glow in her eyes was gone and now replaced by something Kevin could only describe as unmitigated melancholy. Without a word spoken between the two, Mary parted ways with Mr. Chary, and Kevin were left wondering what he had just witnessed. But it would take until the next night before he finally got his answer. In the faint light of the moon hidden behind its cloudy cover, Mr. Chary appeared at the cottage once again. As always, one at a time, he had brought out 2 seasoned hunters, just like Mary. The 2 hunters were both tough and grizzled, radiating with some sort of inconceivable force of what Kevin felt to be occult energy. Both of them performed the ritual, and just like Mary, both of them were set ablaze in the middle of the circle, coming out untouched and unscathed by the tower of flames. But just like Mary, the ritual changed them. The fire in their eyes had faded, the emanating power from their personas stripped, and what remained was empty shells, soulless and catatonic. Mr. Chary would escort each of them away from the cottage and tell them both the same thing, almost unable to contain his excitement.
Bring me back the thing you cherish most.
Mr. Chary would then bring back a 3rd hunter to the cottage, but as with most of the others, the gun would turn white hot, the hunter's hands would melt off, and the hunter would kill himself before vanishing into the ground. Mr. Chary's gaze remained on the circle, indifferent and unimpressed by the death of the hunter, before he suddenly reacted to the sound of sobbing behind him, and he turned around with a subtle smile of anticipation.
Welcome back, Miss Okenchov. Did you bring the thing you cherish most?
Mary responded with a nod, sobbing as she looked at the ground, her spirit crushed and defeated.
Then if you would, proceed with the ritual, please.
Mary stepped forward, holding a sewed cloth of rag in her hands. The proud and determined hunter Kevin had seen the day before was gone, seeming like an empty husk of regret and shame. Kevin felt hesitation in her mannerism, as if she was fighting against herself, almost like she wasn't in control of her own body. Mary's hands reluctantly reached into the rag, and Kevin's blood froze to ice as she pulled out a heart, extending it towards Mr. Chary, who gladly accepted it.
How ironic.
Mr. Chary's face wore a devious smile, and Mary's soul-crushing cries of anguish rang out for the night. Kevin felt sick. The cries of Mary burdened him with a grief he had never felt before, not even at the loss of his parents. With the smile still plastered on his face, Mr. Chary nonchalantly tossed the heart into the circle of the ritual, and it would seem that the sacrifice Mary had made was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The heart sank into the ground and the circle immediately reacted. The flames of the candles lit up in a bright blaze, towering far above Mr. Chary, while the symbols around the circle were disrupted, and as the ground opened up, spheres made of branches and roots from box elders and chokeberry trees rolled out of the hole, dancing around Mr. Chary with a smoking glow in the moonlight. Then came the skulls, dozens of them, whirling around Mr. Chary like an undead tornado before they assembled themselves in a monumental tower covered in cloth. The totem drifted off into the night, and the spheres all followed behind it, except for a single one. The sphere continued rolling around the feet of Mr. Chary, who picked it up and admired it in the moonlight. The smoke around the sphere seemed to welcome Mr. Chary, almost as if it was trying to entice him to become one with it, or at least part of it. Without hesitation, Mr. Chary crushed the sphere in his palm, and a faint scream rang out as the ball turned from glowing light to a dusty cloud of nothing. And while Mr. Chary smiled to himself, Kevin could swear that the scream he had just heard had been the voice of his. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was only part 2 in the story about Mr. Chary and the Trader's Moon, so stay tuned for more. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on future content and which you can join for a single $1 a month. Link is in the description below. A big thanks as well to Landon Brown, Ellie Reeds, and Jack Olsen for their outstanding performances in this video. Direct links to their social media profiles are listed in the description. And of course, a big thanks to both Tip and Rexley from the Hunt Showdown Discord, who I would be absolutely lost without. And as always, thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Kevin awoke to the sound of subtle knocks on his door. After what he witnessed the night before, Mary's cries, the heart, the burnings, the spheres and the skulls, he had curled up in the corner of his room, clutching his mother's quilts, wishing, hoping, and praying that he would finally awaken from this horrible nightmare. But alas, his parents were still dead, and when he opened the door, it was none other than Mr. Chary himself.
Well, good day, young man. Would either of your parents be home?
The gentle smile on Mr. Chary's face sent a shiver down Kevin's spine.
No, and we don't want to buy anything. Have a good day.
As Kevin tried to close the door to his cottage, the cane of Mr. Chary quickly blocked the doorway, preventing him from closing it.
By the state of your home, I would guess your parents have been gone for a long time, and probably won't be coming back. No wonder you get to stay up all night.
Kevin's eyes opened wide, realizing that Mr. Chary knew he had been watching all along.
Since you're so curious, would you like to help me tonight? I'm sure you'll get a better look up close, and I can make it with your time.
Mr. Chary pulled out a small pouch of his coat pocket and handed it to Kevin, who cautiously accepted it. Inside it was a bundle of bills. Kevin wasn't about to count it in front of Mr. Chary, but he was certain it was enough to keep him from eating small rabbits and squirrels for a very long time.
Well, what I have to do hurt me?
A faint smile ran across the lips of Mr. Chary. The very same night, Mr. Chary taught Kevin how to perform the ritual. He showed him how to etch the symbols into the dirt, what candles to use, where to position them, and how to light them. Mr. Chary explained that the reason for all of his experiments was to eradicate the corruption that was terrorizing the bayous of Louisiana and the city of New Orleans, and to combat it, they needed alternative methods to science, to explore sectors still unknown to mankind. He told Kevin that these hunters came to him willingly, and that they were ready to sacrifice anything to save the people still alive in the area.
But some of them die, and some of them are hurt, like Mary and...
Kevin suddenly noticed that the two hunters from the night before had returned. The two men's gaze met Kevin's, shocked to see this young boy standing beside Mr. Chary. However, the surprise in their eyes quickly changed to shame, guilt, and sadness, as Kevin noticed they were both carrying bloodied bags of body parts, presumably the remains of what they cherished the most. Kevin wept for the hunters as Mr. Chary gladly accepted their sacrifices, the head of a woman and a pair of hands. The hunters, just like Mary, left with the weapons promised to them, and Mr. Chary threw the body parts into the partially finished circle and asked Kevin to finish the ritual by etching out the symbols within the center of the circle.
You see, Kevin, they all knew what they were signing up for. More or less.
As the moon revealed itself behind the cloudy cover above, its light hit the ritual and the Hardin hand sank into the ground. But Kevin, still standing within the circle, didn't manage to get out in time. And before he realized, the entire circle and his body erupted in a blazing tower of flames. Mr. Chary backed away in fascination as the fire swallowed Kevin whole. The fire burned and roared, licking against Kevin's skin as it engulfed his entire body in a raging inferno. Kevin was certain he was about to die, but suddenly realized the fire didn't hurt him. Instead, he felt its warm embrace. His fear of the unknown disappeared, anxiety vanished, and the crushing terror of being alone faded in an instant as he felt the warmth of the moon embracing him, protecting him from the bad outside the circle. Kevin welcomed it, leaned into it, relishing the gentle embrace of the moon, and found solace in it. He knew it wasn't his mother, he knew it wasn't his father, but for a moment he could pretend it was. Through the flames he heard a voice deep within him, like a gentle song touching his soul with silent whispers. And now he finally understood. The hunters, the experiments, Mr. Chary, it all made sense now. And in the blazing fire, the moon and Kevin had found each other, both in dire need of the other. The two understood what needed to be done, and an unspoken pact was agreed between them. No words needed to be uttered, and as the flames died down and the warmth disappeared, Kevin stood before Mr. Chary, unscathed and untouched.
Kevin, my boy, tell me, what?
Mr. Chary fell to the ground, struck in the knee by a gunshot. As he looked up, he saw Kevin with a gun pointed at him, the moonlight from above dancing on the metal frame of the enchanted weapon, where a trail of smoke slowly rose from the long barrel. A godly weapon, granted to Kevin by the moon itself.
You're hurting her. Your experiments are doing nothing but hurting the moon.
Kevin felt a slow-boiling anger simmer within him and trained the gun at Mr. Chary's head.
You're not trying to help anyone but yourself!
Astounded and terrified of this new anomaly in front of him, Mr. Chary pried out the bullet from the wound before he placed it within his coat pocket and rose from his knees, trying to feign confidence.
Now, Kevin. Even if that were true, what could a boy like you do?
Mr. Chary knew the gun Kevin was holding was far beyond any regular firearm. Any simple wound on Mr. Chary would have been healed by now, but the hole in his knee still lingered. He feared that even the powerful remedies of the AHA and the other hunters wouldn't be able to fix this.
I'll shoot you right here and now, so that no one can ever get hurt by you again!
Dear Kevin, there is no reality where I would die to a mere child. It would seem you have chosen your allegiance, but the question is, did you choose wisely?
Kevin's gun remained trained on Mr. Chary, and with his finger tied around the trigger, he knew he had the chance to put an end to all the suffering and misery.
Well, it seems this little experiment's over, but we will meet again, and hopefully next time you're more willing to cooperate, Kevin.
The presence of Mr. Chary faded as the swamp fell quiet. Kevin looked to the gun in his hand, raising it confidently in the moonlight. He turned to his home by the weeping willow for one last time. He thought of all the memories from growing up there, his parents watching him run around the house when he was smaller, climbing trees in the nearby forest, and of the comfort of the family around the warm hearth in the winter. He would see home again one day, but things would have to change. He had heard the voice of the moon in the fire. She had done what she could to stop the corruption, but Mr. Chary had exploited one of her weaknesses, and had made the situation worse. The moon knew he needed to be stopped, and the only way to do so was to turn the ritual against him. The moon knew Kevin had no parents, and no longer had anything he cherished the most, which meant he couldn't fall under the influence of Mr. Chary, and which now meant he could cherish the moon. As the moon sank on the horizon and Kevin turned towards the direction Mr. Chary had disappeared, the fate of Kevin was sealed in both blood and honor. The moon had found its champion, and he was off to slay the demon.
You won't be safe anywhere. Wherever you go, I'll follow you. And I'll find you.
Hey there, Hazmat here. That concludes the story of Mr. Chary and the Trader's Moon. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge on Patreon, who helps me decide on future content and which you can join for $1 a month. Links in the description below. I also want to give a big thanks to all of the voice actors who contributed with their stellar performances in this video. Link to all of their social media profiles also listed in the description. And of course a big thanks to both Tip and Rexley from the Hunt Showdown Discord, who always help me out with their deep knowledge about the lore. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Exaggeration. The act of fabricating, changing, or inflating facts has always been a part of the common conversation when conveying stories between others of our kin. This alteration or distortion of events and occurrences has always seemed to be commonplace within the span of not just friends and foes, but human history as a whole, from back in our caveman days and to modern times as well. This is essentially the story of how a molehill became a mountain. The untruthful storytelling is often a subconscious effect of the desire to impress or gain the acceptance of others. Whether intentional or not, the exaggeration itself might not always be immediately malicious. However, any distortion of facts, events, or outcomes immediately brings the source's integrity into question. Exaggerating claims of heroism, promoting a certain ideology in a greater light, or misleading facts to change a narrative, to purposely misstate personal traits, alignments, or other people's actions to potentially tell a better story, gain a hierarchical advantage, or anything similar, is all equally dishonest and impacts the source's credibility negatively. Taking this into consideration, when we look over the events of the corruption within Louisiana back in the end of the 19th century, events, facts, and especially the people providing us with these, all quickly get drawn into question. Motivation, mental state, and even more importantly, the actual physical presence are all valid factors in determining a source's credibility, and it would seem that the theme that revolves around the history of the corruption in Louisiana all boils down to one particular concept: the unreliable narrator. But what does that concept encompass? It is but the catalyst of an almost endless list of radically different interpretations across dozens and dozens of people, all of which who struggle to construct a coherent consensus about what exactly transpired in the state of Louisiana. For one, no one can agree on the duration a human being, or any living being for that matter, inoculated or not, could spend within the dead zone without succumbing to the corruption. Several sources claim that both hunters and people infected by the corruption have spent days, weeks, and even months within the hunting grounds without succumbing to the poisonous effects of the Sculptor's touch. However, several sources also claim that any living being would be unable to survive for longer than 60 minutes within the infected area without succumbing to the effects of darkness. Another issue is the disagreement between medical professionals studying the cause and effects of the corruption on humans. On one hand, Dr. Reed concludes that once the first stage of the corruption has set in, every single organ within the body is slowly replaced by mobs. However, Dr. Winkler, and no one else for that matter, makes no such observation in any of their subjects, but instead mentions larvae crawling through the veins of the subject, which in turn would be filled with a black, tar-like substance. On top of that, a plethora of simple contradictions remain as well, such as the identity of Dr. Huff Jones being mislabeled as Huffington, John Victor being named as John Vocal, the dates of several events being contradictory or completely out of place, as well as more severe conflicting issues, such as the ultimate fate of Dr. Huff Jones, where one source claims he got his throat slit by a paranormal entity known to some as Lynch, and another source claiming that Huff simply got assassinated by gunshots, leaving us all questioning the validity of any of these claims. However, as we remove the unreliable narrators defining and interpreting the situation, taking all of these uncertain accounts and conflicting statements out of the question, we are left with the most unreliable sources of the stories from Louisiana, the very hunters themselves. Hundreds upon hundreds of hunters have made the claim that to this day remain unreliable, still without any source, citation, or reference. Some of these stories make such wild claims that it boggles the mind how no evidence of these heroic tales could possibly fail to exist. These claims all vary in how they're told and where they're played out, but most of them have one thing in common, which is essentially the Achilles heel of any hunter story from Louisiana, and that is the token from one of the Sculptor's emissaries. Most, if not all hunters, claim to have slain at least one of the Sculptor's emissaries. However, despite hundreds of hunters claiming to have defeated one of these otherworldly abominations, not a single shred of evidence indicates the existence, the ownership, knowledge, or know-how as to what a bounty token might have looked like, what it felt like, how it functioned, what it consisted of, what part of the emissary it was taken from, or even better, who exactly ordered the contract for the bounty to begin with. One would suspect that with hundreds of hunters telling the same story, that someone out there, hunter, contractor, or associate, would have at least one contract written down on paper, a physical description of what a bounty token actually was, what it looked like, and what it did. However, none of this exists, not inside nor outside of the bayous, despite there being hundreds, if not thousands of tales, where each and every hunter claimed to have killed and banished an emissary for the sole purpose of extracting with a bounty token. It is allegedly said, even called common knowledge among the hunters, that the emissaries are reincarnated after being killed and banished, and that only one instance of each emissary may exist at any given time. However, none of these claims have been verified either. So, if this is true, or if this is just a convenient asterisk used as an excuse within the hunter community for dozens upon dozens to claim that they've slain one of the Sculptor's servants, is a question we will never see the answer to. However, looking past the bounty token of the Sculptor's emissaries, an obscene amount of hunters have also made claims about slaying other hunters, which, again, every single time, is unverified and unconfirmed. Hunters telling stories claiming to have killed 10, 16, or even 28 other hunters in a single expedition, where the only evidence to this claim is the hunter's own testimony. So, in the end, what does all of this mean? It means that you're a liar. Almost every expedition you have ever experienced has most likely been a tall tale of exaggeration, a lie among friends and foes, meant to add bravado and theatricality to a mundane expedition that didn't bear the fruits you had so vigorously hoped for. Did someone kill a dozen hunters in a single expedition? Probably yes. But was that you? It's doubtful. Did someone kill the spider and banish it back to the realm of the Sculptor? Absolutely. But were you the one to kill the spider? Probably not. It only makes for a logical conclusion that when observing the corruption phenomena in Louisiana, that treating the hunters themselves as unreliable narrators is absolutely crucial if one wants to see the bigger picture, Fortune seekers and bounty hunters telling tall tales that, while being grounded in some truth and reality, were all most likely highly exaggerated and inaccurate. Based on the lack of evidence put forward, it would seem that these hunters, their encounters, recollections, and stories should all fall subject to the same interpretational caution that the researchers and civilians within the bayous, providing pathos-driven, one-sided narratives, are all met with. For it seems quite the possibility that all of these aspiring souls that dare to venture into the Louisiana bayous all hope to claim either infamy, fame, or fortune in the wake of the terror known as the Sculptor's corruption. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was a small segment of the lore that I've wanted to talk about for quite a while now. The very aspect of the gameplay loop itself. Each time a player plays a game within Hunt Showdown, that essentially functioned as a story told by someone within the universe. Was it canon? Was it accurate? Or did the person simply steal the story from someone else who was actually there? Who knows? And it's all part of the fun. If you want to hear more about stuff like this, I have left a link to my interview with Fasi Sayin, one of the original narrative designers for Showdown, in the description below. I have also timestamped it so where he specifically talks about what I covered in this video. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Gitchy Boy, the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the exclusive Warmonk, and the exclusive Rat. The VIPs: Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminal Bob, Corey Peterson, Michael Thornhill, Mordef Menace, Hein, Slip, Stas Biestek, Sunrise Phoenix, TJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, all the regulars. If you want to support me in the channel, consider signing up as a member, either here on YouTube or on Patreon, for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. On the Gold Coast of West Africa, along the shores of what is now Ghana, a slave ship approached the waters near Accra, brought in by the waves of the Gulf of Guinea. The ship, neither eye-catching in terms of wealth nor unremarkable, was but one of many among the endless parade of ships in a busy harbor that saw thousands upon thousands of strangers come and go every day. Yet the owner of the ship was quite the peculiar man, a man driven by nothing but the desire for profits. Sailing as part of a large slave trading syndicate native to the country of England, this man had taken his crew to West Africa to risk the future of his career and business ventures by undertaking one last risky trade. Indebted beyond all reasonable measure, the consequence of many years of unlucky trading, unfortunate business deals, and unexpected financial losses, the owner of the slave ship was desperate to turn his situation around. And it was here, in the city of Accra, that he was certain he would find the answers to his trouble. The owner, accompanied by the ship's surgeon, whose task was to identify healthy slaves fit for service, ventured into the city, where they made contact with a local slave trader. The three would then proceed to spend the following days screening and assessing potential slaves for purchase. The assessment process was a long physical examination of the slaves' overall health, an inspection that was to assure their ability to work for their future masters. An inspection that covered skin, teeth and gums, muscle tone, reflexes, on top of a small list of questions that aimed to evaluate the slave's mental state and awareness. The process seemed quite similar to that of a farmer buying an animal, for these poor souls were not seen or treated as people. To the slavers, they were simply cargo, bought at wholesale price with the intention to be sold for a profit. On the third day in Accra, the surgeon and the owner had together found 200 slaves that they were willing to purchase. Among the 200 slaves, one particular female stood out among the rest, specifically chosen by the surgeon himself. He had pointed out to the owner of the ship that this particular slave was pregnant, which most plantation owners would see as an attractive offer, as the long-term investment in a pregnant slave would potentially mean 2 slaves somewhere down the line. Yet despite the surgeon's early assessment of all of the slaves for purchase, and the ship now at capacity in terms of its carrying capability, the owner wasn't satisfied. 200 slaves sold for the current market price in America wouldn't make quite the dent in his massive amount of debt that he had hoped, and it would be months before he could return for another purchase. As setback, the owner wasn't willing to accept. The owner ordered the surgeon to continue his assessment of the slaves, and without any consideration for safety or reason, the owner demanded that the ship be not loaded, but packed to the brim with slaves from top to bottom, and so the surgeon continued his evaluations. In the following days, as the owner and the surgeon returned to the ship, the captain awaiting their return was met by a worrying sight at the harbor. From the city came the owner and the surgeon, yet what followed them was a massive horde of slaves, all meant for transport on this relatively small vessel. The captain did an immediate head count, and through his rough estimation, he recognized that the owner had brought far more than the ship could safely carry, both in terms of sanitation, but also in terms of food and water, over twice as many as what the captain himself would consider safe. Concerned for the safety of everyone aboard the ship, the captain approached the owner, stating his objections, refusing to undertake this journey unless the amount of slaves carried was reduced by at least 50%. But the owner didn't intend to listen. He was determined to bring the more than 400 slaves to America, and he wasn't about to let debts and misfortune drown his potential future success just because of some cowardly captain's pathetic premonitions. The captain could either sail the ship or find himself another job. An ultimatum which, to the owner's surprise and the rest of the crew's horror, made the captain leave immediately. Still, the owner remained determined to deliver his cargo and appointed the ship's surgeon as captain of the ship. Despite the first mate's and the rest of the crew's objections to the owner's intention of embarking on this dangerous expedition, all of their protests would fall on deaf ears. The many slaves were crammed into the cargo hold of the ship in horrendously claustrophobic and unsanitary conditions, and so the journey from the west coast of Africa to the east coast of America would commence. In the damp and insufferably hot cargo holds, among the crowds of bodies beneath the deck of the ship, the young female found herself pushed up against the wall, crammed in with the rest of the unfortunate souls, caressing her pregnant belly as the motion of the waves rocked them back and forth. A single tear ran down her cheek. She hadn't seen her husband in weeks, and wasn't sure if she would ever see him again. Uncertain what awaited her and her unborn child at their destination, she tried her best to push the troubling thoughts out of her mind. Despite the horrendous and inhuman conditions of the many slaves beneath the deck, under the rays of the scorching equatorial sun, as the salty waves of the Atlantic Ocean lapped against the hull of the ship. The vessel had miraculously made its way from the Gold Coast of Africa to its supply point at Cape Verde, and was now well on its way to America. With their newly acquired supplies of both food and water for the entirety of the ship's crew and its cargo, the owner felt confident that they'd make it to the east coast of America with the more than 400 slaves within the fortnight. After so many years of dismay and misfortune, a seemingly endless parade of unfortunate events, he looked forward to ridding himself of this crippling debt and finally get to live a life worthy of a man of his stature. Yet dark omens loomed on the horizon, for as the blanket of night fell over the ship, with only the stars to guide them towards their destination, in the hands of this newly appointed and inexperienced captain, the ship would vastly deviate from its course, sending it astray in the treacherous and dangerous waters. Night became day, and day became night, yet on the 10th day of hopeless navigation, somewhat sure of their heading, yet still clueless in terms of their bearing, the newly appointed captain, who was already strained far beyond his capabilities and clung to nothing but hope, was about to receive even more troubling news from the first mate. The young man had done an inventory count and to his horror realized that due to the massive increase in cargo, the ship and its crew had grossly miscalculated their demands for supplies at Cape Verde. The supplies that had been meant to last the ship for 6 weeks were now only days from running out, water more than anything. Yet when presented with the troubling issue of the depleting supplies, the owner of the ship didn't immediately seem worried. Certain that rain would come sooner rather than later, he assured the captain and the first mate that this lack of water would simply not become an issue and told them not to worry about it. Puzzled by the owner's lack of concern, the captain and the first mate took to rationing the food and water supplies themselves, yet ultimately it would prove to make very little difference. The supplies were about to run out, no matter what. If the ship didn't find its way and reach a port soon, they would all be doomed to succumb to either starvation or dehydration. Days later, with the water supply running dangerously low and no sign of neither rain to come nor land in sight anywhere, the owner had contemplated the situation carefully and approached the first mate and the captain with a proposal, not just to save their lives, but also his purse. He explained that under the law and insurance contracts that govern slave trading, should the slaves die due to natural reasons such as starvation or dehydration, the insurance claim would be void and no compensation would be paid by the company. This would mean that the owner would lose a fortune. However, in the given circumstances, since slaves were by law considered cargo, should the slaves be dumped into the ocean to save the lives of the crew, then the insurance would cover their demise and pay a reimbursement for each slave that had been discarded. In the darkness of night, in the holes beneath the deck, the pregnant mother suddenly awoke to the loud screaming of angry voices. From the staircase above, silhouetted in the light of the moon, came the crew of the ship, barging into the cargo hold, barking orders at everyone around them. As the confusion settled, a row of about 15 slaves, all of them chained together at their ankles, were forced to stand up and follow the crew to the deck above, before the heavy doors slammed shut behind them. A brief moment of silence followed their abrupt awakening, before the tranquility of the night and subtle waves were replaced with loud objections. The objections turned to yelling, and as the yelling turned to screaming, What followed immediately after was the chilling splash of several heavy objects hitting the ocean at once. A chilling gasp of realization rippled through the cargo hold before a deadly silence swallowed it completely. Anxious eyes of ominous premonitions darted back and forth between the slaves, each individual in the hold realizing the gravity of the situation. The silence was deafening. The mother glanced down at the chains around her ankle and followed the rusty metal links to the slave next to her. To her surprise, he was looking at her as well. His eyes were wide open and spoke the same terror that had gripped her heart. She suddenly realized her lips had been moving, praying under her breath this entire time, praying for someone to help them. Yet before she managed to contemplate the situation further, the heavy wooden doors to the hole sprung open again. Muttered cries and shrieks of fear emerged from the darkest corners, as no one dared to draw any unnecessary attention to themselves. But as the crew of the ship barged down the stairs again, the muttered shrieks turned to loud cries of desperation. Panic erupted in the hold as the captain and his crew forced another row of slaves to their feet. Any objection or hesitation was immediately met with relentless beatings by either fists or wooden clubs. Bodies were bruised, jaws were broken, faces were gashed, and eyes were blackened. The mother's whispered prayers had now turned to cries of anguish, and as yet another row of slaves disappeared up the stairs and the heavy wooden doors to the hold slammed shut once again, the remaining crowd of terrified soon-to-be victims all knew that their final destination would not be America. A subtle metallic grinding suddenly caught her attention as she felt her ankle being jerked back and forth. It was the male slave next to her. He was attempting to file through the joint of the rusty bracelet on her ankle, the small part of the chain that held the two of them, and God only knows how many others down the line, together. In the darkness of the hold, she couldn't make out what he was using to file through the chain, but as their eyes met, he hesitated. She saw the glistening sweat of panic roll down his forehead, yet in the midst of her prayers and his hesitation, she felt his gaze search for her approval. Hesitant, she gave him a nod, and without any of them saying a word, the male slave continued to work on the chain. The screams of people being thrown overboard suddenly tore through the silence of the night once again, and it made him freeze. The impact of bodies crashing into the waves made him turn back to the chain with urgency, uttering involuntary whimpers of panic and distress as he, driven by fear, did his best to saw through the chain. Yet, it didn't take long for the slavers to return. She closed her eyes, focusing on her prayer. She begged to her gods to save her, yet even over the sound of her own voice and the whimpering yells and cries of people around her, she couldn't drown out the heavy group of boots that came closer and closer. And to her horror, as she opened her eyes, she saw the owner and the captain of the ship, the very man that had picked her out in the crowd in Accra, standing in front of her. Despite her objections and her cries for help, she was violently forced to her feet along with the others as the rest of the cargo hold squealed in fear. Commotion erupted behind them as the group was pushed up the stairs. Angry male voices turned to screams of struggle as shrieks of pain and terror, accompanied by a wave of barking orders, erupted in the holds below. The commotion came to a complete silence as the massive doors slammed shut behind them and the terrifying darkness of the cold night swallowed them, its silence only broken by the salty waves around them.
Go on, move!
The owner yelled as he pushed the group towards the ledge of the ship, yet the woman refused, fighting against the many hands that pushed her forward. However, as she turned around, before she could even verbally protest, she was grabbed by a group of strong hands that picked her from her feet and carried her towards the edge of darkness. She struggled to break free of their grip, and as the waves of the ocean came ever so close, she uttered a last desperate scream, wailing at the top of her lungs as she was tossed overboard with the rest of the group following right behind her. They nosedived towards the cold water, yet in her hopeless distress, she flailed her arms, and in her utter panic, by sheer luck, she caught a rope ladder hanging from the deck of the ship. The rest of the slaves screamed into the ocean beneath her, their combined weight pulling on the chain on her ankle. The weakened link snapped immediately, and she heard their helpless cries as they plunged into the dark ocean, their screams immediately turning silent. She found herself hanging from the ladder alone, clutching the rope and the wooden steps in a death grip. She felt her heart beating in her throat, gasping for air as her eyes darted to the roaring waves beneath her and to the stern of the ship, desperate to catch a glance of the others. They were long gone. Yet, as she listened carefully, in the gaps between her heaving and the constant waves rolling into the ship, she was almost certain that she heard someone, somewhere in the darkness, calling out for help. Gathering the last of her remaining strength, she clawed her way up the wooden ladder, words of involuntary prayer on her lips with every breath she took. Yet the closer she came to the top of the ladder, the more she realized that the screaming she had thought came from the ocean actually came from the deck above. As she crested the railing, she was met with the flickering flames from a broken oil lamp which had spilled onto the deck and set fire to the ship. Behind the flames, she saw a row of chained slaves fighting against the crewmates, with similar commotion and yelling coming from the hole beneath. Buckets, tools, and fists were thrown at the slavers as they attempted to avoid being tossed into the ocean. In front of her, in the middle of all of the chaos, she spotted the captain, or rather the surgeon, the very man who had evaluated them all, the very man that had brought them here in the first place. He was participating in the violence, shouting orders at crew members to beat up this person and that person. As she witnessed the captain beat one of the slaves into submission with a heavy telescope, a strange, foreign, boiling anger stirred inside of her. A relentless wrath she had never experienced before pushed her into a fit of rabid rage, and from the deck at her feet, she grabbed a sharp piece of buckled and crumbled iron and ran to the aid of the man cowering beneath the captain. Holding nothing back, she jammed the jagged piece of iron into the surgeon's neck. It pierced his skin and throat with a sickening thud, and he uttered a choking gasp, grabbing his throat as he crumpled to the wooden deck, dead in an instant. A brief feeling of relief and hope rushed over her, realizing that if they managed to take over the ship, they could go anywhere. They wouldn't have to be slaves anymore. She could go back home. She could see her husband once again. Yet suddenly, the glimpse of something sharp caught the corner of her eye, and her skull exploded in pain before her world turned black. As she came to, her head was pounding, ears were ringing. Confused, she realized she was leaning against the railing of the ship. Her eyes followed a thick stream of blood running from her face and down into the black nothingness. She realized she was staring at the ocean, the waves rushing past beneath her. As she turned her head, she saw the owner of the ship, his hands wrapped around her neck as he attempted to push her over the ledge. Panic set in as she with fists and nails clawed at the man, trying her best to get away, yet she couldn't break his grip. Like an animal in distress, she dug her fingers deep into his face, tearing up deep chunks of skin under her fingernails. The man roared in pain as she peeled skin from flesh, and in a rage-induced fit of anger, he pulled her away from the railing before he tossed her over the edge. For a second she was weightless, stuck in an empty silence of complete darkness. Then she plunged headfirst into the ocean, the cold dark water engulfing her in a tumbling roar of freezing waves that drowned out the screams and fighting above her. She struggled against the current, the brace on her ankle obstructing her ability to swim. In pure desperation, She broke the surface of the water, gasping for air as she frantically looked for the ship, knowing that her chances of catching onto it and getting back on board would be brief. Yet a terrifying horror jolted through her stomach as she suddenly realized it was already too late. Through the harsh waves tumbling her back and forth, she saw the stern of the ship already far out of her reach, leaving her behind. Beaten, battered and bruised, on the verge of absolute fatigue, she struggled to stay afloat. As the horror of reality set in, she finally understood there was no escape, no hope for rescue, and panic set in. She cried for her gods. She cried for her husband, fighting against the waves that constantly pulled her under. Hopelessness overpowered her with every stroke, knowing that certain death was waiting just below her. With her last remaining strength, she clawed herself to the surface, and there, in an instant, all of her sadness, anguish, and torment boiled up within her. A deep wrath and anger consumed her very soul, and with every inch of her being, she cursed the sailors and the slavers.
Got you! May the hungry one consume you in the dark. May the corruption eat away your humanity. Let the darkest of shadows feed on your misery. May it swallow your whole existence!
As the waves pulled her under the surface once again, she knew she wouldn't return. Her exhausted body, pushed far past the point of breaking, had no more struggle in it. As she screamed helplessly at the surface, water filled her lungs. Her mind still praying for hope, escape, anything to get her out of there. Yet the darkness beneath had anchored itself to her, and with its merciless pull, the depths of the ocean swallowed her whole. As the riot on the ship settled and the crew regained order among the slaves, the owner of the ship rejoiced at the solution. For while the conflict had been rough and violent, in the end, after all, his plan had worked. More than half of the cargo had been dumped. The crew and he were safe, and he would now be able to make his insurance claim upon their return to shore. However, unbeknownst to the owner of the ship, his journey was far from over, for a dark shadow now hung above him, following him and his crew. For somewhere in the layers between realms and realities, the curse of the drowning slave had manifested the darkest of entities. A presence conceptualized in misery, a creature molded in despair, an entity that fed on suffering. A gruesome demonic presence with one endless, never-ending desire to consume and corrupt. Yet, unfortunately, the slavers wouldn't suffer this fate on the open sea or alone. For with the shadow of darkness biting at their heels, the ship and its crew would by complete coincidence condemn an entire state to fall victim to one of the worst paranormal occurrences ever documented, as the ship would reach a port in the state of Louisiana, the port of New Orleans. Hey there, Hazmat here. That concludes the original origin story of Showdown, and oh boy has this episode been a long time coming. The original idea of the narrative team was that this, much like all the other parts of the older lore of Showdown, would be found within the game in similar styles of fragmented storytelling and then be pieced together through ship manifests, logs, diaries, journals, and all that other stuff we usually find within the lore. Small disclaimer here in the end, this version is my interpretation of the original story, and therefore not 100% accurate, as I did have to fill out several missing gaps to make the narrative make sense. But it does have all of the major plot points, originally conceptualized by the original narrative team. If you would like to hear more of this banished lore, let me know in the comments below, as I potentially have a couple of more videos ready in the chamber. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Gitchy Boy, the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the exclusive Warmonk, and the exclusive Rat. The VIPs, Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminal Bob, Corey Peterson, Michael Thornhill, Mordef Menace, Hein, Slip, Stas Biestek, Sunrise Phoenix, TJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, all the regulars. If you want to support me in the channel, consider signing up as a member, either here on YouTube or on Patreon, for as little as $1 a month. The link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. In 1894, a strange phenomenon began affecting the people in and around the city of New Orleans. Rumors of sickness and fever, initially suspected to be another case of the dreaded yellow fever, yet it would quickly become apparent that this was something else, something different. When examining the subjects of this disease, its victims' eyes would blacken, while their mental state would decline to nothing short of degenerate, becoming prone to psychotic ramblings, debilitating paranoia, and violent outbursts of malicious anger. Yet what started off as a few individuals succumbing to this infection, it slowly turned to groups of people, and suddenly, entire families were now dying to this strange phenomenon. It didn't take long before the situation garnered the attention of the American Hunters Association, an organization that for centuries had tracked, hunted, and eradicated the otherworldly, the occult, and the paranormal. Certain that this situation was within their realm of knowledge, the director of the organization, Dr. Philip Huff Jones, opened an investigation into the evolving incident. The American Hunters Association dispatched its operatives, men and women well versed in dealing with the supernatural, searching for the source of the affliction. Yet as their investigation deepened, it became evident that this was no ordinary disease. The symptoms, the patterns, the unnatural horrors they uncovered all pointed to a far more disturbing truth. This was not a sickness of the body, but of something far darker. Deeper investigation by researchers of the organization revealed that subjects of the infection began exhibiting what could only be described as insect-like mannerisms, high sensitivity to light, preferring to linger in darkness, loss of individuality, exhibiting a strange conformity among all of the infected, as well as an eerie tendency to stay completely still, staring out into nothingness for prolonged periods of time, before twitching erratically in involuntary limb convulsions. To the organization's surprise, another disturbing discovery was uncovered during an autopsy of a deceased victim, where living lava was discovered to be breathing within his bloodstream. Yet that revelation didn't seem to trouble the American Hunters Association as much as the disease's pattern. There was none. The puzzling fact was that this disease didn't seem contagious at all. It didn't spread to other people who had been in close contact with its victims, nor was it transmitted through air, droplets, or anything else. Rather, it seemed as if the victims of this infection were simply chosen at random. As the investigation began dragging out, the hunters of the AHA failed to develop a clear understanding of the evolving circumstances, and the AHA seemed to move forward purely on speculation rather than assertion. For while the pattern of the disease was obscure, maybe even subtle at best, it certainly existed, and it is certain that a more thorough investigation of the subjects of this disease would have uncovered a deeper connection. Yet the AHA's director, Dr. Huff Jones, a man who had recently assumed his father's position in the organization, was not exactly the spitting image of his predecessor, who had been a patient and calculative man. Rather, Dr. Huff Jones was a rash and assertive individual who didn't see the reason to understand and investigate, and instead sought to isolate and eradicate. In this arrogance, the AHA misread the signs, the victims, the disease, the ever-increasing swarm of insects, the tainted air, those strange growths that posed within the disease's subjects. They saw the reanimation of the dead and falsely determined on the basis of this pattern that the entity that had been plaguing New Orleans had simply been a sculptor, a lesser creature in the taxonomy of horrors they had catalogued over the many centuries of hunting the otherworldly. A minor inconvenience they simply saw as a parasite, something that carved itself into its victims and turned them into grotesque shapes. Certainly not a minor task, yet definitely not a force to be feared, and they treated it as such, a problem to be solved, a sickness to be cured. But Huff was wrong, for these symptoms of a sculptor were never the cause. They were merely fragments of another entity, the shadow of something far greater. Yet the AHA proceeded with what they deemed the solution. Despite having dealt with the entity of a sculptor in the past, the AHA decided to forego their usual methods of containment and settled on another approach for this particular incident. Their reasoning for this drastic change in their method of approach is unknown, yet the consequences of their actions became apparent worldwide, as it would cause a ripple effect of apocalyptic magnitudes. In a dangerous combination of arrogant presumption, occult ignorance, and utter incompetence, the organization conducted an ancient and complex banishment ritual, hoping to put an immediate end to the Sculptor's grip on the population of New Orleans. The ritual, ceremonious and vast, was performed successfully, its execution in essence flawless, yet the result of its completion would be far more of a vicious detriment than anyone could have ever imagined. For what we now have discovered in hindsight was that what the AHA had banished in this ill-conceived ritual wasn't the creature they had falsely named a sculptor. No, what they had instead accidentally banished from our realm was an entity of far greater meaning and purpose than any human could ever hope to comprehend. An entity of control, restraint, and balance. An entity that had functioned as the warden of an incomprehensible evil that had been looming in the shadows of Louisiana, and what it had left behind now in its absence was the very embodiment of eternal suffering. By the time the AHA realized their mistake, it was already too late. The obscure connection they had searched for among the victims of the outbreak unveiled itself with the ringing bells of the apocalypse. Rumors surfaced that a ship had docked in the harbor of New Orleans 10 years prior, a slave ship run by a British slave syndicate who had undertaken a dangerous journey from the Gold Coast of Africa, fueled by nothing but greed and desire. On this particular journey, The slavers had encountered dire, unforeseen consequences and had, due to the threat of thirst and starvation, decided to dump their shipment of slaves into the ocean, condemning hundreds of innocent men and women to death by drowning. It was told that this vile act of inhumanity had garnered the slavers the wrath of the gods, and as a consequence, this disease, or rather, this curse, had been following the slavers and their families for the last decade, haunting and torturing them with sickness and disease, before trapping them inside a husk of their former self, a prison of rot and decay, unable to live, but still unable to die. Truly, a fate worse than death. Yet now, with its warden banished, no longer holding the leash, this curse inflicted by this unknown entity was unchained and ran amok. The previously scattered and sporadic cases of infections around New Orleans suddenly skyrocketed. Nightmares, insanity, and violence exploded within the state of Louisiana. The few instances of death became dozens, then hundreds, the infections spiraling out of control as certain areas within the state became dead zones, dangerous, contagious, and uninhabitable. The occurrences of occult and supernatural events increased as rifts opened up on the crust of the earth, breaching and bridging the very layers of reality itself. Yet that was not all, for no longer did the disease stop at reanimating the dead, it began changing them. Horrors and monstrosities of unspeakable evil roamed the nights. Screams of incomprehensible terror tore through the swamps as the marshes turned into hellscapes. The presence of insects grew in hundredfolds, saturating the air with the swarming and buzzing of membranous wings. And it was here, far past the point of no return, that the AHA's directory, consulted by its highest-ranking researchers, finally recognized the entity they were dealing with. An Atse. This was no parasite, no lesser evil, nor was the situation now a matter of containment or eradication. The AHA realized that this problem was now endless magnitudes beyond what they had anticipated. For an Atse is not merely an evil spirit, it is a relentless entity that drifts between worlds, slipping through cracks too small for light, but wide enough for despair. Drawn in or called upon by the presence of suffering, it is a storm of misery. Like a moth to the flame, the Atse is attracted to severe agony. Its mark is seen before it is felt, a swarm of insects, insanity and violence, festering sores, and an aura of decay that swallows life itself. The Christians were quick to name it the Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub himself, the ultimate force of evil orchestrating events. But the Atse is not a creature of hell. It is a dark spirit that originates from somewhere in between the infinite layers of reality and uncertainty, an eldritch horror of inconceivable magnitudes. It is a spirit so incomprehensibly large that it exists in several planes of reality at once. It is a wretched thing birthed from filth and misery, a parasite that does not hunger so much as it devours. The Atse is no god, for gods demand worship, and gods both have and serve a purpose. The Atse is something far more simple, something far more sinister. Embodied theologically as a firefly, the Atse takes its shape in insectoid forms. It manifests itself within our realm as mosquitoes, cockroaches, hornets, flies, and anything in between. It incubates places of darkness, malice, and pain, feeding on it, feeding on the suffering while it contributes to it. By infesting, possessing, corrupting, and mutating its subjects, the Otse creates a perpetual state of a relentless feedback, inflicting decay and corruption, only to feed off of the very suffering that it itself creates. A vampire spirit that leeches the very life out of everything to sustain itself. It is a mindless entity possessing nothing but a mere childlike intelligence. It cannot be reasoned with, it cannot be swayed, and it cannot be conquered. Driven by no purpose, it does not think, it does not reason, it only is. A mindless, festering hunger that does not kill out of malice, but out of necessity. There is no method behind its creations, no logic behind their conception. They are but a sick and wicked side effect of its existence, serving no greater purpose than to inflict damage and suffering upon the Otse's subjects. There is no will behind its movements, no direction to its ruin. It is decay and corruption made manifest, feeding and growing, growing and feeding. Its suffocating presence and corrupting touch becomes ever more oppressive as it grows like a cancer, slowly engulfing the realm of mankind in darkness. The AHA realized that what they had unleashed upon the world was not simply a paranormal entity. The Otse is not just an evil spirit, it is the end of the world. Hopeless against this incredible monstrosity, the AHA sought to consult all the testimonies written by hunters now long gone, looking for answers on how to stem the impending tides of the apocalypse. And there, somewhere deep within their old and forgotten records, a single tome may have held the answer, the key to saving mankind. The entity could not be confronted head-on, as it did not physically exist within our realm. Rather, its presence within reality had to be weakened. The tome revealed a crucial truth. For each time the Otse took hold of one of its emissaries, it siphoned a fraction of its own strength. When that emissary was slain and banished, the Otse was forced to expend its dwindling essence to restore what was lost. This proved that the entity was not invincible, it was merely insatiable. Within Louisiana, where its influence was strongest, the AHA also uncovered something else. Rifts. Unstable wounds in reality from where horrors spilled forth, mindless extensions of the entity's hunger. Yet these rifts proved to be impassable. No hunter, no researcher, not even the damned souls of the organization could step through them. The Otse itself barred the way, its immense presence and impenetrable force keeping the gateway sealed. However, if enough emissaries were purged from our realm, if enough of its vessels were shattered, the Otse would be left vulnerable. With its hold of our realm diminished, the rifts would open, and beyond them, in that wretched place the researchers had named the Shade, the Otse itself would take physical form, a thing of flesh, of rot, and unspeakable ruin. Only there, in its one true moment of weakness, could this incomprehensible horror finally be slain. But now the AHA had to ask themselves, which among them would be either brave or insane enough to commit to such a task. Hey there, Hazmat here. This was the original idea for the Sculptor, or rather what the original development team referred to as the Atse, which is a being that originates from the folklore of Ghana. I have left a link to its Wikipedia page below if you're interested in reading more about that particular entity. Now I just want to emphasize before everyone gets up in arms that this particular Atse is an amalgamation of several different spirits and supernatural beings, a creature that was specifically tailored for the setting of Hunt. So it is not the literal Atse from the folklore, it is merely inspired by it. As always, a big thanks goes out to the Hunters Lounge, specifically the exclusive Gitchy Boy, the exclusive Johnny Sevens, the exclusive Warmonk, and the exclusive Rat. The VIPs, Corvo Bearslayer, Derivative, Doc Powell, Gino Lucero, Goose, Hambone, Jiminal Bob, Corey Peterson, Michael Thornhill, Mordev Menace, Hein, Slip, Stas Piestek, Sunrise Phoenix, TJ Crane, Texas Toast, and the Wizard of Copper. And of course, all the regulars. If you want to support me in the channel, consider signing up as a member, either here on YouTube or on Patreon, for as little as $1 a month. Link is in the description below. And thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one.